What up? Hello. Hi. How's it going? Are we ready? I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm ready to get into it. I just realized. Well, I shouldn't say I just realized, but I took a second to look at the name of the episode. It's The Traveler's Gamble. Interesting. What's up? Is everyone ready? I'm excited. We are doing the second half of 66 today. Let me switch to that. There we go. I don't remember why this is there. Doing the second half of 66 today. Oh, right, because I think Vorugal they're going to kill on episode 69, or they're going to fake kill him. We'll see. We will see how that actually ends up. But I don't have much of a takeaway from last episode, other than that. I think that Jaman Saord is an incredibly... I think Jaman is an interesting character, just broadly, flat out. What's up, Jericho? How you doing? What's up? Yeah, I think that like everything about how Jaman has been presented so far, the way in which we learned about him, and a lot of it was coincidental, but so is a lot of D&D, you know? I think the way that Matt went about delivering the information about Jaman was very interesting. For people that were thinking about it a lot, like me, maybe there was some, slightly suspicious stuff, but it wasn't anything that was, so convincingly evil that I am shocked that Jaman is actually good, It doesn't feel like totally... I mean, the dragon reveal was out of left field for me. But I think that especially given the rest of the context that the campaign has existed within so far, and that we're in the middle of the Chroma Conclave arc, it is out of left field, but it's still in the same game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it surprised me, but not in a way where it feels like totally contrived. We've gotten several instances of dragons infiltrating and like attaining power within human society in a human alias. And so the idea of this already mysterious and immortal ruler being a dragon is not that crazy. Especially like, I think if Jaman was the first time that Vox Machina had ever encountered, a dragon with a human alias, it might have been a little bit, I would say maybe a little bit out of left field, but he has prepared them for this exact scenario several times, Is Vax's Temptation still happening? Probably not. Yeah. No, I should have uploaded it sooner. I need to remember that when I make those clips from now on, is that I need to upload them ASAP because they can change so quickly. I thought I had at least another episode before that theory would get proven right or wrong. Oh, man. Yes, it was a surprise, but it makes sense to the story. And I mean, there's a, what up, Chat Noir? There's a sort of distinction that I sometimes make of like things that are reasonable, like things that make sense within the story or within the fictional world, within the universe. There's plenty of things that make sense there. And then there is separately what makes sense within the narrative that we're all experiencing, as viewers, as players, what is coming out of left field, maybe not necessarily for the world, but for our story. And I think you're absolutely right. It specifically makes sense within the story that Matt has presented so far. within the context of the Chroma Conclave and previously before the Chroma Conclave, or I guess before they knew about the Chroma Conclave with Krieg. And even beyond Krieg necessarily, we also have RAISHAN, or not RAISHAN, the Rakshasa, infiltrating human society. We have, to a lesser extent, but I think still thematically resonant, the Briarwoods, vampires, infiltrating human society. And even before that, in their pre-stream, the Demon Lords, or not Demon Lords, I think it was a Demon Devil Prince? Whoever they fought in the pre-stream that was going to offer them a wish, but then they went back on it. The people that were possessing the Emperor, right? These are all very, it has been a theme. Honestly, which is kind of weird to even realize now, is that it's kind of been a theme of exterior forces infiltrating humanoid societies on the material plane in order to enact ulterior motives. That's been actually a very strong theme of this campaign so far, weirdly. And so I think that even though Jamon's is probably the strangest and the one that I kind of least expected, I think that Matt has laid so much groundwork that it feels right. It's like, oh, of course I should have assumed that it's a polymorphed monster. I should have assumed. You really should have seen the dragon thing coming. Everyone's a dragon except for this one mysteriously powerful long-lived figure. I know. Well, that's almost why it seemed like, I don't know. I literally got off stream and Paige was like, we were talking about it. And I'm like, I'm almost worried. Unlike any time that I've gotten close to guessing something, I was so weirdly off on this and I just totally missed it. I was like, I think, I almost think that stream is going to think that I'm throwing it. That I purposely didn't guess it. I did not. I just missed it. It's crazy. And I was like, man, I kept thinking, I was like, I could have gotten it, but I didn't. I think the time codes of last ep are in this ep's description. Oh, you're probably right. I was going to delete them and then I forgot. You're right. Boop. Save. There we go. Thank you for letting me know. The pre-stream. Oh, Glebrezu, the pre-stream demon. That's it. Yeah, but it's so much theming around that. Yeah. Which also, I will say, resonates with a lot of the godly undertones. I think it feels, not always, but I sometimes struggle tonally with having the gods being involved. Having fucking Bahamut sending what's her face? Kima a vision about this seemingly unrelated rando beholder in the Underdark. Yeah, big threat, but it seems like a bunch of big threats are running around. And the Raven Queen being so involved with Vax, getting the gods very personally involved in the story. I sometimes feel I feel like I can't quite strike the right tone with it, but I think it really works in this because the majority of the things that they are fighting are extraplanar beings that are coming into the material plane to fuck around with shit, So it doesn't feel strange at all that the Raven Queen would be, contracting a random mortal to enact her will. It feels resonant with the enemies that they've been fighting. It's like, oh, if they're doing it, then, the good guy gods should do it too. So it's very, it feels strange, but this is, I think, the real kind of theme of Vox Machina so far in the really overarching arcs is the gods and like supernatural forces were expelled from the material plane. They are trying to get back in. And Vox Machina is stopping them. They're basically fucking planar warriors trying to protect the material plane from all of these extra planar forces, whether it's, the high planes, the low planes, whatever. Yeah. So it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. How's Bird doing? Bird is great. They told us that she is perfect, no restrictions, so she doesn't have to wear her donut anymore. She is all good. So we'll finally, now that she's spayed, thank God, we will finally be able to take her to the dog park. She's gonna have a ton of fun. She loves other dogs and she loves playing. So I'm excited to take her to the dog park. Now that we, don't have to be as worried. Because, you never know if other dogs at the dog park are spayed or neutered. We didn't want to take a risk. Yeah. So I'm psyched about that. This arc is all about dragons. The arc is all about dragons, Dr. Hoovy. That is true. So Jamon works on 2 layers where even though I did not predict it, it does not feel out of place because the arc is about dragons and there is so much precedent for monsters or monstrous species infiltrating human society in a polymorphed disguise, It's pretty interesting how VM almost always assume true sight, but never a magical disguise or shapeshifting. They do. They really, really do. Yeah. The arc is also about vestiges. That's true. But I'd say that it kind of wraps back around. It's like, well, why the vestiges? Well, the vestiges because of dragons, But I think it, it can be about both as well. But yeah, I don't know. I like Jamon a lot. Their character design is very evocative, is very memorable, which I like. Especially I think that Matt did a really good job at honing in on a incredibly unique visual component with the eyes. And the eyes being the same between the humanoid persona and the dragon, is a good touch. The rest of it, elongated limbs is kind of memorable. The androgynous appearance is sort of memorable, but I think that the eyes are very striking, but also very simple to remember. So I think it's a good way to cement Jamon in their minds. Jamon's entire sequence with how they interacted with them, honestly, post finding out that Jamon is a dragon, the whole test yourself, I still don't love, but it makes a little bit more sense to me coming from a dragon in a similar way that it felt more reasonable coming from a sphinx. It's this is a being that assumingly, it had the drop on them. They didn't know that it was a dragon. Probably could have wrecked them. So it makes a little bit more sense when the power differential is that large. And when assumingly the mindset and the thoughts of this creature are more alien to us. The whole test yourself thing works a little bit better for me in that scenario. Yeah. I stand by everything that I said about the combat last episode. But all of the kind of more minor details and how it fits into the story, I think Matt did a good job of fitting it in well, and delivering Jamon well. Now we're gonna see. By the way, big disagree about the lack of stakes. Oh, from last ep, if they fail the test, no help from Jamon. Same would go for the Sphinx. My problem traditionally with Test Yourself isn't that there's no in fiction lack of stakes. It's that the players cannot accurately gauge the stakes because they don't know what succeeding in the test means, right? So it's to me, that whole like test yourself, I would want Matt to lay out exactly what succeeding means and exactly what failing means. Because I agree that there are stakes if we know what the win and fail conditions are. But it was unclear. I mean, even in this scenario, they didn't defeat the golem. They just took it out of commission, you know? They just pushed it out a window. And yet that was labeled as a success. Even when we talk about like alien mindsets and like dragons having different mindsets, I think that there's a distinct possibility that if that test were being done with, say, an Archfey in the Feywild, that the Archfey might consider pushing the golem out the window cheating and say that they failed. You know? So that's why I say that there's a lack of that's why I say lack of stakes. It's not necessarily that there is no fictional stakes. It is that the players cannot accurately gauge the stakes. They don't know how well they have to succeed or how badly they have to fail to not get Jamon's help. Like, if they had just put on a really good show, but the golem had downed all of them, but they had just, fought valiantly, would that have been a success? Or would that have been a failure? I don't know. So that's why I said that. Because I agree, the no help from Jamon is definitely a consequence. And I'm assuming help from Jamon will be a boon in a lot of ways. So, yeah. That's where I was generally going with that. But let's see. 15407. I think we're there. Oh no, we need to go a little bit further back. Okay, there we go. And it's also, I will also say that there's an amount of over the table talk that can solve some of that sometimes. Of like me and I just had a session 0 with some new players, and we talked about death and resurrection, and like how available resurrection should be, how difficult should it be, et cetera, et cetera. And we had some over the table conversations of, well, I don't want, death to be this thing you can just bounce back from. So we would need to like go to a temple, or if we have it, the material component should be costly, it should be a real cost. So we had all those conversations, but when I actually go to like act it out in the fiction, I'm not going to make it so clear cut. Like the result will be what we talked about in the session 0. But there's going to be a little bit of a layer to it. So it's possible that they have had an over the table conversation about like, if we're fighting someone that is substantially more powerful than us, what are the actual risk factors there? Like, will they kill us? Should we try to run? Having a conversation about what happens if we are encountering an enemy that is far and away above us. That's a conversation that might have happened ahead of time. So the players might like out of game know the stakes, even if that's not directly communicated to their characters. Very possible. I know the best version right now, but how many fantasy dragons can you name? Few. I'll tell you that. Fucking Schmaug. Aragon? Wait, I think Aragon's the guy's name, not the dragon's name. Brimscythe. I can name all the Voxwalkian ones. I feel like there's another. Viserys, I think, is one of the Game of Thrones dragons. I think I'm tapped out. I think I'm tapped out on that. Not very many is the easy answer to that. Toothless. I just watched How to Train Your Dragon for the first time like 2 months ago. It's great. Yeah, it's really, really good. So yeah, I guess Toothless. Viserion. Maleficent. Oh, I guess Maleficent is a dragon. That's fair. Temeraire. I don't know that one. Is this an episode stream? This is an episode stream indeed. Yeah, this is just 66.5. I'm here. What's up, Topaz? Hello. They're making a live action remake for some reason. That doesn't. I think there's this strange, maybe not strange. I don't know quite how to phrase it. I think that there's a desire to sometimes remake things in other mediums, a la Legend of Vox Machina. And for some reason, a live action movie seems to be like the default, like if you can, you should, which I don't agree with at all. If you've heard of me talk about like different mediums and the benefits and detriments of like doing something in a TTRPG versus a TV show versus a video game, like I think that like, you know, different mediums just have substantially different strengths. And for some reason, I feel like live action movie is seen as like the strongest medium for some reason. I don't get it personally. So I feel like if people can figure out how to do it, they do. And I don't get it. DreamWorks is always chased after Disney. They were literally created out of spite. So I'm unsurprised. I guess it's just the live action part of it is so strange. Like taking it from, I don't remember if it was a book or a graphic novel, one of the two, to animated TV show. Those have such vastly different strengths that you can present the same story very differently and very uniquely. Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly what G. Hercup's saying. It's like, yeah, like TTRPGs and an animated television show, different enough that you can get different kind of strengths out of them, even in telling a similar story. I think same thing with like book to television or book to movie, regardless of if it's animated or live. I think that there's like a really big value in like changing that medium. But yeah, I totally agree. It's like animated film and live film. Yeah, I don't see enough of a difference there to justify it. And so my interpretation is only that, I don't know, live film is like held on a pedestal, which I don't get it. Starting with His Majesty's Dragons, it's like the Napoleonic War, but what if England and France had dragons? Fuck yeah. All right. That sounds sick, yeah. But anyways, I think that's about it. That's where I'll leave that. Not much of an intro, but I'm trying to get better at not feeling like I have to go on and on. We're allowed to just get into the show, so let's get into it.
All right, so welcome back. So, finish kind of break. Vox Machina have exited the Cerulean Palace. Apparently revealed to Jamansa Ord that they were capable, and in doing so, Jamansa Ord revealed that so is the leader of the city. So, one javelin down, unfortunately. You are now getting to the later evening of your time here in Ank'Harel.
What time is it?
What is your plan?
Oh, what time about?
Is it sundown yet?
It's pretty close. The sun looks like about maybe 30 minutes from dusk.
Is it spice o'clock?
I'm gonna use another spell and heal myself some more.
Oh yeah, can we take a short rest somewhere?
Oh yeah,
to dice it up or something?
Yeah, totally.
Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead and take a short rest out there on the steps of the Cerulean Palace.
Oh, take a knee. Take a knee. Oh,
Little therapeutic massages, kind of all the way around.
Is great recovery a short rest or a long rest? I can't remember.
What do you mean?
Great recovery.
It's a short rest.
Short rest, thank you.
And don't forget, Scalen, you have an ability that helps everyone who's using hit dice gets a bonus.
You do? Really?
it's not very much, but yes, I do.
It's even less if you don't do it.
I've always had this.
I've never used it because it's so weak, but yeah, sure.
He doesn't like us.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to find where
Just gonna keep it away.
Song of Rest.
Song of Rest.
Song of Rest. How? It's only a D10. It's a D10. What is it?
Yeah, 1d10.
That's still.
Song of Rest, 1d10.
That's potentially 10 extra hit points.
Yeah.
Between all of us.
Every person, as soon as you finish a short rest to heal, you heal an additional 1d10 hit points.
That's
Standard.
great.
That's right.
All right, I will
Save
sing
the
us a
time,
Song
okay.
of Rest.
Oh, I rolled a 10. Oh, wait, do I roll or do you roll?
No, I don't.
You
Okay.
roll.
I re-roll? Oh,
Okay, I'll sing.
That helps.
I believe you can kill. Woo! I believe that you really will. Think about it every night and day. Sharpen your.
Dude, the short rest hate is real. It's how you know that they don't have a warlock, man. It's the short rest hatred. Oh no, I can only give 5d10 healing. No, sorry, 6d10, including himself. I can only give 6d10 healing twice a day. Oh, the humanity. No, it's so weak. It's so bad. But that's just, I mean, that's how it is. That's how it is. I don't know what there is to be done about short rests. It's these short rests are something that like, I don't, there's no like alternate way to run them. There's no way I would change them. Like, I think that it's good that you can take a shorter rest. That's not a long rest. Like that, it all just makes sense to me. And I don't know how to encourage players to take short rests other than to directly remind them at the table and just like get them used to it, I guess. But I think it really, I think it's tough for people to remember because at most tables, long resting is so available. It's kind of like in Baldur's Gate 3, where if you're not like jacking up the food cost of like a long rests are pretty damn available in BG3. But BG3 solves short resting by making it a big glowing dot and being like, oh, you want to use this? And making it like so easy. I think that's also maybe, but I like the hit dice and I like rolling them. I don't know. I think it's literally you just have to remind your players that they can and maybe make long resting a little bit less available, either by, you know, making time expenditure more brutal, I guess, or by, you know, making long resting itself more dangerous. But, like, if you're in a relatively safe location where the players have easy access to long resting, there's kind of just no reason that they will short rest. It very rarely is something that I think they'll naturally think of. Yeah. It's just that by their level, you have plenty of hit dice. It's true. And that is part of the interesting thing of I'm debating if like the hit dice or like BG3s just regain half is better. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it, honestly. I don't know. I don't think I would prefer the just heal half enough to implement like a house rule, but it's maybe something to consider. I don't know. I think the GM should use short rest to encourage roleplay opportunities, but I'm not sure how. Yeah, it's just like, even with roleplay opportunities, why wouldn't they just take a long? That's always the question. Is you have to, if you want them to use short rests, you have to give them a reason that they can't long rest instead. You just give them short rests. You've been taking you've been talking to each other for about an hour. You can use your hit dice. That's fair. I mean, that's certainly a way to like activate it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it'll solve the underuse problem. It more just like shifts who has to remember it. It just shifts who has to remember. It's either the players or the GM. And again, if they can just long rest, I don't even know if the GM will remember it all that often. Time pressure, good reason to not to long rest after using one spell. Yeah, I think it's time pressure. Time pressure is like the real answer, I think that is like, that's the short answer, is how to get them to short rest, time pressure. It's just that time pressure in D&D is hard. I mean, this fucking series, I talk about it so often because it is something that like is so context dependent, you know? And so it's something that like watching Critical Role is really good it's like a good topic to analyze because there's so many little nuanced things that can affect it. And it's like, oh, like I like the time pressure here, but I'm not sure about it there because of X, Y, and Z. Yeah, it's a difficult thing to do consistently well as a DM, but it is the ultimate answer to like, why would they short rest? You know? Yeah. May you need homebrew benefits? Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's tough because I like short rest place as a mini long rest. I wouldn't want a short rest to be more beneficial than a long rest. So so that's just like the ultimate thing is like, why short? Why take, you know, how can we incentivize short rest without making them better than long rest? Because that feels weird, you know? You can voice the reality of the situation. You want a long rest? Okay, it's still morning. What do you want to do for the rest of the day? May lead players to be like, oh, right, we just woke up, huh? Yeah. I mean, and we're getting on to kind of the dual-sided nature of this, of long rest and short rest are essentially just free resource gain. Their only cost is time. So you either need time pressure, or what you're kind of getting at, G-Herc, here is like time tracking of like, oh, it hasn't actually been that long. Like if you're, you know, tracking the passage of time, long resting here doesn't make sense. I think Matt's done that before where he's like, it's still like pretty much morning. I think it was when they were in Singorn. They went to like long rest and it was still like bright and early. So yeah, it's like when the cost is time, I feel like the only real way to play with it and to push on it is time, you know? But there's no direct mechanics for time in D&D. It's not something that the system addresses, which is fair. I don't think it needs to. But it's definitely something you have to think about as a GM or not think about. And if you don't have any like really short rest dependent classes, you might not need to think about it. Yeah, it's weird. It's a strange situation that I don't really know how to address other than just do the hard thing of like, you know, track time and make them care about time and all that. But that's, you know, famously hard. As a warlock, I'm the only one in my game who benefits from short rest. I usually get a sneaky one while everyone else investigates and loots. Yeah, and that is also the thing, especially I think in 524, they added a few more kind of short rest things. But especially in 514, there are so few things that do benefit from a short rest. It's more than you would think, but it's not that many. So it's very likely that only like one or two people at the table will actually benefit beyond their health. And they only benefit from their health if they've gotten in a fight and are planning or worried about fighting again before the next long rest. So yeah, it's a strange quirk. It's a strange problem that I don't really know how to address other than DM stuff. Yeah. Give them incentive, not a pressure, and something that doesn't compete with long rest. I mean, what I'm saying is I would not want, because the only like fictional difference between the short rest and the long rest is the amount of time in which you're resting, you know? Like a long rest is 8 hours, a short rest is 1 hour. That's the only difference. Like in fiction. So if I gave an extra incentive to short rest, I would feel as though I needed to give an extra incentive to long rest, which I do not want to do. Long rests are already very generous. I will say Daggerheart sort of approaches this, but Daggerheart's like kind of like fundamentally built different around its rests, where resting gives you like an option select on like repairing armor or healing or relieving stress. You know, it doesn't. You have choices within resting, so you have like more options there, which you don't really have in D&D. You know. What up, Confused Strawberry? Gotcha, John. Feel better. Yeah. Fighter and Monk. Yeah, Fighter and Monk, Druid Wild Shape. But a lot of it, again, kind of boils down to, is there a reason to not long? Yeah. No, don't give incentive to long rest. The whole point is to distinguish them. Right. But you don't want to, like, I, at least in my opinion, I wouldn't want short rest to feel different than a long rest, just a mini version of it, you know? Because they're not really distinguishable by anything other than the magnitude of rest. So I would say that short rest should only be able to do things that long rests can do, and it should do them all worse. You know? Because otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, it would feel strange to me fictionally if a short rest gave you a benefit that long rest didn't, because you take essentially 8 short rests over the course of a long rest, you know. Yeah. Otherwise, you get coffee lock. Yeah, strange problem. Strange. I don't know.
Blades, because it's time to play. I believe. Okay, it's time to go get some spice.
You finish a short rest. As the night takes the sky, the streets of Ank'Harel do not grow any calmer. The bizarre lights begin to glow in the distance as you see the lanterns and various magical light sources throughout the city spark to life. And
Lamplighters.
yeah, the lamps light themselves. But the city still seems bustling with all the energy and buzz that the day before it seemed to. What would you like to do?
There's a casino, if I recall.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
Do you gamble?
I don't know. I mean, I do, but
Are
I've
we
never gambled
gambling?
for fun.
I mean, I don't mean with lives.
No, I do not gamble.
I enjoy the gambling game. That's fun.
right. We did play cards with you at that time.
Guys,
Yes.
That went really well.
if we're going to this casino,
Yes.
I have a deal to make. I value your friendship. I value the backup that you will provide me, but I need you to stay far away, be inconspicuous, and by the gods, do not help me in any way unless I say some sort of a code word.
What's the code word?
Okay, what's
Help me, help me, oh God, help me.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's make it that. Help me, oh God, help me.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think this is a really smart move, considering that a brass dragon just gave us our aid and asked us not to fuck anything up?
Also, what exactly are you doing?
Also,
your drug deal?
Keep it down.
Oh,
Chill. Just chill.
All right, we're cool, Scanlan.
We're cool.
We're cool.
You are not cool.
We're so cool.
so cool.
so cool.
I'm cool enough to know that perhaps you should hand off that necklace that we gave you.
Not at all.
They're going to think you're a narc.
Oh, they are.
It's gonna be on. It's gonna be.
What if they find it
You're
on
wearing
you?
a police badge, basically.
The,
You're
the
basically
best
saying
we
you
can
work,
do
you work
is
with-
if anybody, give it to us. If anyone comes and tries to take you away,
I can feel this about to be ludicrous. See you later, G. Here it come. Just think of something different. Make sure it allows you to do a study action and gain advantage on perception checks in this area, so they can look around. It's tough. It's tough because it's not necessarily that I am stuck on it. I'll fully admit that, but it's tough for me to decouple the thought of what they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, the actual fictional what is happening is that they are just hanging out, right? They're resting. And the only difference between like what they're doing, the cost of what they're doing, right? Because they're not technically, you don't technically get anything for free, right? You're having to pay time. So with resting, with long resting, short resting, you are paying time to get your resources back. And the only difference between LR is that it's 8 units of time, and SR is 1 unit. And so it's tough for me to decouple these two things. It'd be like trying to decouple making a single attack versus a multi-attack to me, right? It's like, okay, how do we incentivize someone to not multi-attack and to single attack instead? And like, oh, give the single attack something special. You know, it's like that feels strange to me. It feels like anything that the like lower unit count gives, the higher unit count should also give, because it's just a multiple, right? A long rest is just 8 short rests. They're in terms of what you pay for them, right? So yeah, I don't know. I find and it doesn't have to be, linear, but it would be like, it would also kind of be like in my head, and I'm not saying that this is like exact reality, but in my head, it would be like, give them a reason to cast level 1 spells instead of level 5. And it's like, well, no, in my head, level 5s, they're just the bigger version, right? So it's like, why, if they could just cast level 5, like the point, when people don't cast level 5 spells, when they cast level 1s instead, is when they don't feel like they can cast level 5. Either they're out of spell slots, they can't pay the cost, or it doesn't work in the particular situation they're in. Maybe they don't want to stay still for 8 hours. Maybe they don't want to cast any of their level 5s. So they cast level 1 instead. So I don't consider them decoupled things. One is a subunit of the other in my head. And I don't necessarily want that to change. I think that maybe that's an important thing too. I like that. I like that it's a subunit, personally. I think it's nice to be able to think about subdividing out a long rest, because, that makes sense to me. Yeah. You keep saying the only difference, and I'm saying this is a chance to create a new difference. Yeah. And I'm saying I don't necessarily I don't see a huge benefit in creating a new difference. I think that is maybe where we're kind of going with it, is like, yeah, I think about short rest and long rest in the same way that I think about the relationship between like a level 1 and a level 2 spell slot. Is like one is a better version of the other. And I guess if you want to make short rests uniquely good and distinct from long rests, that's fine. I would find it to be a little bit fictionally dissonant, is my only issue. Unless you had to pay something extra or had to pay something unique. Like if the cost isn't just time. Because when the costs are in the same unit, I would find it hard to not directly compare the two. Like something that costs 10 gold should be worse than something that costs 100 gold. I mean, if you want to decouple them in terms of like, okay, it doesn't give you health, I guess. Like if you want to totally remove the health and it just gives a different kind of benefit. But I think that the aggregate benefit should always be worse than long rest because they're a subdivision. Yeah. The benefit is to create more things to do within the mechanics. Yeah. You can make lunch while you take an hour break, but you can't make lunch while sleeping. You can make lunch while in your 1 hour activity period of of long rest. But I still see what you're saying, yeah. But I mean, I think that this is a deeper well of conversation. Is it good to add more options? Is it always good to add more options? It's like, I think that it is. I've said before, like I don't auto approve every homebrew rule. I need a homebrew rule to justify itself at my table, even if it gives them new options. So like I don't do bonus action potions because I do not think that bonus action potions justify themselves. Even though it would give my players more options in combat, I don't think that that rule provides enough value to justify its inclusion. Because there's always a level of friction that every new rule, especially homebrew rules, every new homebrew rule is adding a layer of something that the players have to remember. So I need a rule to really justify itself. And yeah, I don't think that like short rests provide this like hyper unique thing to justify creating new like homebrew options around them. I don't do the same things on a lunch break that I might do at night. It's very different. That's fair, and I can see what you guys mean. But yeah, I can see what you guys mean. And I think that that's why the 524 gave more short rest benefits to more classes, because, and I think it's about like, because different people do different thing on like lunch breaks, right? I like work through lunch breaks. I barely make lunch. And so I think it's fair for like, warlocks to regain some spell slots, monks to regain ki, like, them have some differences, and some people to have short rest features like Bard's Song of Rest. I think that that's like an interesting way to delineate it, but adding a common thing that everyone gets back, but they don't get back on a long rest. I don't know. Yeah, I can't place why it feels weird to me, but it doesn't feel enough. I don't know. I can't give a good explanation. It's yeah. I'll think about it more. I'll introspect, but it doesn't. I think it is probably because their costs are so related. And I hear what you guys are saying about like, you do different things, but do you gain different benefits? Because also like during long rest is normally when players like fictionally cook dinner. So I would say that like, eating food on the two different rests, pretty much the same. And so it's like, do you gain a unique benefit of the rest on a lunch break that you do while you're sleeping? I don't know if you do. It's like mental focus, rejuvenation, energy. Even if you do different things, I don't know if you gain different benefits from just the rest itself. I don't know. This is something I'm wading through the woods on. I'm not sure how I feel. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe only allow healing on SR if it uses a class feature, or all those potions or healing skip parties never buy. I mean, well, if we're stripping out the healing at that point, then what does the short rest even provide? Like I think in my head, I think maybe I'm coming to it. It's like in my head, spending time is the main way to gain back health, right? It's like time for health. And so that feels like an appropriate baseline for the rest. And then class features giving them extra stuff also feels right to me. It's like, okay, your particular profession has a way that has something they do during a rest that is unique to them. But at a baseline, every person, no matter their discipline, regains health, because health is also like HP is not just bodily health, it's also like stamina in D&D. And so that, I think that's why like short rest and long rest regaining different amounts of health, or I should say HP, feels mentally right to me, because like, yeah, I took a short rest, over my lunch break, regained some energy, and then my actually sleeping is, what really regains all my stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Be an elf, only 4-hour long rest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just be an elf. Just be an elf. I love the bonus action potion rule. We only get a few turns per combat. I want to do more. Yeah, I don't. I get that, but I need the more to be interesting. I find that the bonus action potion doesn't really lead to any interesting decisions, especially in 514. Maybe a little bit less so in 524. But so few classes have like a really consistent thing to do with their bonus action. And so, and even if they do, that thing is pretty low impact. So it becomes a pretty obvious decision point of I'm low health, quaff a healing pot, especially when healing pots and their availability are pretty high a lot of the times. Especially if you're using this rule, I find. I guess if potions are very scarce, then maybe. But even in that case, like, I find them having to give up an action a more interesting dilemma. It doesn't feel like there's any reason to not use a bonus action to quaff the potion, you know? Yeah. See, it's not get back, it's getting something unique. It doesn't have to be a buff. It's not get back, it's getting something unique. I guess, and maybe this is something, I consider sleep and resting to be regenerative. You know? I don't get anything unique when I sleep. You know what I'm saying? So maybe this is like a different way that we're thinking about resting broadly, is to me the intuitive feel of resting is to get back the things that you spent in that day. And theoretically it doesn't have to be that, but I would need added justification. That's the most intuitive thing that resting does to me, is it gets back things that you spent in that day. I don't think of sleep as giving me something new. And if we're talking about like, okay, you can take that time to accomplish things, now we're talking about downtime, which is totally separate than resting. You know, I love downtime stuff. I love like working on projects and all that. But I don't really couple those with resting. Long rest is very different from short rest. Feels like the opinion of people who don't suffer from insomnia and can't sleep during the day. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The bonus action isn't the thing. It's not having to use your main action. Right. It becomes easier to access the potions. And I'm saying I don't want it to be easy. I don't see the value. I legitimately don't see the value in making access to potions easier. I think it's more interesting when you have to spend your action. And, you know, I like giving them powerful potions, you know? Like, I'd rather give them like a potion of Hill Giant Strength and have them have to use an action to take it, because then it's like an actual decision point. But when it's a bonus action and you don't have to take up your main action, it's just like, oh yeah, why not? And if we're in why not territory, then it's just like, it's like this whole consumable economy that I now have to manage of I can't give them too many because they're absolutely going to use them all the time. Whereas if I don't have the bonus action, I can give them potions and not have to worry about it being this constant extra effect in combat, where they're just, to me, it becomes more tedious, I guess I should say.
Take a break.
Oh no, taking a break. I'll take a break right now. Yeah. To me, it becomes more tedious of they're constantly buying and using potions. It just becomes a part of their normal strategy, is just like buy potions for the next adventure, quaff them, you know, with our bonus actions. It just becomes like a standard thing that they do. And I don't find the actual action of like drinking a health potion to be interesting in any way. So the interesting thing to me is do they give up their action in order to do it? It becomes like a risk-reward conversation. Whereas if they don't have to give up their action, it's kind of like the long rest. It's like, why not? You know? And that's not to say that I think it's like that bad. I just don't consider it to be good enough to justify putting in and to justify having like an extra layer of rules on top. I try to really limit the amount of homebrew in my games. If like people don't have an opinion, I go with no homebrew. So like we were actually in the session 0, we were talking about crits, and we're going with raw crits because I brought up like the Perkins crit, I brought up advantage crits, brought up skill check crits, and my players were all just like, I don't really have an opinion. And so I was like, okay, we'll go with raw. Because when you go with raw, they can look it up without asking me. They don't have to remember if there's a homebrew and how it works. So if all else is equal, I always go with raw and don't go with homebrew. But, you know, that's not something you have to do. I think it will generally wind up with less like confusion at the table, which is why I do it. It's just for clarity. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we will be right back. What's up? Hello. And you guys said something similar, or at least like are approaching something similar. Of at the end of the day, you control how many potions your players get. And Sarah, we rarely get access to potions or can't afford them. Yes. I think if you make the potions super easy to take during combat, then there comes a scenario where it is now just an economic problem for the DM to solve. You know what I'm saying? And the economy in D&D is not so stable that I feel that is a bad thing to me. Like, if now I have this extra thing that I have to control and monitor how many they're getting, that's a downside of the situation, right? If I'm going away from intended balance and I have to manage all that, because economies in D&D can get borked so quickly that I try to avoid anything that is like gold amount and economy dependent. I will say, if my players really did want bonus action potions, I would probably do it. but I would probably make it to where they're only craftable. Like they're craftable only and they need very particular materials. Because access to materials is much more easily controllable and it's much more easy to manage for a DM than just like, than the amount of gold that they are going up and down. So I agree that it essentially becomes an economic problem, but I think this is also hitting on like, to me, potions should be an extra effect in combat. If you use full actions for potions, then almost all potions never get used. I don't exactly agree that they should be an extra effect in combat, like broadly. I don't think that that's at least their only use. And so I like to give powerful potions that might be an effect in combat. You know, they have to make that decision point. And then for the weaker potions, I like to present opportunities where they might want to use them out of combat, you know, where now the time that it takes to drink them isn't a factor. And I don't see why a lot of potions couldn't be useful outside of combat. Like, I think the one that is this even a potion? I'm thinking about a potion of dark vision, but I'm not actually sure if that is. Oh yeah, potion of dark vision. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, like a potion of dark vision is almost never going to be useful in combat. I mean, I guess sometimes it might be. But like, to me, that's like, that screams for like an exploration puzzle. And that's how I think about a lot of the like, I guess, quote unquote, weaker potions. And even like health potions. Like I generally assume that my players will be taking their health potions out of combat as like a regeneration thing between combat. Yeah. I don't know. The irony of it being an economic problem is that because we almost never get them, the GM doesn't have to think about it. It's actually less purchasing. Because we almost never get them. So the GM doesn't like, it's like a low magic setting or like a medium magic where there's not just like a potion shop that you can go to. That's fair. And like I said, it's like, when I say economic problem, I don't just mean gold. I am also kind of including like, what treasure does your GM give you? You know, is like, is they have to like now monitor how many potions they're giving you because it can have such a substantial effect. Whereas if it's on an action, the effect is more, it's kind of slower to move, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't BA potions specifically for healing potions? I mean, I guess it depends on the table. It's a homebrew rule, so, so probably depends on the table. I don't know. I've always just heard bonus action potions. Bonus action healing potions is actually even less interesting to me. Than if you just allowed any potion, because it's like, okay, if any potion is a bonus action potion, at least they're going to have like some fun extra options during a combat. But if it's just bonus action healing, I don't know. At that point, just give them more health. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Bonus action potion you can only craft on a short rest. Yeah, absolutely. You know what? If that's how you want to distinguish short rests, is you can only craft potions during short rests, go for it. Because you have to be wide enough awake. I don't know. But to me, that's also a downtime thing. I let my players craft potions and spell scrolls during downtime all the time. I love downtime. So they absolutely have accessibility to that sort of stuff. But, yeah.
We'll present it and say that we're higher rank.
That's true.
Yes. Are you supposed to do anything to like set up for this deal?
Set up?
Yeah, how does he know
I have
it's
to
you?
change into my red shirt.
I was going to ask.
And also, are you sure you really don't want us nearby? I mean, my sister and I can
Nearby
be
is
unseen.
fine. Nearby is fine, but keep your distance and do not do anything, including if it looks like I'm in trouble.
I mean, I'm ready for the show, man. It's fine.
Yeah,
but
we
you
just
that
get to be
sounds fair.
spies.
We've seen you turn into a triceratops and fuck
And-
things up.
and
Wouldn't we
worse.
trust you, Scanman?
Oh, we didn't see that.
Well, we know what happened.
I had it commissioned as art.
I've seen the tail throughout the mansion.
How about, can I ask for one other code word? If you don't want us to like step in, what if you want us to create like a distraction?
Okay, what would that code word be?
Whatever you want.
Kill everything.
If only
I
something
feel like
distracting would happen.
that might not be a good thing to say to
well,
a
we are
jungle.
being honest on this trip, right? So
Tomato paste.
Kill everything means make a distraction, right? But help, oh God, help means I need
What about
help.
tomato paste? Does that mean create a distraction?
Tomato paste.
Yeah, because I'll cover the walls in tomato paste, but from people.
I feel like we need something that's like that he could use in a sentence.
What about
fairly easily?
love of the spice?
Love of the spice.
Love
huh?
the spice.
Let's stick with tomato paste. I feel like that's easier to work into a sentence than I love it, that's spice.
I don't doubt you could fit it in, Scanlan. Let's be real, please.
Really nervous, guys. I've never done a drug deal. A drug deal before.
Are you sure this is even a drug?
Yes, of course. I
mean-
said spice, and shady people came around. That means it's a drug, right?
Did you say what the spice was?
Oregano.
I told them. They seemed illicit about it. I'm very excited.
All right.
Gonna get a bag of
Do a wonderful job. You're so cool.
How
You'll
far
do
away is
such a good
the
job.
casino?
Where's the casino? I wrote it down. It's
The north end?
it's where the Ravenites are. Nope, that's a different page.
And a different.
Should we get in fancy casino clothes? Because I feel like we should dress up for it.
Okay, leave your heels.
It's not the debt's respite. It is just the casino, right? Is that what it is? Does it have a name?
It's called the Lux Run, and you feel like you passed it when you first entered the Sun Cup Bazaar here in the city.
Right.
You didn't pay much mind to it at the time, but
Is it shaped like a pyramid?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Fallen Danish. Yeah, I've never seen any Critical Role. So not even like Campaign 2, Campaign 3. Yeah, never seen any Critical Role, and we're using it as like, not necessarily like critiquing Critical Role, but using it as like concrete examples to talk about DMing at home and at our own tables. Ratting. Oh yeah, and also... It's a lot, I guess. I guess I've never had to describe it succinctly, but yeah, it's also like a amount of reacting, and I do big ol' theories that are often wrong, but have a grain of truth. I still think that my moon tree theory was... I think there was something there, but it appears to be wrong now. But yeah, that's the general vibe. It's either illegal or they're taking advantage of the idiot. I personally think that's more along the lines of what's happening. It reminds me of being in, I talked about this, being in Portugal and people trying to sell me baby powder as cocaine. Yeah. But yeah. Oh yeah, also no spoilers. Is no spoilers working? Why isn't the command working? The command is supposed to work. Yeah, we have a command for it. Nope, that didn't work. Did that work? I can't tell. Okay, it worked for me. Maybe it has to be... Oh, it probably has to be the camel case. It has to be an uppercase S. Ah, damn. I'm still trying to figure out these commands sometimes. Excited to see an actual first-time viewing. All for no spoilers. Awesome experience is fresh. Yeah, it's sick. It's sick. There's been so... And I try to be, I try to be as balanced as possible in terms of like critique and not. And there have been points that I've been a little harsh. Specifically about Matt's battle arenas. But I am... One of the reasons I wanted to start this, which I haven't said this in a while, so I don't know if a lot of new people know this, but one of the first reasons I wanted to start this was to understand the Matt Mercer effect, because I did not... I wasn't like friends with anyone that had watched Critical Role, so like I didn't like really get it. And seeing the entire process, I get it now. I don't get, people shouldn't be dicks. But I understand why people like want to model Matt and want to model the players, because they really are really incredible storytellers. They are honestly to the point where I think sometimes Matt is almost too good. Sometimes I think he is foreshadowing something, and then it seems like when we get to the actual thing, he's changed it in between sessions, which is very normal, for DMs to like slightly modify something. But I pick up sometimes on these things that he foreshadows, and I'm like, you were foreshadowing that earlier. I feel like, yeah. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's also very long, but I'm trying to get more clips for shorter viewing experiences. I pause and I tangent a lot. Is that the elevator pitch? It's a long elevator, which honestly, a long elevator pitch, that's kind of part of what you sign up for. That's kind of what you sign up for when around here. The elevator pitches are going to be long. I got into CR after having played 5e a decent bit before and came into this about a year and a half ago, watched it through. It feels really clean to see such a well-run campaign. I think that the thing that constantly stands out to me as the lightning in a bottle sort of deal is like the skill of them as actors, I think is a huge thing. And then especially post-Orion, the extreme trust at the table. They pass back and forth the spotlight really well. They are very like willing to occasionally like give over autonomy of their characters. They're very patient with each other. I think that is like, if we want like a positive Matt Mercer effect, those are the things that I think any table can model and should. Because I think it has so many benefits that Critical Role is seeing that a lot of tables don't, unfortunately. Yeah. Do you feel like you understand it yet? I get it, yeah. I definitely get it. Matt is really good. I've said it a couple of times. He's really good at the magic trick of D&D, at like making the world feel bigger than I speculate that it actually is. I think he's really, really good at that magic trick. And I think he's good at making people feel like he has prepped more than I think he actually had. And I think a lot of it is he's also really good at NPCs and role-playing, which is, I think, a big part of that. Like, I can make as detailed of an environment as I want, and as interesting of a plot, and I can put all these factions and social intrigue, and or I can design these really fun combats, whatever. But to a certain point, as a DM, you have to be good at presenting it. You have to be good at presenting the environment and making it feel lived in, and making them feel like they're in the story. And there's only so much that a sort of top-down Godhead description can do for that. And I think one of the ways to make your players feel really immersed is to be able to have direct conversations with a fictional person, which I think Matt's amazing at. I think Matt's biggest strengths are his NPCs. And the way that he plays them and their distinguishments. And when he is able to have a direct conversation with one of his players where they're playing their character and he's playing the NPC, the walls kind of fall away. The character sheets fall away. And I think that has a ton of positive benefits. And I think that people want to access that. They want to access the trust at the table. They want to access the immersion that Matt promotes. But they maybe don't realize that a lot of that is his skill as a performer more than a designer. Because I know that Matt has talked about like his world building style and like preferences. And I think that Exandria is a cool world. He certainly is not like a poor world builder at all. But I think that the thing that really sets his DMing apart is the degree to which he is able to immerse his players consistently. And that is just something that like you gotta take improv classes, and you gotta like. You don't have to do voices, you know. You can do like affectations, but like you have to like get a wider vocabulary. You have to learn about different cultures so that you can represent different peoples, so that all of your people don't feel super samey. Like, there's just a lot of hard work that goes into accomplishing that. And I think that the Matt Mercer effect, quote unquote, is I think people trying to access that by just taking the, not necessarily easier stuff, but the non-in-the-moment stuff. They want to like prep like Matt, and they want to like use the same rules as Matt. You know, they're going to take the resurrection rules because like, I don't think that Matt's resurrections are interesting because of the rules. I do like his resurrection rule, but that's separate. I think that his resurrections are mostly interesting because of how they're role played, and his gravitas that he brings to it. The Sun Tree, when they first encounter that, it's good, it's interesting world building, but it's not that interesting, right? It's a hanging tree. It's actually relatively tropey. But the way that he presents it and his dramatic timing in the reveals of, oh, they look like you, and the way in which he commands the table in that moment is just it's just very talented, you know. And I think that people take a lot of the aesthetic trappings of that and think that that's all it is, but there's a lot more to it. You know, role-playing's hard. Yeah, role-playing's very hard, especially when it's not your job. Like, I feel very comfortable saying that Matt was probably a worse DM before he started Critical Role. You know, like I feel very comfortable saying that like worse with big asterisks on it, air quotes. He wasn't the superstar DM that everyone looks up to. He was probably just a good home DM. But when you start like an actual play, it's all you're thinking about. You have room to dedicate more time to it because now it's like a part of your income. You know, that gives him a lot more opportunity to do things that an at-home DM might not be as capable of, you know? Yeah, 100. They share time well. Yeah, I think what I get in CR is a way to fall in love with the storytelling part of D&D and not just the combat. Yeah, they seem to really fall in love with it. And that is hard, especially if you're not used to role playing. And that's why I think some of the best DM advice is, as long as everyone's having fun, just keep doing it, because you're just getting more reps, more experience is going to naturally increase your skill at those things. Yeah. I think it's going to be open world. I'm always worried about trying to flesh the whole thing out when I should just work on what the players are going to access. Oh yeah, we've talked about that. I have the exact same problem, man. I have the exact same problem of going too deep on something that I don't even think they're going to access for months. I'm the same. Yeah. I agree with skill of them as actors and improv trust their understanding of how to put on a show and also embody the role play. Absolutely. Yeah. Like, them being professional actors cannot be overstated. In like, they are just so used to dramatic timing, and they are professionals at it. They're trained professionals, and they're still working at this point. I think they're still working today, just probably less. So they're getting, notes from other industry professionals, and all of that experience absolutely is going to impact their game. Yeah. I think it's harder to find IRL than a skilled creative DM, which may hard. Yeah. I wanted to play D&D, and having no idea where to start, I was told to watch CR to learn how to play. I wonder what percentage of fan base actually has that same experience. I think there's a lot of people, and I think that there's a certain degree of like, you watch something that is just entertaining, and then it helps you learn, or at least have a basis for the rules, right? I don't think that Critical Role is going to actually teach you how to play D&D. but it's going to give you a familiarity with the rules where, you're going to understand what initiative is. Even if you don't know, even if like you get onto the table and you don't know exactly what to do, what to roll, that initiative like comes at the beginning of combat. And that combat is typically gridded and that it's turn-based. A lot of people don't know that D&D combat is turn-based. So like a lot of those just like general knowledge things, I don't think they're going to teach you D&D, but I think they will give you a familiarity with it that is super helpful when going in. I think the more modern version of that is BG3. I don't think that BG3 necessarily teaches you how to play D&D, but it gets you damn close. It teaches you just all of the mechanics that exist, and you won't be like surprised or confused when you hear one of those mechanical words. So I think it can be a huge help if that's like part of the goal. Yeah. You could say the map mercer effect is essentially people imitating something without knowing the why. Yeah. I think that's a good way to say it. I think that people, the negative Matt Mercer effect, which I think typically the Matt Mercer effect is used like in a pejorative way. It's like not a good thing. Is people imitating the how without understanding the why. I think that's a good, concise way to put it. Yeah. I started playing D&D after watching CR, but quickly learned that D&D is so different. But I had to jump on learning. Yeah, you had to jump on learning. Absolutely, yeah. Have them voice directors and mocap. Yeah, exactly. They have so much knowledge in how to tell a story that the average person at base just doesn't have. Yeah. Yeah, so it taught me how the flow of the words. Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Because like, it doesn't teach you the flow of like other TTRPGs. Like it wouldn't teach you the flow of BitD. But I think if you watched a campaign of BitD, you would absolutely understand the flow going in. So I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. I think it's definitely not, as long as you're not too concerned about like mimicking their behavior. If you're just going into it to like gain a familiarity with the system and watch a fun show at the same time, then I think that's like absolutely, I think it's great advice to give someone. But I think the problem comes in the mimicking. Yeah.
Pyramid with a giant
Like light beam
coming out the
of
top.
it?
No.
Does that have a shitty roller coaster attached to it?
We'll find out.
Never hear about it.
All right, I'm heading to the casino. Would you all like to join me? And you can entertain yourself with some games while I'm in
cannot
there.
wait.
I'm
yes.
very excited by this.
I
Me
really
too.
enjoy the gambling.
I enjoy watching her gamble.
Yes. But we are cool.
We're cool.
We're chill.
Should we wear like a costume? Should I wear my big pointy hat?
Yes.
Put the pointy hat on.
Looks fancy. Pointy.
We look cool.
I'm going to get changed.
I'm curious how Matt handles gambling. I've done gambling mini games, which I think can be really fun at a more beer and chips type table. More casual. They were in a casino and we played like a little card game to like mimic what they were doing. Or you can play like dice games, same way. Probably works better, honestly, even. And I found those a lot of fun. I also think that like mini games like that, especially if you use the dice, give them some opportunities to use their features in a fun way. But mini games take way more time than just, saying like, oh, you gamble, give me a sleight of hand check, or something like that. That can be a much quicker way to still have it and get through it. But the mini games, they can be fun. I think it probably depends on like kind of the part of the arc you're in and whether or not your players kind of want a break. Or if you're like at the very end of the arc, kind of like Winter's Crest in Whitestone, where they played some of the carnival mini games. I thought those were a lot of fun. And they made sense being at the end of the arc. So it was okay that they took up a little bit of time. They were a breather for the players. I don't know if I would say that we are in a place where they need a breather. This is sort of a weird kind of quiet before the storm, where they're trying to like get their ducks in a row before they engage the next dragon. So I don't know how long to take on it. It would probably end up coming down to did the beginning of the session go faster or shorter than I thought it would. If we're being honest, it would probably be an in-the-moment decision based on how quickly we got through the first bit. You could play Knucklebones. Yeah, there's all sorts of, you play, I mean, even any game that everyone knows, like if any of your players have played LCR or some like really basic dice games, you can role play that maybe the game that they're actually playing is more complicated. But playing like a fun little mini game, I find is a really nice break, but you should only put it in when they're in need of a break.
Change to the evening. We're gonna go
Can
back
we
and
get
get
changed?
changed.
Do we have enough time?
You guys have your room in that restaurant, which
Let's go
is maybe like a 20-minute walk from.
Awesome clothes.
Look at the night out in Vegas, man.
Didn't bring any
Dressing
extra
up?
clothes.
We have some extra clothes.
We're adventurers.
We're making it hail.
Yeah.
This is not an animated series. We have more than one pair of pants, except for you.
I wear the same exact thing every day.
Oh, dude, I want that in the. I know it won't be, or at least I guess I don't know, but I doubt that they ever break the fourth wall in Legend of Vox Machina. But I would love for Percy to be like, this isn't an animated series. In Lovum.
Let's say you were like Einstein had 15.
20 of it.
Yeah.
So, Scanlan, you're just wearing your normal clothes?
I'm putting my red shirt on.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay. So, you guys go back to the Death's Respite. You get prepared for the evening, dress up in some of your finest attire at your disposal, and walk your way back to where you believe this casino was when you first entered the city.
Druid craft a little like frost on the edge of my armor
sick.
so that I'm cool.
Oh my god.
Just gonna melt this, or does it? Just...
I
Now you've got
awesome.
wet.
It'll just be
Wet.
soggy. It'll just be soggy in 5 minutes.
No, it looks like you're sweating a lot.
Actually,
Guys just tell me I look cool.
You look so cool, Kiwi.
I think I do know a way to make the frost hold.
You look
If I
frosty.
can science it, I can frost hold it.
What would you like to do?
Add about a 15% sawdust ratio to it, and it should hold its form even at a high
Well,
temperature.
couldn't she just keep the cantrip going
For a little bit. It is a
Put
cantrip.
that shit
I'm
down.
kind of a badass now. I don't need
Down.
That's some
sawdust.
Buckminster Fuller figure out that
what,
you can
Travis?
make, you can
Put
make ice.
that damn
What is
bug
that?
down.
What?
I will tear that sticker.
What is it?
How dare you? I'm gonna ruin this transaction for you now.
All right, so the frost maintains itself as a high-level druid. This is a simple glamour-based cantrip to maintain.
Fuck yes.
Can you remember me like not looking like I have a giant slash through my chest anymore?
Oh, totally. I do like a little, give her a little bit of concealer, a little bit of foundation, a little powder.
Easy enough.
Yeah, look.
You guys are rather fancy as a traveling group. Do you travel together, or
No.
I'm with you.
I'm babysitting Scanlan at a distance.
Oh well, I guess I'm walking
Yeah.
by myself.
I'm a very
with us.
rich, wealthy. I'm alone.
You're a high
Oh,
roller?
Percy,
Are
do
you
you
a
want
high
like a
roller?
ladies?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're so rich.
In fact, I walk around double-fisting both bottles of the sand cake.
Oh, yeah. That
Alright.
went from terrible to great.
Just rolling in deep.
Wait, have you even tasted it yet?
Nope.
all right? So
And then me and Keita are on Percy's arms.
Yes,
so it's
we're-
like
we're-
a stud.
we're Vegas.
Vegas.
You're just stealth.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Natural 20.
Wow.
What?
Stealth.
So that's a 35.
You somehow are no longer in the narrative. You stealth out of the story.
We've been retconned even.
Vax was never there.
Got you, Scanman.
So, you guys approach the outskirts of the building that you saw on the way in. What you see before you, with a little bit of light that dapples the edge of the Suncut Bazaar, reflects across what appears to be metallic framing to the sides of the building. The walls appear to be dark wood leafed with brass and gold, a beacon of precious metal at many points throughout the structure. Looks to be 3 stories in its entirety. A half-dozen armed guards, not adorned in the guise of the Hands of Ord, stand at each entrance, probably privately owned by the establishment, and you hear loud music and cheering bursting from within. You catch a chiseled sign in large letters across each doorway arch that read, Drensalakwan, Luxrun.
What does that mean? Rensalakwan.
Drensalakwan, which is the Marquesian speak for Luxrun, with the common translation beneath it.
Okay.
So, as you, at your own paces, walk through the front doors, the sense of sweat, perfumes, and tobacco immediately hits your nostrils as the lively melodies of 2 musical groups compete from across the establishment, forming a strange discordant sound towards the center of the main room. Large square tables draped in crimson cloth fill the space from one end to the other, different shapes and sizes, crowds of different numbers huddled around each. You see 36 patrons of all walks of life tending to their various games of chance. Card tables, dice games, even what looks to be a small contained race table in the far corner stir cheers and anguish. You see servants.
What are they raising? I go over to there.
All right.
Wow.
Wait, already? I'm looking for cramps.
See there.
All right. Servants dressed in
Dude, I was just pausing to say, I think that race games are one of Oh yeah, next week. But also, I already did all my Thanksgiving stuff, so I'll still be around on next week. Not going anywhere. But I think that race games are one of the. I think that they not only easily work in like a fantasy setting, but that they're also like, I think that they provide some of the most opportunities for clever fuckery from the side of the players. And I think that they're one of the, I don't know, in my personal experience, I have found my players the most attracted to racing games. And it's not something I even thought of until he said racing games, and I was about to pause and say, like, oh, one of them's going to want to go. And Keelan is so about it. And it's like, because there's so many layers to it of, like, who do you pick? How do you, like, who do other people pick? Are the players playing against each other? You know, are they, like, spreading out their bets? Are they doing anything to influence the race? Because influencing like a card or a dice game is somewhat straightforward and therefore kind of difficult. Whereas I think there are so many kind of untapped options with how to mess with a race. Yeah. I'm even thinking about, I ran Strixhaven for a very, very brief period of time, and there's racing games in Strixhaven. Yeah. And we have turtle races nearby in Chicago. It's still a modern thing, even outside of like fucking stadiums. There's a bar in Chicago that hosts turtle races that you can legitimately go and bet on turtles. So it's even still around, this sort of thing. And I'm not really a gambling person, but I find those very interesting. It's kind of cute how Keelan was so excited she couldn't wait for the cutscene narration to end. Yeah. And I think that's and that's also an interesting point. Kind of, yeah, Big Joe's, yeah. That's an interesting point about like the trust at the table, right? Is like at certain tables, that sort of interruption might not go as well, you know? And occasionally Matt does say like, oh, let me finish my narration. But because they have trust and because Matt knows that she's not going to be constantly interrupting, they can actually use interruption as a bit of a storytelling device, right? Of her interrupting the narration shows a level of excitement beyond what it would show if she waited for the narration to be completely over. And that sort of thing is only possible because they have so much trust between them and the other players and all that. Yeah. I've been twice. It's a lot of fun, but there's no gambling. Oh, there isn't? Maybe you just didn't talk to the right people. Nah, I'm fucking around. Interesting. I didn't realize there wasn't any gambling. But still, subtle spell haste at precisely Dr. Hoovy. It's a subtle spell dream, and in so many fun ways because it's not like if you're at a card table, right? If you're at a card table in a fantasy, D&D stuff. You either have to interact with the cards, which are small and inanimate, or you have to interact with another sapient patron, right? That is going to know if you charm them or know if you cast, say, slow on them. But with races, if the things that are being raced are not sapient and are not capable of communicating what you're doing to them, it opens up a ton of possibilities for either buffing your animal or hindering opponents' animals. Because the animal that is being hindered is not going to be able to communicate that. So yeah, I think it opens up so many options. Yeah. You buy tea, eventually get called to rail. I think you are assigned a turtle, and if it wins, you get a pre-selected prize. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I think that there's a lot more. It's kind of like it's even more options. It's similar to like a wrestling match or a pit fight, in the way that your players might interact with those. But it has the added layer of the things that you're applying stuff to can't tell anyone. Casting slow on a turtle is just evil. Yeah. But yeah. So I love it. I love a good race game. Yeah.
Uniform long shirts of dark gray and gold to match the building's exterior. Rush drinks, food, and coin between tables as you begin to push through the crowd. You come upon Keela first as you push past to the far room. There is a long table and what looks like a series of curved, almost like miniature maze-like paths, and there are 5 paths that all run alongside each other. As you kind of glance over the crowd, you see what appears to be 5 desert lizards, about that long, that are all being held in cages at one end. And you see a bunch of individuals that are currently in the process of setting bets down in the central table with a number of colored squares around it, and they're putting different amounts stacked up on the side, and they're all speaking in a language you don't understand. As you kind of approach and glance over, some of them kind of stop and glance over their shoulder at you, and then just go back about their business, not paying attention.
Oh, they're kind of doing their own thing? Okay. How far away am I from the lizards?
About maybe 7 feet.
Can I go up to them, or are they like behind like a gate?
Well, they're all in these very, very well-crafted cages, side by side at the far end of the table, right next to where all the bets are being placed. And there look to be 2 guards flanking them, and 1 man at the very end of the table that's currently looks to have his hand on a single doorway that is in the front of each of these cages, and is in the process of currently counting up and keeping track of all the bets that are being placed.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to the guy.
Okay. Walk up and we'll keep just a couple of feet behind. He starts making little notes, writing little notes, and then checking on the lizards, making the notes as you walk up. You can see. Yes, may I help you?
Be pleased.
Be pleased.
What are these magnificent creatures that you're racing?
Have you not played this before?
No, I'm a tourist, so I'm brand new.
This is my surprise face. This is Quan Adrensal, or the Run of Luck. It is a traditional old market game of chance. What the casino is partially named after. It was founded on this particular sport, if you will. People bet on which lizard reaches the end first. Then, the people who choose correctly make a profit. The second makes half back what was bet. The rest lose all to the house.
Is it possible for me to get a closer look at the specimens that you are racing?
Why?
I'm a purveyor of fabulous beasts, and I just, want to, just see these fabulous creatures that you're raising and racing.
Persuasion check.
Oh, God damn it, this is not what I'm good at.
Nope. Oh, you're a purveyor of fabulous beasts.
I will also note, which she's kind of hitting on here, kind of not. There's also an opportunity for party drama in like fun drama in a way that there's not with other betting games with races of like the treatment of animals and like if you should impact creatures that are not like aware of what's going on. There's especially if you have something like a druid at the table. There can be some interesting party drama from that. I guess depending on the moral leanings of the individual party members.
10!
He goes, if you wish to put down enough money to make it worth my while to inspect your investment, then perhaps we can talk. However, tourists, I keep away from the money-making.
How does 200 gold sound?
Shit.
Well, that is higher than the 25 gold minimum buy-in, so yes. Which of the lizards would you like to bet on? We have Rul, Sonpa, Thordak, Wendes, and Vosa.
What was that?
What did you just say? Sorry, what was the third name that you just said?
Thordak.
Did you say Thordak?
Yes.
Well, what a fascinating name. Where did that one come from?
Came from the stupid bastard that attacked the city hundreds of years ago.
Oh, wow, yeah. No, I was just wondering if there's any...
Wait, I gotta take those names down. We gotta take some notes about those names. What were they? Because there was also Devosa.
Relation?
Let the transcript catch up, I guess? No. 221105. There was also Devosa, who is Jaman Saord. Let's see. Ja. So this seems like it might be dragon names, potentially? Names of the lizards in the casino. Possibly all dragon names? Question mark? Because this would be interesting. It'd be interesting. The picture quality is 144. Of my stream or of this stream? Of the, because I don't think I'm dropping any frames. I'll turn up the Critical Role one a little bit. But a lot of them, it's weird because with a lot of the dragons, we know their dragon names. We don't know their human names. And so I would assume that all of these would be dragon names. Maybe these are other metallics. Given that the only metallic that we're aware of is Devosa, maybe Rules, Sonpa, and Wendis are all other metallics that we just haven't met. Interesting.
Would you like to better? We have Rul, Sonpa.
The third name that you named, where did that one come from?
Came from the stupid bastard that attacked the city hundreds of years ago.
Oh, wow, okay. No, I was just wondering if there's any correlation.
Always been on
Because it's a
THORDAK.
tiny, puny piece of shit lizard. Of course it is.
Right. Can I get a closer look at them?
Which one are you betting on?
I would like to get a closer look at them before I decide on where to put my well-earned money.
He stands back and the two guards kind of muscle a little closer as he goes, have a look. And you can kind of lean forward and glance across the front of the cages. They all have this kind of reddish, yellow sand type scaled exterior, darker at the top and lighter on the underbelly. And they're all pretty much the same size. Age may differ. You can't really tell which ones are healthy or not from this distance. What are you looking for?
How close are the guys to me?
To you, they're like a foot from you, maybe. They're both being very careful.
A foot?
I'm going to.
They're watching you very closely.
I'm going to engage the man in a bit of conversation. So is it a straight bet across, or are there competing numbers based on historical averages for these creatures at this point? Is there where is the money going at the moment?
The money right now, we have currently a total of 750 gold pieces placed in total on Rul, who has apparently been doing rather well for today. Sonpa has been failing miserably, but might be the underdog. Who knows? They're all in equal health, and the variations can be plenty. Wendis is okay. THORDAK has characteristically no votes. Devosa has a decent amount. It is up to you. What do you wish?
While they're having this conversation, I'm going to kind of lean into the lizards and cast Speak with Animals.
All right, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Very under my breath.
Tossed from the casino.
Here we go again.
Let's have a look at Speak with Animals. Let's see exactly what components it requires.
Oh no.
Wow.
Because this is going to largely
Just very, discreetly here.
verbal and somatic. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Just kinda,
sleight of hand.
What is that?
That's nuts.
One. Was it a one?
Of course, it's a 1.
Oh no! Keelan, don't get arrested
Dude, you are the
again!
biggest felon of our group.
Not even 2 minutes in the Lux One Casino. You lean forward and begin muttering beneath your breath the various druidic incantations, and as your fingers begin to manipulate the spectrum of divine energies in your hand, a giant meaty arm just claps down on your hand and pulls you to the side, and the guard pulls you off your feet up his face.
Excuse me, are you trying to do funny business?
I'm very bad at funny. You talk to other people in our group for funny.
I'm ignoring this.
You are out of the run.
And the other gentleman grabs your shoulder, and they begin pushing you out towards the exit of the Lux Room.
Oh, come on, man. Look,
Ready to do anything?
Nope.
All right. As you keep conversing with the gentleman, you watch as Keyleth gets pushed very forcefully towards the back door on the opposite side of the chamber and kicked out onto the street. Like full-on boot to the ass, about a 3-foot arc before slamming onto the cobblestone, the dark red cobblestone streets of the Suncut Bazaar.
You guys, I just got kicked out of a casino! Oh, I'm so cool! I'm cool, Scanlan, I'm cool!
By the way, you lost your concentration, and currently the shoulders are now dampened.
I'm a little soggy, but I'm so cool. That was really cool, Kenneth. Super.
I think we'll still put 25 on. I think I'll put 25 on.
Yeah, can I
THORDAK.
forward my?
Oh, you're still gonna
my
bet?
bet?
THORDAK, let's put 25 on
I'm not
THORDAK.
putting any money on
You never
THORDAK.
actually put your money down.
Oh, good. I didn't lose.
So
my
I'm
goal. That's
going
great.
to put 25 on THORDAK.
I'm gonna put 25 on the second one, the one that doesn't have any bets.
Okay, so we have, let's see here, we have 25 on THORDAK, and then we have
The one that you said hasn't has
just
the
Sonpa.
underdog.
Sonpa.
If it's any consolation, that was totally adorable. Just wait outside for us. We'll be able to bid
And how much money do you put down?
with the spice.
25 gold as
25
well.
gold.
The minimum.
Oh right, no, I don't want to look like I'm putting down the minimum.
No, we're learning the game. No one's going to give you anything. We're learning the game. No, but you don't.
I was gonna pull like an all dogs go to heaven.
Don't have to be big spenders. Yeah.
Talk to
25 gold.
Figure out.
You gotta spend big to make big, Percy.
Yeah, but you've got to learn
25
the
gold
game.
buy-in for 2 of you on 2 different lizards. 25 on THORDAK, 25 on Sunpot.
Yes.
The rest of the bets come in. They're marked down. The coins are put on the table in corresponding colors. You guys place them completely incorrectly, and they correct them for you and kind of glare. You watch as the gentleman who's running the event goes, "Bidiste!"
Oh, man.
Lifts up the front of the gate, so the lizard just starts scurrying out rapidly.
Guys,
down
tell me what's happening.
Everyone
No,
kind of
no,
comes in
no.
real fast, means like cheering and cheering, kind of chanting the different names of the people they put money on. All right, as we come around, we are rolling for each individual lizard for the entire
really?
Yeah, I have rules for all the different.
Oh, this is adorable. Go on the dog.
All right, so
Matt
Komodo
invented
dragon.
a casino for his life.
ooh,
Invented
Teeny
a
buddy.
goddamn casino.
paired. All right,
Roll for 10.
Just rolling once to
Natural
see.
one.
2d4 for each one to see how well they do for the.
2d4! It's your rules. You could do anything. It could be 1d8. Why does it have to be 2d4?
What a good excuse to finally order a D9 and just have the D9 only for this game.
Only for lizard racing.
Here's a D9.
Makes no
Most
sense.
awkward there is.
100 side. If it's over
And with that, you watch as they curve around each corner, scurrying forward and past. They spin around the far end, they come rushing back on the opposite side of the table. People are shouting.
It's horrible!
Nobody
Don't
likes
do
you.
it!
One
That's too
gentleman to the left of you seems to have like some large cigar type thing. It's just blustering out smoke in your vicinity, making you cough a bit. But you're still focused on this. You watch as Rule pulls ahead, THORDAK pulls ahead and pulls back. Sanpa pushes forward to the very end, when he's fall behind. Devosa gets close and barely scoots past, and Devosa is the winner.
Do I get
got-
anything for second place?
Second place, you get back half of what.
Speaking of what we were talking about in the Matt Mercer effect before, I think that, and this is something that I definitely need to, I think I need to get a little bit better at my games, is that degree of he could have just done, right? Like if you're just looking at like what happened, right? It's like Matt had a game, told them how it worked, accepted the money, and rolled to see which lizard won, right? And that could have been a much shorter experience and allow them to maybe get multiple rounds in, whatever. But I think that one of Matt's big strengths is even when you're not talking to an NPC, it has a really strong sense of narration of the environment, of like narrating that race and that event. I felt the urgency. And like the players are all playing into it, of course, which absolutely helps a ton. But those little mini improv sequences, I think, are one of the things that really make his games feel more full, right? It makes you kind of forget that you're playing a game and kind of bring you into the role play and the scene in the world. Yeah. But like I said before, it's hard to gain the confidence to improv little sequences like that. Where there's, this little extended period of time where you're kind of holding your players on the hook of like, oh, what's going to happen? Not making him go on too long, but also not having him be too short. And he's really good at it.
You bet. So you get 13 gold pieces back. You lose your bet.
lose my money.
A few other gentlemen seem to be happy and collect their winnings, and far more seem to be disappointed with the outcome. Some leave, a few more fill the spaces, and that round of Run of Luck is complete.
What's it like outside?
What's it like outside?
I mean, it's dark, but beautiful with the various lanterns that are now lit. There's carts being pulled by. Some folks are leaving for the evening. Some folks are bringing things into the bazaar. They prefer to actually shop during the evening, whether what their wares may be. You don't know. But it seems lively.
It's dark and I'm in a shady alleyway and I'm alone. It's great.
Maybe maybe go out to the front. Where the people are. You don't need to be.
Oh yeah.
Back by the dumpster,
Yeah, no, I guess so. But it's so pretty.
All right, so.
It's everything in my power not to keep betting, but we should probably walk away.
Let's try another game. I'm not feeling this one.
Okay.
I don't like betting on life. I like betting on chance.
As we walk around, we just keep an eye out for Scannon's red shirt.
I'm trying to wander away from them as best I can.
Right, so you just keep your way, just wandering through the casino, looking over different games and such. You come across a card game. This one, you've actually heard of it, though you haven't actually seen it played before. It's called the Gambit of Ord. It's a competitive card game between a group of card players at a table. That actually has, and it has a buy-in, but can raise per round back and forth based on who drops out and who doesn't. There's a dice game called Evandra's Favor that involves you actually rolling 2d6.
Ooh, yeah, go to that one, guys. Go to that one.
No.
And if you get either a 7 or 12, you win. You can but you can double the bet to add an additional d6 to try and get either a 7 or 12 if the numbers don't quite meet one or the other.
Go there.
We're going there.
And I'm
All right, so you go to the dice cave. All right, you go over to the Evander's favorite table.
I'm gonna use my gold dice.
Are
It's
number
a real life problem, so.
The only thing I will say to the actual running of this is I think that, especially in this scenario where they are there for kind of in-fiction story reasons, and then there are all of these games around, I think that the games are a really good, they provide a really good kind of natural flow to them. Because, like, essentially, what they're planning on doing is splitting the party, right? They are planning on Scanlan going in and interacting with these people, and they are all going to be, nearby but playing these games. And a lot of times the problem with splitting the party is that one party is one side of the party is normally doing more than the other, right? Like so you have party A, we'll say, and then party B. And a lot of times the split happens because one of them is more needs to do something and the other one needs to do another thing. And most of the time those aren't equal, right? It's like these guys are going to just have more that they need to do than these. That's bigger and smaller box. And so it's hard to balance as a DM going back and forth between these two and how often you're going to do so. I kind of talked about it in the Feywild a little bit, where, Grog and Scanlan went into the cave, and then the other people were just sitting outside, not being in the cave. But it feels weird if you just focus on party A, because, they still have some things that they're doing, and in the fiction, they need to be doing something, right? They need to be occupying their time. And so Matt was going back occasionally to party B, and he, I think he did a pretty good job at balancing it. But the thing about the casino, is that now you as the DM, you just have to look. If you do split the party, if Scanlan starts interacting with these criminals, right? All you have to do is look for break spots, natural break points in Scanlan's conversation. And where in a normal split, you would have to do the same thing for the other party, which is difficult. You don't have to do that with the other party, because when you finish, you find the natural break point in Scanlan's and you swap over to this has like a guaranteed end. You just do one game. Right, you do like the race, you do this new card game or this new dice game that they're going to go and play, and you do one round of that. You say, great, the round's done, going back to Scanlan. It's like a very distinct endpoint where you switch back to the other side of the party. Whereas this one is a little bit more shaky because, it's more dependent on how the conversation's going and all that. So, that said, I would definitely ASAP Scanlan over to whatever he's going to do, let him decide. And then you can kind of come back to each other member of Vox Machina doing their own separate gambling and have those be their own little self-contained scenes before you switch back to the main Scanlan. Yeah. It's really interesting. I've never thought about setting a situation where I know that only one of the players is going to participate. Even think something like this isn't you couldn't really do this for this example, but something like Keyless Arashari, or sorry, not Arashari, but her Ashari questline, where there's kind of this built-in assumption that even if the party can help, that she is still going to have, the prominent role in whatever needs to be accomplished there. And if you set that within something like a festival, and that's why I said I don't know that it quite makes sense for the Ashari questline. I think it'd be kind of hard to justify. But something like that, where, you know, one of your players has something that they need to do, and it's really only makes sense for it to just be them. Setting that within a larger setting where you can have all of the other players and characters off doing these little mini sequences, these little mini games. It can provide some levity for a potentially serious interaction, like Ashari. Could provide like a little come up for air moment, while also justifying what they're doing the whole time. Because we can assume... Take a break. We can assume that off screen, they're just gambling more. Because that's also one of the struggles with the party split, is keeping their times synced up to where it feels like they're spending the same amount of time per like out of game time. That's very hard to manage and keep feeling right. Whereas if you're just like in this festival environment or casino where they're playing all these little games, we can just assume, and I think the players would just assume, like, okay, yeah, we're only narrating some of it. When we're back at Scanlan, I'm still gambling. I'm just, you know, doing it more. But anyways, we'll take a quick break, and then I will be right back. What up? Hello, we're back. Let's play.
Thank you.
All right, so you have to wait a moment, as there is a small line of people queued up to go ahead and place their bets in for the dice roll. Some people are betting on each individual as they go in, whether or not they're going to go ahead and make it. You wait for about 15 or so minutes before you watch a couple folks lose horribly and walk away like very kind of sorrowful about how much they lost and trying to push the luck as they step away. Then finally it's your turn, and the woman who's currently holding the table goes,
"And you, miss, you are here to play."
This game.
Yes, Vandra's favor.
Yes,
correct.
that.
All right, so what is your initial bet, my dear?
I can't actually remember what you said the rules were. So, what's the minimum bet?
25 gold pieces.
Okay.
How much for the extended bet?
Oh, how much as you want?
Oh,
It's your
to
choice.
get the third die.
I think you roll first and then.
And then you
decide.
add. You can double your bet to add the.
to add an additional die.
Okay, then I'm going to put 25 down just to see how it goes.
25 gold pieces, please.
Okay, here we go.
Take it, mark that off. You
It's marking.
slides it into your square.
All right, now roll the dice and may Vandra be with you.
Okay, what am I rolling?
2d6.
2d6, you got it. Where's my other?
This is the most important roll.
Of my life.
Gold dice.
She's dead.
They're gold dice, they're the gold dice. 8.
8.
Oh god, this is a hard game!
Beyond
You
7.
lose
Very close.
Really easily.
Now, I could take the coin, or you could double your bet and add one more die.
To get to 12?
Or to get to 12, or any combination of 7 of 2, or all 3 must be 12.
Alright,
Live
I'm going
large,
to double my
Baroness.
bet and I'm going to throw one more dice in the.
50 gold.
50
Takes the
gold,
rest
yes.
of the con. All right, go ahead and add one more dice. So 8 plus.
It was almost a 4! It went off of the 4! It was a 5, so I'm
Vandra is not by your side this moment. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. That was
gold.
really super duper fun.
I need to take a round at this as well.
I think you should.
All right, I'm going in as well.
All right, 25 gold.
25 gold for my wonderful
Chips it over.
Now, roll the dice and may Vandra be with you.
Percy luck, Percy luck.
Only work with 20.
Peter New Look.
7.
First, the table of Andra has kissed upon your forehead. Please, take your winnings. And she gives you 50 gold back.
Ooh, 50 gold back. You should try it again.
You gotta keep
You know,
going. Yeah,
you've
go on.
made money now.
you gotta keep going.
This is a streak at this point.
I'll put 25 more in.
25 gold. Oh, but you've already proven that this has been conquerable. Are you sure 25 is all you wish to bet?
She's good. Do it. She's good.
The goddess watches over you this moment. How long she may last, we do not know.
25 is fine. I don't believe in luck.
He should.
Roll your dice.
Says he rolls more 20s.
6.
Unfortunate.
I'll put in the 25 for one more die.
Right, better 50. Roll your one more die.
No.
The goddess left you. Sorry.
It was a wonderful thrill and good evening.
Good evening to you as well.
I tip her
right back.
2 extra gold, because that's what you're supposed to do.
It was a tip.
Thank you kindly. Next up, and another gentleman kind of muscles past and throws down his coin. My turn. And he sits down, and other folks kind of come in and begin to watch his next turn go. As this is happening, you're kind of making your way through the casino.
Let's find the cheap drinks.
Yeah, I've forgotten, Matt. Did they say to meet in a specific spot, or was it just they'll know you from your red shirt?
They'll know you from your red shirt.
Okay, so then I am going up to. I'm walking past some of the higher rollers that I see, and as I walk past, I'm just going, I'm the guy. I'm the guy. It's me. I'm the guy. And just keep walking if they don't.
About 20 minutes of this as you're kind of watching over, and some folks kind of look down expecting to see a child and spooked by it. And in your time here, you've only really come across maybe 2 other gnomes. They're not very prominent here on Corel as a people. So some folks kind of give you an odd look to the side, sideways glance as you step around. At one point, you do feel one hand kind of clasp onto your shoulder. And you glance up and you see what appears to be a nice kind of billowing dark blue silk shirt across what looks to be a half-orc gentleman. With his hair slicked back short over the edge of his scalp. He has what looks to be a really well-trimmed goatee and a very, very big hoop gold earring on one ear, and his hand is just like wrapped around your shoulder, and he goes,
So, Vadavan said we are to speak, yes?
Maybe.
Well then, follow me to more private quarters so we can have a conversation.
Shit.
Lead the way.
he releases your shoulder and begins walking up the stairs to the 2nd floor.
Yes. I'll join him.
All right.
Ride that
Did we
20.
see him walking up the stairs?
Perception check.
I'll join in that perception.
You kept your eye the whole time, because that's your goal, so you see this happen.
Guys, give me a drink.
21.
Please.
15.
21.
Okay. So yeah, Percy, Vax, and Vex both, all 3 of you see Scanlan led upstairs, trailing behind this well-dressed half-orc individual.
If they have a Chardonnay,
I was going to go red.
that works.
All right.
A Shiraz would be phenomenal.
You guys following, or are you staying where you are? Just keep
I
Are the
think
stairs peopled, or are they empty other than Scanlan?
occasional foot traffic up and down. There does appear to be one of the various hired ruffians to keep the peace around this vicinity at the landing up where the stairs stop and then head further up. So
is
kind of
the
like the
gambling
midterm.
only at the 1st level, or is it up higher levels as
You
well?
haven't been to the 2nd floor?
I think I'll, after a little bit,
Let's grab
grab a drink and then
drunkenly head
yeah.
up.
Okay. So you guys had to get a drink.
Can I ride
Something
my
red.
20 up the stairs?
I'd say at this point, because you're no longer hiding in the corner, you're actually entering a socialist place, you have to go and roll a stealth check.
That's fine. This is a 31.
Okay. So as opposed to just being out of sight, you are trained in the idea of blending in, making very subtle movements, not catch anyone's attention, and to match the energy of the room about you so as not to really stand out amongst the crowd. You adjust some of your clothing to match some of the kind of the shoulder-tossed shawls that some of the folks in here wear, and you naturally kind of fall into the general atmosphere of the casino.
I'm still wearing the fancy whites that Percival put over me the other day.
Not a worry. You follow up the stairs, and up top you do see there are a couple more tables in the center room, and what looks to be 6 doors on each side of this long run before another staircase ends up at the 3rd floor of this establishment. The half-orc walks to the 4th door on the left, pulls out a key, pulls the door open, glances over his shoulder just for a second, and enters the room.
I will gladly follow.
Okay. As you turn the corner and enter the room, there is a singular table. There are 2 chairs facing each other. There appears to be some small...
It's a crazy casino.
You can do anything you want in this game. Anything.
I'll watch for 10 minutes with the Arcs, to be fair.
You read the Ox Hour?
As you enter the room, you see there are a few tables on the far side. There's a window that looks out that is currently closed, and the half-orc is now standing on the opposite side of the table.
So, what have you got for me?
You enter and sit down.
Oh, yes, I enter and sit down.
Okay, you sit down. As you sit down, the door kind of closes behind you, and you see the half-elf that you had met earlier in the alleyway, as was behind the door, walks around and leaves the room, closing the door behind him. And you hear... The half-orc is set down and goes,
So, you were asking about spice.
Again, maybe.
Specifically, if I'm to understand, 200 gold worth of fusaka
Maybe more if it's of a higher quality.
Let it be known that I brought just in case twice the amount.
And he reaches off to the side and opens one of the small cupboards that's part of the table arrangement on that side of the room and pulls out 2 satchels that are about that big around each and kind of lifts them both one after the other onto the table. They're tied at the very top. It's kind of like a high quality burlap type material on the outside. Only the weave is much tighter, so it's not liable to leak or stumble out.
So, it is difficult to acquire this. I would say one for 250, or both for 400 gold.
How do I know it's of a quality I'm accustomed to from my homeland?
Because I have a reputation to uphold. If you wish not to have any, perhaps you find business with less viable options.
Forgive me, I'm just not from around here. Don't know of your reputation. Could I possibly...
So that would be a lot, Sarah. It's so... to compliment both Matt and Sam in this scenario, which is so funny. I feel like I've been so complimentary lately. Which, not a bad thing. But the last couple of episodes have just been bangers, dude. Banger after banger. And they're both doing a really good job at playing into the bit, where Matt is very specifically choosing words and phrases that would make sense in an illicit context, but also in a potentially benign one. And to Sam's credit, because I think that as a player, you might get kind of tempted to try and collapse the possibilities, right? I think it is funnier and more interesting that Sam/Scanlan is not asking questions that would directly lead to an answer on whether or not this is illicit or not. It's a good shared bit. And speaking of things, if you want to role play like them, leaning into what you don't know and the flaws of Scanlan, being excited about this and not wanting to ask questions. It's definitely, it's not a very gamey thing to do, if you want to win the game of Dungeons and Dragons, big asterisks, you would want to collapse the possibilities. You would want to know, is this illegal, is this not? But from a more fun roleplay perspective, I think this is a lot of fun. All this talk of spice makes me think the Bene Gesserit are afoot. That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah. I think something that makes them a great table is no one is leading, I'm assuming. I say linge. No one is leaning in to correct or suggest to Sam. Yeah, I also agree. They give each other a nice amount of autonomy. And this is, I've talked about this occasionally, especially when we talked about whispers. And I said I didn't really love whispers. I know that some tables will do this sort of conversation off, in a separate room sometimes. To try and reduce the disparity between what players know and what characters know. I think especially if the other, table players can, I don't want to say control themselves, but if they do, just kind of stand back and let everything play out, I think that it provides a great source of comedy and fun and levity, and really fun roleplay opportunities later when all the players know the truth of what happens in this interaction. But if Scanlan, tells them a lie or something like that, that can be a really fun way to draw people into roleplay at your tables. If they can let it go, you know what I'm saying? If they don't try to force the truth out of Scanlan, they just play their characters and, trust him as far as they normally would. It's a lot of restraint. It's a lot of trust. But I think that if you can display that restraint and trust as other players, then this is so much fun role play fodder. Like, I don't even know what's going to happen in here, and I almost guarantee that Scanlan is not going to tell it accurately. And that's great role play opportunities for the rest of them to press him on like weirdly specific questions that they, just thought of, but never too hard. Not in the service of trying to get him to actually admit it, but in the service of like letting him dig himself a funny hole. You know what I'm saying? But it does, like you said, it requires restraint and trust. Yeah. It would be so hard not to help, and I'm guilty of it as anyone else. You want to stop your buddy from making an error, missing an opportunity. CR has let go of that. Yeah, it's a hard dynamic to reach, especially if you're playing at a table with different levels of experience, right? And I think this isn't Ashley Johnson's fault at all, but I do think that to a degree, a lot of their interesting role play gets mitigated or a lot of times lessened when Ashley's at the table because she just doesn't play with them as often. And I think a lot of times they are concerned about helping her out because at this point, she just has so much less experience than them, which is sad, but it's very much not her fault. But it is harder to access that sort of thing when you're at a table with people with way more experience than the others or than another. But I think if you can access it and you can really restrain yourself from helping your teammates, it can have a lot of benefits. It's also one of the reasons I like starting at lower levels for my campaigns. Like I like starting at level 1, maybe going through it quickly, maybe I've considered double XP for level 1 for a little bit. But starting at level 1 so that everyone has time to sink into their abilities and you don't feel like you have to monitor each other as much, hopefully. Especially if you do have more experience. Because when you start at higher levels, 5, 6, 7, I think it highlights a lot of the knowledge disparity a lot more. Of you just start off with more toys. And so the people that are more intuitively aware of the toys, that's going to be more clear. And it's going to be harder for them to hold themselves back in that situation because they're trying to get everyone else, kind of spun up on their abilities. So even if you want to start at, level 3 or 5, I still think that from this perspective, this benefit of everyone knowing their stuff, I still like starting at the lower levels. But whatever level you ideally want to quote unquote start at, just give them double or triple XP until they hit that level, Or if you're doing milestone, have them level up every session until they get to levels 3 or 5, and then slow down the level up pace to whatever you want it to normally be. Because I think that can, it's not going to fix it every time by any means, but I think that's going to help mitigate some of the knowledge disparity to where the more knowledgeable people don't feel like they need to jump in and help. Yeah. This is very, I want you to fuck with me. Oh, yeah. It's a win-win narrative. Either it is illicit drugs, which would be interesting to see the fallout of that, or it's not drugs and a scam, which would also be fun to watch the fallout of that. Yeah, absolutely. This entire scenario and the way that Matt and Sam have progressed it and role-played it is a really good, I think a really good example of Sam really playing into his flaws, because I also, to clarify, I don't feel like Scanlan not trying to collapse the possibilities. That doesn't feel weird to me, which if Percy was in this situation, it would feel very weird that that Percy's not trying to collapse the possibilities and figure out if it's legal or not. But I think that this is a really good kind of personalized win-win quest line. where it plays on like Scanlan's desire to like look cool and you know, and it also is like a purely social thing, which, you know, kind of taps into his charisma bard areas. Yeah, I think that they're both progressing it in a very controlled and really awesome manner. Where even if you don't fuck with like the more jokey nature of it, I think there's still a lot you can take away from just how Matt has progressed it and how Scanlan has like or how Sam has interacted with that. Yeah. I think sometimes they overhelp her too much in C1. Yeah, which I get. I don't blame them for it. It's just an unfortunate situation. Yeah. This area of CR, it is possible to catch them still fumbling with helping each other without their input. Yeah. It's interesting to watch them become so comfortable with each other's style. Much to Matt delight and dismay. Yeah, I think that's I mean, one of the things I also love about this series is like highlighting a lot of their character growth. Scanlan has become a substantially more interesting character as C1 has gone on, and it's been really cool to like watch and analyze that. But yeah, a lot of it I think is comfort with the system and just pulling yourself back enough to still help people that need it, but also, wait, I'm confusing my words. Not so much that you still help those that need it, but enough to where you allow for fun situations like this. Yeah.
Possibly have a sample to see.
Persuasion checks.
Yes, you can.
While he's doing that, I'm pretending to sort of drunkenly lean on the wall.
That just happened.
Outside that door.
Did that just happened?
What was it? What?
All right, Lord. All right. As you glance up and look on the side, you can see what looks to be a kind of tan-skinned half-elf in robes, kind of waiting impatiently with his back against the door that you just barely saw Scanlan disappear into after he walked out of. He gives you a look over.
Would you wish, but be careful not to inhale too deeply.
And he takes the rope and kind of unfurls and unties it, takes the satchel and pushes it over towards you.
Just the whole satchel.
The entire satchel.
Oh God! What does it look like, man?
Yeah, what does it look like?
Well, it's kind of halfway across the table. You go ahead and pull it towards you.
Pull it towards me, yes.
It's a little heavier than expected. It's not like a light basing. It's a very kind of heavy material. And as you pull it forward, it looks like very, very finely mulched bark almost, or shavings, and has this kind of pungent smell like dried cheese with a hint of cedar.
What is this shit?
I'm so pleased.
Is it of a fine? It's not a fine powder. It's chunky.
It's chunky to an extent, and as you're kind of looking over it, he goes,
It requires additional refining for use, of course.
Of course, this isn't my first rodeo, friend. Put it in your lip. Put it in your lip. Being that I play stringed instruments, I have long nails, so I'll take my pinky and sort of dip down and just get a little on the end of my pinky.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, smell it a bit.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
My gums a little bit.
Sweet Christmas.
The cedar. Witches.
The smell is strong. And the taste is stronger. It is not pleasant to the tongue. The aftertaste does have a unique zest to it. There is kind of a slight numbness, and while the initial flavor is awful, the lingering flavor is actually quite nice, like a spiced meat almost. It catches you off guard.
Spiced meat. Am I feeling high at all?
Make a constitution check.
How fast is your metabolism?
Constitution check? Never checked my constitution.
Huh? Saving throw.
Saving throw. Well, either way, it's 16.
16, okay. Best you can tell, there's no immediate effect. You don't know what it's supposed to do. It doesn't seem to be having an effect on you at the moment.
I'll just do a little bit more. Up the nose? Just a little more, just to see if it's doing anything.
Take another constitution.
16.
There's really no effect, and you can see the half-orc is starting to get a little impatient and frustrated.
So, you've tried of the wares. Are you satisfied?
I'm not dead. I guess that's good. You know, where I'm from, sometimes we burn it and inhale it that way. Is that done? What methods do you guys use here?
His head kind of pulls back a bit, and he goes,
You may do what you wish with it upon purchasing. That is up to you. I am a little worried that you may not be...
And it's even... you can even see they're basically doing which I don't know if I'm doing too much of like dissecting comedy here, But they're kind of doing a fucking who's on first here of Sam. Scanlan is at this point trying to get a little bit more information, not enough to actually contextualize the entire thing, but just a little bit more. And Matt is still avoiding it. Matt is like avoiding anything that might give Scanlan more information and power in the situation, which is so funny. To not answer how they do it here, but he did give him a little bit. He gave him that the thing that he said was wrong. So, but he still doesn't know the right way. So it's a thing that makes sense within the conversation. There's an exchange of information, but no useful information, at least as far as Scanlan's concerned.
We're regulating your intake.
Don't worry about me, friend, all right? Friendo. My mom and dad, that's their job, all right? All right. I guess I'll take it. Your reputation and the seeming good quality makes me believe that this is of a fine caliber quality product. It stings a little in the eyes, that's all.
That it would.
For 2 satchels like this, why don't we say 300?
He's immediately like kind of eagerly leaning forwards, this back into an arm crossed.
400 was already a discount.
Fair enough. 400 it is.
400. And he takes the other satchel and is about to push it forward, and is seemingly waiting.
For me to pay him? Sure, I'll drop 400 large.
Okay.
$400,000.
As you both kind of wait a moment and pause, you both kind of shove it across at the same time. He catches the coin pouch. After watching you count it across the table, both your satchels are at your disposal.
It has been a pleasure doing business with you. If it is not too much to ask, in case you require further assistance, what shall I call you?
You can call me the Meat Man.
The Meat Man. I hope to do more business with you in the future, Meat Man.
And what shall I call you?
For a second.
I have a few titles, but in these circles, you may call me Rator.
Rotor?
Rator.
Rotor. And just so I'm clear here, this is a drug, right?
Of course it is.
Oh, really? Do I just need... I'm not feeling it yet. That's why do I just need to do more of it? Is that the thing?
It does not affect you immediately.
Oh, it doesn't?
Oh, shit.
And again, not to dissect the comedy too much, but Sam and Matt so directly confirming it directly after the point of no return, right? So you don't give the information that will actually help him make the decision, and then once he makes the decision, you let him know what decision it was that he made. Yeah. It's a way, it's a really good way to, drive a lot of this intrigue and comedy, but without letting it get stale. Because if the guy was continuing to be shady and Sam didn't clarify and they don't know what it is, it's probably going to take too much time, right? It's going to take too much time of them trying to fucking figure it out. They're going to get lab tested. That stops being fun and funny anymore. They've done the big climactic funny part. And so now, boom, we collapse the possibilities. We tell them what it is. If you trust the narrator, that is fair, John. If you trust the narrator, if you trust this guy telling you it's actually a drug. But that at least has the added funniness of, rather than keeping it abstract and vague, now it shifts to, is this person actually a drug dealer? Which can have its own new sequence of funny discovery. I think we've had this nice little sequence, this nice little comedy bit around the drug itself. The decision has been made. Scanlan's carrying it now. And we'll collapse that possibility. And if we want to open a new thing of, is this person lying? Are they actually a drug dealer? Who the fuck are they? That could be separately funny now that we have the spice collapsed. But But very good point. Very, very good point. The meat man. Now that you have already got drugged, just make sure you did drugs. Yeah. Casting legend lore to learn about drugs. Yeah. DM could summon be a Schrodinger's cat to save it for later, whether to make it a drug or not. It's true. The illicit nature of the entire thing allows Matt some freedom in what is actually going on. Like, if Sam decides to just trust that it's drugs, Sam and Scanlan just decide to trust that, never ask any more questions, Matt can leave it that way, right? Matt can, in the back, behind the screen, be like, okay, yep, it's actually drugs. Or if this is keeping Sam's attention, Matt can make it a little bit ambiguous, a little bit vague, a little bit Schrodinger's cat, to drive even more interest in drama. Yeah, this is a really good example. That I feel like we don't often have this explicit of an example of what I mean when I say vibe checking your player's interest. Because Matt has left the door open with this exact thing of if you trust the narrator, because he's the one telling us. He's also the seller. He has a vested interest in potentially lying. And so Matt is kind of leaving a door open to vibe check Sam's interest. If Sam starts asking around about Rudder or whatever his name was, then Matt knows, okay, he's still interested in this quest line. I can buff it out a little bit. If Scanlan, Sam, whatever, never uses the name a single time, that's a vibe check, right? That's a vibe check. We're done with the spice. We're gonna have an interaction probably back in Tal'Dorei with Jarrett, but largely done. And Matt is, or at least, I don't even know if I can say this broadly. I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. But definitely in this scenario, Matt is doing a really good job of like leaving the door open for player vibe checking, which is great. Yeah. We know what Gilmore keeps in those storehouses kept by the clones of his parents. It's all the spice. Gilmore's a magic. He's an analogy for a drug dealer, or for like a gang kingpin over in Tal'Dorei with like the analogous magic items. But back in Marquette, he's just a literal drug kingpin. We just abandoned the analogy, and it's just real drugs when we get to Marquette. Oh man. Rudder sounds so much like the name of a drug dealing junkie from Breaking Bad. Oh, Rudder? Yeah, Rudder does. I agree. It's one of my favorite yes and moments of C1. It's great. This entire sequence is very funny, but it all feels just grounded enough. This is early on in the campaign, they had some funny moments that I didn't really vibe with. I didn't really like it that much. This is much more what I like in terms of comedy in TTRPGs, comedy in D&D, are things that with just a skosh of suspension of disbelief, they can remain grounded and within the story. Because one of my favorite things is when comedic, funny things have impacts on maybe slightly more serious things. Probably not very serious things. I wouldn't have their affiliation with this spice dealer have an effect on their affiliation with Jamon, right? I wouldn't want to connect those two things because the tones are very different for those story segments. But possibly their relationship with this might have an effect on who they affiliate themselves with in the city, or even how easy it is for them to get Cabal's ruin from the drug den, right? Things that aren't as important as Jamon's opinion of them, but stuff that are still relatively important. And the connection point makes sense. Drawing in those comedic segments almost entirely in positive ways. I try to avoid comedic segments having like a negative effect or too negative of an effect on more serious stuff. But when you can have the comedic segments have like a positive benefit on the more serious sequences, like, oh, they just let Scanlan in because he's the meat man, right? That'd be just a simple little thing that I think the players would go nuts for. Is say they're trying to get into Druzha's den to get the fucking to get the Cabal's ruin, or they're just talking to that other the person that has it for the first time, and she like a little bit of the way through the conversation, she kind of starts and kind of squints at Scanlan. She goes, "The meat man," and he like has to like take all the person. He's like, "Yeah," and she's like, "Oh, well, I know you're good for your money, blah, blah, blah." And like, it like helps build trust, or it like gets them in the front door, you know? I think the players would go nuts for that sort of shit. Just that small thing. And then, you know, don't give it any more benefits. Don't interact with it too much beyond that. But yeah. I think that would be super, super fun. The absolute power move to ask your bosses to buy you drugs. Poor Jarrett isn't paid enough to deal with VM while sober. True. Jarrett did I think it wasn't probably meant to be a drug at first. But this has progressed in a way that does mean that canonically Jarrett asked his bosses to buy him drugs in a city where he got brutally abused by the penal system, it appears, and told them not to steal anything. It is a little bit weird if you think about it too much, so just don't think about it too much. To each their own, but I feel like this moment is the... Oh, wait. To each their own, but I feel like this moment is the same as Mega views of mansion shenanigans. I think I've realized my problem with mansion shenanigans is that they have no chance to really have an effect on the world. I think I've realized that that's my main problem with it. And I like it. There's like tiers for me. It's like, I really don't like it when the shenanigans are done in the world, but are done in such a way that they can't really have an impact on the world because they're so ridiculous, right? We're essentially isolating the comedy from its effect on the world, and I don't like that at all. The mansion is an in-fiction isolation of the shenanigans to where it doesn't matter how ridiculous they are. It can't have an effect on the world, but I don't like that it can't have an effect on the world. I still like it more than down here. And then my favorite is shenanigans that are ridiculous, but are still grounded enough to where you don't essentially have to ignore them when considering the progression of the world. That's kind of the tiers for me. Now, to be fair, I think my tiers are very wide. Like, I think I have like a lot of, like, I like it a lot more at each tier. I think that having different tiers is very fair. It's very much an opinion thing. And even if you have the same tiers, having there be like smaller gaps between them of like, oh yeah, I guess I technically like that more, but like not a big deal either way. I think that's also very fair. Very much an opinion thing on just like how you like comedy in your TTRPGs. Early campaign with Sam mostly screwing with Matt, going for crude jokes to make him crack. Later, Sam setting in his own as funny man that sometimes use crude humor because Scanlan's like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Ross. And I mean, that's like, I would just not have it get back to Jamon. Like, honestly, if things progress to the point where it needs to be addressed by law enforcement, I would have, like, the Grand Maven or something, like, do them a favor or something. Be like, I know that you're, like, involved in this. You need to keep your fucking nose clean because next time this is getting up to Jamon. All right? And you will not like if it gets up to Jamon. I would add a layer there, but I would really intimidate them. If they did put themselves in a situation where it could theoretically get back to Jamon, I would really intimidate them about that. Yeah. See you, Delphi. Imagine not knowing how to solve short resting without mentioning gritty resting rules. Immediately solves the time pressure if long rest means a week of nothing. I disagree, kind of. My problem with gritty resting is that it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. Like, a week still has to mean something, right? Like, spending a week of resting has to mean something. Things have to change. That has to matter. And by default in D&D, it doesn't. But I will say that it generally, I do think a week, I think is easier to like intuitively make matter to a degree. So I think the gritty resting rules, if you're really concerned about that and you want some help making time matter, I think it becomes easier when you blow it up onto larger scales for the DM. But it's still the same problem. The DM has to make that week passing mean something. Yeah. Not gonna come extensively while catching up. Just felt the need to say that. Hey, fair enough. Though Jamon is a dragon, I feel they already know. Dragons aren't like omnipotent, right? I feel like the dragon doesn't know. I don't know too much about dragon lore, to be fair. But I feel like Devosa doesn't know.
All right, great. Thanks, spy.
Takes his coin, gets up and walks around the table, knocks on the door. A couple knocks. It opens. The half elf kind of peers through. The door opens completely. He stops as you say that.
Sorry. I just got 2 big bags of drugs. Can you give me a backpack or something to put this in? I mean, I can't just walk out of the casino holding
the
this.
half orc rolls his eyes, looks over to the half of the floor and goes, "Rather in." Other entrance. I'll be right back. And he goes to one of the rooms. 30 seconds comes back. It looks to be some sort of a backpack type ensemble and tosses it to you. You catch it.
Now, should you need more, just ask around the bazaar.
And they both quickly head down the stairs past you.
And as they go, I say to them, remember, we met, but you did not meet the meat man.
They both stop on their step and kind of look at each other and just keep walking. They exit the casino and you have your satchels.
Okay. I kind of hyperventilate for a second. I don't know what's going on. Where are you guys?
Did you get my
Place my
Shiraz?
hand right on his shoulder.
That's not me. It's not mine. I throw it across the room.
I catch it. Grab him by the scruff of the shirt and start leading him back down the stairs. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Just don't say anything. I got lots of drugs.
Why are your eyes all bloodshot? What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I don't know what I did.
Is it this?
Maybe. It hasn't affected me yet.
No, what are you doing? Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, you rolled
really
it.
good, yeah. 19.
Seemingly no effect, a little bit of numbness in the gum.
It's terrible. I know. I don't know what it's supposed to do.
Do I do more?
I think so.
As time passes, the after flavor does get better, actually, surprisingly.
Good. Maybe I'll do more.
Yeah, just one more.
Oh man, I think to really concisely convey my opinion on comedy in D&D. I think I find the comedy funnier because I'm picturing this happening in the mansion and I don't find it nearly as funny. I like it when the comedy has stakes to it. When them doing this is potentially going to have repercussions on their reputation inside the city. Yeah. I think that's a very concise way to put it. I think the comedy is funnier when there's stakes. It's also why I generally like watching something like Schitt's Creek, like a very comedic television show that still takes all of its actions seriously, as opposed to like SNL or Whose Line Is It Anyways. It's not just like a difference of like improv versus scripted, because SNL is partially scripted. It is I like it when the comedy is still comedy and it's still funny, but it has potential impacts on more serious plots. I think that's what I'm realizing over the course of this conversation.
Ridiculous.
Oh, 15.
Aftertaste is quite nice.
I've wanted to get high with you for so long.
No. One more.
You're right. You're right. We're in the casino. Life is so fucking hard these days. Why not? Both of us together, right? Yeah. All right, here we go.
You guys make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, 2. 13.
13.
Oh.
Chew on it.
The aftertaste is nice.
It's a spice.
Chew on it.
This is so boring.
Maybe we'll talk to some locals and figure out how it really is.
I'm gonna get Kiki some fucking elven wine. Come on, and I yank him down the stairs.
We've already been waiting in line for the most colorful, ridiculous drink that we can get.
Yeah, just
something with
something.
whatever is the local version of an umbrella.
Sure.
Paper dragon.
like,
For the cost of 2 gold pieces amongst the 3 of you, or 4 of you if you're a part of this as well, Grog.
the like slushy margaritas.
No, I'm hitting on ladies.
Only.
Yeah.
With a simple shoulder tap and an introduction, they turn with a smile and stare directly into the rhino-like helmet on your forehead, and just seem confused to lose interest very quickly.
You clearly do not know how rich I am as the Countess of Febreze. I own many magnificent horses.
Make a deception check.
15.
This is now the 3rd woman you've come across in here. Turns around, she's maybe in early 40s, kind of graying sides to her hair, pulled up tight, but impeccable makeup, beautiful jeweled earrings, and she turns and gives you a glance.
Oh, well, my apologies for not recognizing greatness in my presence.
So, why do you bother me?
Well, I am looking for a companion for the evening. I've had a great victory, and I was hoping I might celebrate it with a fine lass like yourself.
I do not mean to blush in the presence of such greatness. I just need to speak to my compatriot first.
Honey, and this gentleman turns around in fairly nice attire, dark blacks, jeweled necklaces, dark skin, square jaw, kind of rather well built, what looks to be a human, turns and goes,
Yes, my dear.
This fine fellow here is asking to spend the night with me. I think that's all right with you.
he goes,
Maybe they're cool.
But this one.
Yes, I am the Magister of Febreze, and I have many steeds. A night with me would truly honor your lady fair.
They both kind of share a glance and look back at you, and he goes,
Piss off, half-born butts.
Oh shit.
Piss off.
Oh no.
and he takes her arm by the side and pulls her close to him.
I'll reach out, I grab her shoulder.
Oh.
I say, I'm so sorry. This amazing decorative piece on my head sometimes impedes my hearing. I take the hat off. What was it you called me?
Make an intimidation check.
Oh shit!
Wow!
Casino fight! Casino fight! Oh no! I'll get thrown out!
2 people thrown out of the
I'll
club.
get thrown out! Yeah! Natural 1 buddies! Grog and Keelan on fire!
As you
today.
lean in, he leans back and goes,
Oh, well. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was not part of your actual forehead.
feel several hands now reach your shoulders as it appears about 5 of the various guards of the establishment have now encircled you, grabbed you, and are now pulling you away from the group.
I asked for a woman, not dudes. No, really, I just wanted one lady.
They're like grabbing you by the arms now and they're pulling you towards the entrance.
No, I'm not gonna pay for this, really. I'm not. I'm very important.
And it takes all 5 of them, but they do manage to kind of heave-ho you out onto your face across the cobblestones, where Keyleth is there waiting, watching this happen.
Hey, buddy!
Hey.
Are we at the bar?
You guys have just gotten your drinks, which
Do they have to-go cups? I'll take 4. Just one of every color. Just one of every color.
the guy at the front goes, well, certainly, that would be an additional gold piece per drink.
Percy, give me the
Oh,
flashy
you know what?
cup.
I'm just gonna down mine really fast and then take another one to go. Thanks.
I'll put down for the fork.
I want the one that's in the shape of the Tower of Ord.
6 gold pieces.
6 gold
That's
pieces.
a yard glass.
Yard glass.
All right, you have your drinks.
I take them outside.
All right.
Yay.
Distributing them.
The cups themselves probably cost about 3 copper each.
I hope.
Yeah.
It's about the memory.
You all are a bunch of out-of-towners just being like
Assholes.
taken for a ride by every one of these patrons that comes across.
This is so much Fusaka. What is Jared or anybody
Let's go
going
back
to
to
do with
the.
this?
Let's go back to
All
the
right,
room.
We
here.
need to find out if it's real. Should we go back and ask those guys who sold this to me?
3 years
Yes,
of this, and it
come
has
on.
done nothing.
Back to the room. Let's go back to the
go
room
ask
and do
these
some
guys.
experiments on it.
Cheers.
Yes?
Guys.
Yeah.
Grog?
Thank you.
Did you guys bring me a drink?
We did. Yep. That's
Ah, thank
I
you.
give them the most colorful, most ridiculous thing I can find in the
We
most
head back.
ridiculous cup they have.
Hotel.
I love this city.
You head back to Death's Respite. You go back to your respective rooms, finish your drinks along the way. You have your Lux Run collectible to-go cups that you bought off the barkeep because, sure.
It's not like I've never bought a ridiculous
I want them to look like
plastic dragon
medieval
necklace
times
with a flashing
chalices or
LED before
something.
it.
I disappointedly drop the backpack in Scanlan's lap and say, here's your fucking cinnamon, you idiot.
Are you sure it's not real?
What'd you guys get? What's it look like?
It looks like
see
nothing. Hey,
Yeah,
can you
wait,
nature check this? You're a nature person.
I can try.
Yeah, make a nature check.
Let's set it on fire and see what happens.
Okay. First, I'm gonna nature
The
check
phrase
it.
"let's set it on fire and see what happens" usually doesn't work out well.
That's a good idea.
Use a big.
It looks like wood.
14.
14.
Great roll.
I mean, it kind of resembles a few things in your past you've come across when cut down and processed, but you're not familiar with this one, unfortunately.
It does seem plant-based.
Yeah, it is definitely natural.
I take a little finger dippy.
What are you doing with it?
A brief bit of numbness that comes to your gums. The flavor is awful, and then it fades into kind of a pleasant, kind of smoky flavor.
Does it taste like it would be good on a sandwich?
It'd be great on a rack of lamb. Yeah.
Are you high?
Am I high?
Make a Constitution check.
It's gotta be a natural one.
Constitution saving throw, at least. Yeah.
Saving throw? 19.
19. Seem to be fine.
Fuck it, I'll take a big old wad out of the thing.
Why is everyone getting so high?
Stick a big old chunk in my lip.
Only because everybody's
That's
being an
not
idiot.
right.
Can I
That's not
recommend that we
chewing on it.
perhaps try grinding it up
Constitution
into a
saving
tea?
Right?
Something.
Rob's gonna try it.
16.
He's fine.
I mean, the initial taste is not bad. You've eaten far worse. And the lingering flavor is quite delicious.
This is really nice. Should I swallow it?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know, Nog.
All right, I'll swallow it.
No, in fact, a few minutes go by, your stomach gets like a little upset, but then it passes. Yeah, just a little bit, but then it passes.
I take a little bit in my hands and I light it with my flame hands. See what happens.
Okay. The flame takes it, leaving behind this kind of burning ember. The smoke kind of emanates off of it, gives this little plume of kind of grayish, brown.
I kind of waft a little bit.
It smells really nice.
It is hilarious how badly we all want this to be heroin, and it's not.
Can
smells really good.
we freebase
Really good.
this shit?
It smells like a very, very fancy kitchen.
Can I walk downstairs and find the innkeeper?
Yeah.
I'm going to take a little bit. I'm going to just mortar and pestle a little bit and make a tea.
Eventually you find Treve is down there.
I'm not
kind
gonna
of
take
just
it, you can
walking over the
take it.
counter.
I'll
And looks
touch
like
it.
he's whistling
Maybe it
to
has to be absorbed through the liver.
Hi.
Oh, hi, how you doing?
I'm looking for a meal. I'm a little homesick. I'm hoping you have a meal that maybe has some fusaka in it.
We've got a bit over here. It's a bit pricey, but
Oh, it is a pricey spice here?
a bit at least for what it's worth. You only want to use bits and pieces in the meats.
Right.
Use too much and it spoils the flavour. But
Of course. It wouldn't do anything to your body if you had too much of it, would it?
you probably get sick of it, I imagine.
Probably. Right.
I'm
Thank
upstairs.
you so
I'm
much.
upstairs trying to take it anally. Come on, this'll work! This will work!
Trade spotting. This is trade spotting.
Tell you what, I'm going to save the money. I think I'll hold off on the fusaka for tonight, but
Wait for
maybe
it.
later. Thank
I've
you.
ground and powdered a tea and just placed it in the room and walked away.
I'm sorry to say that I'm watching Scanlan fascinated.
I'm not. My head is turned around. I'm sketching things.
No one lies to the meat man. I want to go back to that place and get my revenge. Are you with me, Vax?
Vex? Which of us?
Vax.
That's facts.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Why do you need revenge? You got the product you bought,
How's your
right?
butt feeling?
It feels a little tingly, but overall just fine.
Smells
We
of
all
cheese
wanted to
and-
get this.
It does it.
Yeah, exactly.
Can he make? Does he have to make another Constitution check at this point?
No, you pretty much figured out at this point that it is just a
Yay!
Here's the thing. Since that it's an expensive spice, maybe it was
It's
worth
entirely
however
different
much
from
you
your
spent on it. Tell me how much you spent on this.
Like 50.
Oh, 50 gold, that's a lot, but I think it should be fine.
Spent 50 gold on this. Good God.
And see what I mean about if you have restraint, the players being able to do even more with it. I knew he wasn't gonna be honest. And them all making fun of him for spending 50 gold. Very funny. Very funny.
You can make 50 gold back betting in a casino.
It was 50 gold is a fine lesson, though. It was well worth it.
If you really want to go get revenge, I will get revenge with you, but I
Not
think we
for
should
50
call it a
gold.
loss.
I
50
think-
gold is a piddly taste. Is that word? No.
If it were, I mean, for any more, I feel bad, but it's only 50 gold. I feel like an idiot.
I'm upset.
I think he's just had too much spice.
He's
Yeah.
foreseeing the Washington Redskins season.
They said it could make your stomach upset if you've had too much.
Oh, yeah.
You had too much.
He lied to me.
Get your drink. You want me to go down and get your drink?
Don't spend any money on it.
I've got a great idea, and I'm gonna get a little bit of the wine of the ridiculous wine that we got.
Oh.
I'm gonna pour a little bit into my new collector cup that I got, and I'm just going to sprinkle it with some of the powdered spice.
Maybe it has to activate that
Here,
way.
there you are. Down that. Oh, God. No, that was quick.
those flavors didn't mingle too well. Feel a little queasy.
Is that the wine that was like...
Yes.
That was the,
Like Grog's
Wait.
wine.
Oh, this was the sand cake?
Yeah, just a little bit of the sand.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
17.
17. Okay. beneath your nose, you can't feel anything. And right now, from here down, you guys watch as tongue's sticking out, and you watch his drool's now pouring down the side of his chin.
Scanlan?
Good shit.
I'm going to very gently try and take the gold medal that he got today away from him while he's numb.
No, it's like
Try and pickpocket him.
Make a side hand check.
Okay.
Scanlan. Yeah.
Oh my god! It's the night of all the natural ones.
Oh no.
Out of the corner of your eye, you see Percy pulling a shiny object from around your shoulder.
No slapping! No slapping! Don't slap!
I walk over to Scanlan, I squat down, and I just start Play-Dohing his face in all different shapes and forms, pulling the cheeks out really wide, and pulling the nose up.
We should get him to bed.
Only I had Scotch tape.
Yeah.
So, like, should we sleep? Because I know we still wanted to see Headmaster James Cryon at the Crystal Chateau.
Yes, let's get an evening sleep.
Yeah, I think we need to fix Scanlan before we go.
Maybe it just needs to be slap sober.
We're still waiting to.
I will also say in terms of the comedy, because now that it's not even mansion, I guess, it's just when they're isolated and the comedy is like all between them. I should be really specific in that I don't think that's bad for like the table. It's more as a viewer, which I also consider myself as a DM, right? I don't find it as I don't find it that entertaining. But if your players are in their safe spot and they're fucking around and they're having a good time, that's all that the night's about, right? It's just about your friends coming together and having a good time. So if they're enjoying all of this, more power to them. I just don't find it as entertaining.
To hear back on Mistress.
I'll do it.
Mistress Ashav?
Yes, we are still waiting on that.
Yes. So we can't leave yet.
No.
Mistress what?
The one with the cloak.
And we have several magical items that could use a little bit of jiggery-pokery, so let's sleep this off. Perhaps. And be excited that we're bringing a friend a taste of home at the bargain of 50 gold.
But I have to say, I'm glad Jarrett didn't send us on a mission to get drugs.
No, that would feel
Quite
awful.
out of character.
I mean, that would...
I've got my pinkies in the sides of Scanlan's mouth.
Leave him alone. He's pathetic enough as it is, really.
All right, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
All right, you guys find yourselves your respective rooms.
I'm pleased.
You all have a full night's rest. Back to full hit points. You get half your maximum hit dice back if you've spent any more than half of them.
Yeah, good way to put it, John. And both of them are fun. And at the end of the day, if your players are having fun, you'll have fun in other places. You gotta share the fun. You gotta spread out the fun. So even if pocket dimension shenanigans aren't quite as much fun for me as the DM, plenty of other things are more fun for me as the DM. So you share the love, you share the spotlight, you share the fun. If your players are having a blast with pocket plane shenanigans, I'm a patient guy. I'll wait it out. But yeah, I think especially because and I also think I'm realizing there's probably a little bit of a selfish bent to this, and shenanigans outside of the pocket plane have the possibility for me to interact with the fun as well as the DM. I think that is I can't not admit that that's probably part of it, Rooter coming home and like, hi mom, sold some Fusaka to a gringo again. Felt right for it. Is it drugs? It is not drugs. Canon that they call them gringos, yeah. Oregano. But magical? I don't even know if it is magical. I think it's just native to Marquette. Yeah. It is not drugs. So Jarrett really didn't endanger. Yeah, which makes more sense in retrospect that he would not tell his employers to go and buy drugs. And it's very funny that Scanlan got scammed. Especially because I feel like that sort of thing, I mean, I've described it plenty of times. I think that sort of thing does happen. So it's very funny.
Scanlan, you wake up, quite a pounding headache in your head, but the rest of your body has its feeling back as you come to consciousness.
Maybe I can package it into smaller amounts and sell it on the street to recoup some of the money. Do we have an afternoon to kill?
You're talking to yourself, or?
Yes. Damn it! What did I do? I should have insight checked it more. I could have dominated him. There's so many things I could have done to him to find out. I flew too close to the sun. Next time. Next time
you engage.
I'll do things differently. Next time, I will find drugs. That's the lesson to be taken from this. Look harder. Look harder. The meat man never gives up.
I believe in you, Walter White. I believe in you.
And another persona of Scanlan was born.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so what are your plans for the day? As you stumble down into the main tavern area, you can see Treve is barely conscious himself, and a few other patrons are waiting eagerly for their food, as a few of the various barkeep assistants are bringing out breakfasts and meals.
You're wanting food on your way out, then?
Yes, please.
And whatever you have for a hangover for our friend who'll be down in... Oh, never, quite possibly.
There the dog it is.
I think he may have had the whole dog.
We thought we might be going to the Crystal Chateau today. Anything to know about heading that direction?
Birds.
Crickets.
Oh my god, there were birds. We were taking a break. It was all Okay. Let's take a break. We're a little bit less than halfway through. That's pretty good. Wait, when did it start? Actually, it started at 1:54. So yeah, we're a little bit less than halfway. Nice. That seems good for 3 hours. So we're probably staring down probably another 6, depending on, I guess, if there's any more combat. But I kind of figure there won't be. I figure it'll be a lot more talking. But anyways, I'm going to take a break. I will be right back. See you in a sec. What up? Hello. What's up? How you doing? We're back. Also, before I forget, like, comment, subscribe, share it with a friend. But also, tomorrow, Monday, 7:30 Central Time. I'll post an event, so it'll, localize the time. I'm going to be doing my first collab in a while. It is not with Mike. It is with Ryan. We're going to be doing an Exquisite Corpse dungeon. I need to find a better title for it than Exquisite Corpse. I don't think people know what it means. Basically, we're going to be doing like a 5-room dungeon type of deal, but we're going to be creating half of it separately. So I think it's going to be more like 2/5. So it's like I'll create 2/5, he'll create 2/5, and then we put them together and we create the last 5th together. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm excited about it. And it's going to be a pretty late stream, though. Like much later than my normal streams. So I'll schedule that soon. But stop by for it tomorrow. It should be a good time. Anyways.
In this tavern.
Get rid of them. More than the fact they're a bunch of stuffy folk and generally not really considered classic traditional Ankarel.
Oh.
I mean, good luck getting the right answer out of anyone.
The snobs are like shifty.
Well, snub's the highest order, at least from what I've seen.
I think they
Allegiance of old sight and all that.
Yeah.
I love snobs. I'm excited.
Any word back from Mrs. Sharp?
No word. No knows how long it'll take. She might not even like it. You might never hear back from her. In which case, if we wait long enough, I can see maybe I can hire someone else for you.
Yeah, thank you.
We have business. We can see to it. Let's take everything that we need. And we have several objects, if I recall.
Yes.
Yep. Shall we?
Scarf down the breakfast!
Get your food in your system.
We're going to actually need a Scanlan.
How you doing, Scan?
I wander down. Good morning, all. Hope you slept nicely. My jaw seems to work. Thank you for not nursing me at all last night. I would have done the same to you.
How are you feeling?
Oh, fuck you!
Oh, I feel so bad. I walk up behind him and I start doing like a scalp massage around the temples. You'll be all right. Just eat something, okay?
All right.
I give him a little
Something
bit
with
of a.
meat. I need to use this spice.
I make a little bit of my like glycerin kind of hangover tonic, give it to him.
It helps. The next 15 minutes or so of you finishing your breakfast, the headache fades for the most part, the pounding subsides.
The innkeeper knew of this spice, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I talk to the innkeeper real quick?
Sure. You walk up to Treve, who's right now just sitting there reading a book, has like what looks like a rather thick pair of glasses that look rather hilarious against the smaller dragonborn eyes, kind of focused against the really rough and tumble exterior.
Wait, Treve, that
Oi.
Fusaka spice, how much does it go for usually for a bag? Big bag, sack,
How big a bag you talking?
hogshead, right?
Yeah, it's a hogshead.
Good bag, man. Depends on where you're buying it. 10 gold.
Oh, damn!
But you could probably barter most down from there if you're getting both.
That hurts. That hurts. I thought you people said it was expensive.
For spice, yeah. Hey, most of the others coppers and silvers for mere poison food flavor.
What if it's really high quality Fusaka?
Well,
Oh my god.
come on, Fusaka's Fusaka, and you don't find many folks that are asking for its flavor except for particular dishes. So, I mean, I only keep maybe a small flagon of it many times. In fact, last night was the first time someone asked for it in about 3 months, so...
What does it normally
No
look
one even
like?
fucking wants it.
I mean, when you're using it in food.
Well, yeah, it comes in, he kind of pulls, he goes through like a small spice rack on the side of the kitchen, comes back out and pulls out what's like a small, glass container. He kind of uncorks the top, and inside you can see it's like a very, very fine, kind of dark brown powder. He says, yeah, it comes in bits, but you just grind it down and then you sprinkle it over, cook it proper, usually with slow roasts, and
Lamb.
it's quite nice.
Thanks, Treve.
Try it with some venison.
Worries.
That'll be lovely.
Oh, wow.
All right, I'm good.
Enjoy that allspice.
Let's go on our journey.
We buying more drugs today?
No, I think my kingpin days are over.
Oh, that is sad to hear.
Off to the Crystal Chateau then.
Off to the crystal.
Yeah.
All right, who's leading the charge to the Crystal Chateau?
Oh.
Who's leading?
We asked Treve first.
Yeah, where
Where's
is
the Crystal Chateau?
He kind of thinks for a second and goes,
I haven't really ripened around those areas for a bit. Those will be over in the Sagel district. That's right down in the southeastern side of Ankarel. Look for the raised landmass where it's carved off at the top. That's where most of all the bastards live and where most of the training's done by the Legion's folk.
Well, the bastards live, you said?
Yeah, the snobby.
Not actual bastards.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Be back in a bit.
Meet me.
I'll lead the charge.
all right, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, for the love of God.
Are you finding anything, Percy?
No. 6.
6, what'd you roll?
2.
Okay, at least not one. It takes you about 4 hours of wandering the city to finally get the proper directions to lead you towards the Sigil District to the Crystal Chateau. And you do, as you ascend through these streets, the red cobblestone that you've seen through most of the streets of Ankarel gives way to this kind of slightly, kind of opalescent surface where the light itself almost kind of dances across the surface of the stones. It shifts just on the outskirts of where the large hillside comes to an end, and the buildings here give way to an open space where you see what looks to be a large, open, almost like a square. But in the center of the square, there are ropes around what appears to be some sort of large hole in the ground. Probably a good 150 feet across. It is just a circular chasm kind of off to the south, off the eastern side of this large open square. There are maybe a half dozen individuals that are standing around the lip of it. A few of them are armed and armored, and a few of them just seem to be dressed in long, relatively nice robes and light clothing. You do see what appears to be a number of longhouses with high steepled roofs, with a kind of yellowish tan tint to the coloration of them. These buildings are very nice. They look constructed in a type of architecture that's more reminiscent of Taldore or other civilizations than you've seen most of Ankh-Hel's construction. So you figure these buildings are probably newer, or at least this district seems to have a little different of a cultural flavor to it than the rest of the city. To the southern side of it, you do see what appears to be a large kind of multi-tiered structure that is made of a smoky quartz mixed with white marble in places. This, with an immediate glance, you'd probably gather is the Crystal Chateau.
Does the stone have any, the opalescent stone, does it have any similarity to the stones of Whitestone, or is it just
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Don't use the opalite. Don't use the opalite dice. Opalite hates us.
There we go.
Oh.
It's time to use an opalite dice on the opalite.
23.
You take a moment, kind of glance down closely and look at it, and it looks like the stones of the cobblestones of this particular district, and it's only really towards the top of this hill where all the rest of these buildings are constructed, has a very, very, very faint trace of ground and whitestone particles that have been part of the construct of these floors. This appears to be a large portion of whitestone over time has been exported to this location for the construction of the top of this hill.
Good to know.
Can I wander over to the big hole in the ground and ask one of the guards? Oi, what's in there?
As soon as you walk to, the guards kind of give you a keen look and just kind of put their hands on the sides of their sheathed weapons.
No worries, I'm from out of town. I just was very curious.
They kind of look at each other, and some of the more, for lack of a better term, more academic-looking individuals kind of shy away from this seemingly growing possible confrontation from their perspective and begin to kind of pull back and walk down this slightly descending spiral-like path. It's about 10 feet off the inside of this carving into the floor and begin to descend down into it. One of the guards says, This is where the Allegiance is currently excavating.
Oh, and the Allegiance is the people who live here? No?
The Allegiance runs all of the schools here in
Of course, yes, the schools for magic.
You're not from here?
I'm not, at all.
Well, please be on your way.
Right. Thank you for all of your helpful information. Helpful.
As you just walk and turn away, they just keep a close eye as you step back into the open area of the square.
There's a big hole in the ground.
I was noticing. That's odd.
They're excavating something?
You're great.
Wow.
Man.
Wow.
I don't know what's happening to my brain.
Had a little bit of spice, have we?
Oh, well.
Having the city.
Knocked a camera. You knocked a camra.
Man down.
We're good. Does it look like a similar excavation site to like the ziggurat in Whitestone?
The ziggurat is a subterranean chamber that was found through a long series of tunnels that were, kind of carved beneath a long swath of land underneath Whitestone Castle to the actual city of Whitestone. This appears to be just a large, strip mine-like cylinder that descends deep into the earth, and you haven't been able to get close enough to look down towards the bottom of it.
How wide again, approximately?
About 150 feet across.
All right. And it looks
estimating from this distance.
It looks excavated and not like something opened up and then they just kept digging.
Correct. You can see there was actually a pattern to the carving of the earth. Looks like it's been carved down layer after layer after layer, much like a small-scale strip mine.
And do the stones, does it look like they broke the ground, or does it look like the stones were actually built around this? Like, has this been here since the construction of this area, or does it seem like perhaps in the last 20 years or such they've just gone down or otherwise?
Make an investigation check.
No.
Oh my god.
It's a whole...
I was thinking, one of my players yesterday asked me, insight versus investigation versus perception. And I think that frequently a lot of times it ends up being a you know it when you see it type thing, but it's also very opinion based. But I was trying a lot last night to think about in very real terms what the difference is for me. And I think I realized that for me, perception is looking at something maybe complex or obfuscated or something, and trying to find a particular thing within that, right? So it's Where's Waldo to an extent. Investigation is looking at something complex and trying to find something that may or may not be there, and is not going to be readily visible. You might have to move things. You might have to, follow a fucking cable. I think about like a machine. If it's like, if a player's looking at an eldritch machine in a wizard tower, and they ask me, where is the on button? They may not even know what an on button looks like in this context, right? It's not something they're just going to be able to look at and, spot. So that's where I bring in investigation, is, may or may not be there. You might not know exactly what it looks like, that sort of thing. And then insight is you have something, whether it's a person or a machine or a part of a machine, that is in front of you, and you are trying to determine either hidden or deeper meaning. So if you're looking at an on button, or you're looking at a machine as a whole, and the question is, what does the machine do? That might be insight. So I feel like in this case, where he's like, does it look like, it's been here, or they just started digging it? I'd actually lean towards insight in this case, because it's looking at readily apparent information and trying to derive hidden or deeper meaning. And I'm not entirely sure about these definitions, but I'm trying to pin them down more for myself than anything else. Yeah. Insight is for figuring out what a person or creature is thinking or feeling. I generally don't like that definition of insight. I find insight to be, because to me that sounds like almost a charisma skill. And I think that insight should be valid. I don't like insight as like a lie detector. But I also like insight in non-social situations, in like exploration encounters. So I like to I try to think about it more generically so that I can use it in other sort of situations. I think insight is, what do I read from this scenario if I pay attention to body language and context? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah. I'm saying, I think we're saying the same thing. It's like, I think, and that's why I think the insight applies to this scenario, is Taliesin is saying, if I pay attention to the arrangement of the rocks and and the pattern and everything, what do I read from that? As, it's been here a while, it hasn't been here that long. Yeah. I agree. I just think that it can be applied to other non-social situations. Yeah. It's like being super dialed into something versus not paying attention. Yeah. And I also, it's why I like using passive insight for just like passively noticing things that are in front of everyone, but people may not derive meaning from. Like noticing that someone is like bouncing their leg and, shifting shifting their eyes. That is something that is readily apparent to anyone that looks, but may not be noticed by someone that's not paying attention. And so I do try to think of like higher insight in that sort of vein. Yeah. If you apply it to the environment, that kind of goes into an intelligence check too. Yeah, a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I was really thinking about investigation. Is your mind making connections? Yeah, exactly. Making connections. I think that's a good way to put it. Investigation's definitely the hardest one. Like in investigation versus perception, I've been really trying to like really think out the difference between the two. Yeah. And I think the investigation makes the most like intuitive sense when it's like a crime scene and it's like, what happened here? But it's weird because if you can see all of the details, then I tend to think of it more like insight. But if you're looking for something specific, Like, can I look at all of this and find like the path that they left? Like if I'm looking at like a scuffle and I'm trying to figure out which way they went, that feels more investigation to me. But it's a weird thin line that I don't quite have pegged down yet. Yeah. The group often put Scanlan forward to see if someone was lying, and he has like a 7 wisdom, so I think in Pathfinder, where he was good at it, insight might be charisma. If it's charisma based, I can definitely see the argument that it's social only. But yeah. No shifty eyes, but I bounce my leg on the regular. Well, and that's kind of what I'm saying, Tobaz. Like, I would consider insight the ability to tell if that's like a nervous leg bounce or if it's like a mindless leg bounce. So it's not, is that person lying or trying to avoid you or trying to distract you? It is, they're bouncing their leg, but it looks unnatural. It almost looks like they aren't even used to doing it themselves. This is much more of a nervous leg bounce than a, maybe a stimming tick. Yeah, that's the exact thing that I think insight should absolutely be utilized for. Doesn't mean they're lying, might just mean they're nervous. Who knows what they're nervous about? Are they bait? Are they lying to you? Are they not lying to you, but they're just like Scanlan and they're way in over their heads in a situation that they don't understand? Yeah, I like insight giving the characters deeper, insight, but not necessarily distinct answers. Yeah. I pulled up my BG3 on console and I'm having fun just browsing mods. The mod menu, it's so cool that they integrated that into the client. It makes it so much easier to access. They did a lot to really buff out the experience since they, aren't further developing it, which I really appreciate. I feel like insight is more looking into the intent of something. Like understanding the purpose of a machine instead of all its individual parts. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, like that's what I'm. Maybe I said this. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. But yeah, insight is like you look at an on button and it's like, what is this on button going to do? Like, what is the machine meant to do if I turn it on? Yeah, I agree. That's much more where I see insight in like non-social situations. Whereas investigation would be looking at all of these levers and figuring out which one is the on lever. So it's finding something specific when you don't have like labels. Whereas perception is finding something with a label, not an actual label, but like something that you know what it looks like and you know what you're looking for in a mess. It's Where's Waldo, right? You know what Waldo looks like. You don't have to imply what he is. So like a Where's Waldo thing is much more of like a perception. I think is where I'm kind of getting with it. And so so perception investigation, it really depends on, is the thing that they're looking for in a form that they might be expecting, or is it something that they are going to have to use context clues to determine? Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah. Investigation, when you see a lot of dots and you have to connect them, while perception is all the information is visible, hearable, smellable. Yeah, it's like all the information is there. Perception is kind of like sifting through the noise to find the thing you're looking for. Whereas investigation is, investigation is kind of, if anyone watched me play Chants of Senar. Investigation is like figuring out the meaning of the glyphs based on other information. So figuring out which lever you need to pull based on signs and what the position of the other levers and that sort of thing. Yeah. But it's a gray area. Gray. Very vague. Yeah. As for insight, I always try to ask the GM a specific question, like, do I get the sense that he's on board with the plan rather than just mind reading cheats? Yeah, like getting the sense that he's on board with the plan. It's like I might might be an insight, and I might say something about the body language there. Yeah, but I try to generally answer insight successes with like specific insights of like he's being very open. He's not worried about putting his back to the door. He's not like putting himself into a corner. You know, very, very worried, very shifty. Someone walked past the window. That was weird. Yeah. It's tough though. Insight in social situations is a weird thing to run sometimes. I would think insight is for biological things while investigation is for plans or specs. Yeah. And I also think that is a fair way to run it, is to run insight and investigation as relatively similar, but for biologic, non-biologic. For some reason, and I'll have to think on it more, I don't like that. I legitimately couldn't tell you why that doesn't feel right to me, because it's not like a thing of like, oh, you know, certain skills only being useful in certain situations. Like, you're not going to persuade a boulder to move. Like, I've got no problem with that. But for some reason, yeah, that I can't really put a finger on, using insight only in social situations feels like weirdly limiting to me. But I cannot even begin to tell you why. I don't know. I'm really happy to be back to DMing because it's giving me these more concrete things that I have to think about and I can bring to you guys and talk about. I'm so excited to be back to DMing. I haven't DM'd D&D outside of like a one shot, like a tiny little thing. I haven't DM'd D&D in like 4 years. No, not 4 years. Probably 2 years. I've played since then, and I GM'd BitD, but it's been a while since I DM'd. So I'm very excited to be back into it. Yeah.
Cole. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Your brain, for all your training in Whitestone, you haven't really been too keen on reading about the various details and specifications behind, you know, paving roads.
Oh, it's really not it's
not your specialty, unfortunately.
Percy?
Yes?
Is there Whitestone located outside of Whitestone?
Not really that I'm aware of.
Yeah, you're aware of.
It's very much it rests beneath the tree and into the hills, and the mines to the north. That's pretty much it that I'm aware of.
And you would know about any dealings then that Whitestone would have?
Well, I mean, I would if I had paid attention to such things, but that wasn't really something I was very young the last time I was there. I don't really know where anything went, but I can assume that this came from Whitestone.
I bet they got this from Whitestone.
That's a bit of a stretch, Gold.
That's really smart.
This is interesting. How did you come to that conclusion?
I don't know. I just felt like a little brain snap, and then like things danced between my ears, and then it hit my mouth.
Wow.
You should write that down.
I druid craft a little like gold star for him out of bark, and I say, "Here you go, Grog. Good job. You have a gold star for the day.
What do I do with this?
Just
Stick
stick
it
it
on
on
your forehead, right on the forehead.
Right on your forehead.
Or eat it.
It's okay.
You hear crunching between his pearly white, larger than average Goliath teeth.
This is good news if it is Whitestone. That means that we at least have some leverage here.
Yes.
Let's
Make our way to the chateau.
Let's find a big door, the biggest door we can find, and attack it.
That's always worked out well for you guys in the past.
So well.
To make your way south of the square to the Crystal Chateau, there is a large kind of white iron gate that surrounds the premise. And from where the cobblestone ends, beyond that gate, it is a fairly beautiful, well-kept, almost fenced-off garden. We see some trees popping up, green grass. Looks to be some sort of a small stream that runs through. There's a bridge of the main path that leads to the chateau that goes over it, and the water seems to actually butt up against the chateau itself and vanish beneath it, seemingly to continue within the actual structure. As you head to the front gate, you see the door there, and there are two small handles on the outside, and you go to pull, and it doesn't open.
I'll knock.
Ting, 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 kind of. It's that kind of iron-like vibration of a heavy gate. You wait a few moments. And in the distance, you see the large two doors to the chateau. One kind of peeks open slightly, and a little head peeks through.
Hello.
It's about maybe 50 feet from you from this distance. And it disappears back behind the door.
Scanlan, hold up that necklace.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Distracted. Here.
We're here on official business. Matters of trade and of research.
The door still remains ajar, but the figure has kind of pulled back in. Are you shouting this at a distance?
Yes, I am. It will be very worth your while, and someone will definitely wish to speak with us. We've traveled from Taldore.
Can we just walk up to the door?
Hold it open.
Hold on.
The head peeks out again, and you get a better look at it. Time. It's short. It's oval to the side almost.
The face?
The head has this very kind of just wide, short, stocky position. It has a very pointed nose and a very pointed chin. No facial hair. However, bald on top, and what you see is a bit of gray hair that's just kind of fritzed on the sides. As it kind of steps outside, you now see its stature is similar to Scanlan's. This appears to be a gnomish individual. Pale skin, paler than most of you, and definitely most people you've seen here in Ankarel. And as it steps out, it has these white robes with like gray streaks across the front and back that kind of fall to this cape in the back, and it kind of its arms kind of placed within its robes. These like small little footfalls just kind of comes across the path, over the bridge, up to the front of the gate, and is now facing you guys on the other side of the gate, up close. It is a very, very old gnome. And those of you who have known gnome longevity, that's many, many years. Strangely adorable. The eyes are tiny and beady. The eyebrows are kind of furrowed. There's a slight smile and this kind of like elderly sweetness to him as he approaches with his arms in his robe.
Hello there, grandfather.
Yes.
We are looking for a bit of help. We've been told that your knowledge is great, and we have some items that defy description.
Are you Headmaster James Cryon?
No, I am not. I am Grayman Trog.
One more time, grandfather.
Grayman Trog.
Grayman Trog. It's a pleasure to meet you.
It was fun. Enjoyed it.
Yes,
Wherever you
be
are.
pleased.
Be pleased.
You don't have to do that here.
Okay. Could we meet with Headmaster James Cryon? We've been sent by someone very important. Jamon Saord.
From across the continent.
I flash the thing again and say, in Gnomish, he'll want to talk to us. We've come a great distance to meet him.
He responds in Gnomish to you.
Well, very well. I will go and see if the headmaster is available. I cannot promise anything, but I will return.
You guys see this exchange in Gnomish. It's like something.
I've never heard you speak Gnomish before, Scanlan.
It's a little disconcerting.
What'd you say?
I said someone loaned me 350 gold.
350 gold? Why 350 gold?
That's a very specific number.
That's a very interesting number.
Just need an amount.
The nose spins around and kind of darts back and a little foot falls, kind of coasting at the strange little zigzag back to the original doors and disappears within the doors. Don't close. It's just
Got a hoverboard.
Yeah, he's way faster than you.
Why don't you walk that fast, Scanlan?
I'm carrying 2 giant sacks of spice. It weighs me down.
You want to put those in the back?
No, they're mine.
You'll cross the bear, got it?
You wait about 15 minutes before the gnome, Grayman, pops his head out once more.
Just a minute.
Pops back in.
I like that little guy.
I know,
he's quite pleasing.
Pops back out about 10 minutes later.
Kind of darts over the edge. My apologies for keeping you waiting. The headmaster is unable to see visitors at the moment.
Oh no, why?
Perhaps try next week.
Oh no,
I'm
it's such a
afraid.
long time. We have a very short amount of time. We're on a crunch.
Is there like a standby list we can
Is there
get on?
something I can help you with?
We are sort of trying to save
The world?
the world.
That's very sweet.
Yeah. So, as you can imagine, time is of the essence. So
Also, good just thing to highlight here of a benefit of Matt introducing the timer earlier regarding Vorugal and the Ravenites is now he can use things like, try next week, which is a relatively reasonable thing to say. And without the timeline imposed by the Ravenites and, maybe even you could kind of count Vorugal's flyover, they would have no reason to not be fine waiting a week, right? Especially when they have things like teleport. There's absolutely no reason that they can't just be like, okay, yeah, we'll talk to him next week. But this sort of thing that is very reasonable for a headmaster to say is suddenly a little bit of a source of conflict and drama, which is really nice. It's not like you have to use it, but it just opens up more possibilities.
20?
20?
Oh, Loot Crate, ladies and gentlemen. I'm wearing one of the shirts right now that came in this month's Loot Box, Loot Crate, I think it's called, actually. Not a loot box.
I hear it comes with a gram of spice in every box.
Yeah, that alone makes it worth about $500 every box in some circles. Oh boy! Oh, Travis is looking.
Look, we're in a bit of a rush. This is very, very important business. The fate of the world rests on your shoulders.
I mean,
Jamon's persuasion check. She's the best of those.
I'm not terrible at it. 20.
That's good.
His eyes kind of blink.
Just a moment.
Turns around and kind of disappears back up the walkway to the building. You wait another 30 minutes out there.
Fucking little gnome on a power trip.
Worth it.
It's worth it. This is.
What are we asking when we get in, by the way?
You wait another 10 minutes.
We are having.
And right as that frustration's beginning to mount and you're ready to start rattling that gate, you see a figure much taller step out from the open door to the front of the Crystal Chateau.
Eyes up.
Much slower and deliberate walk. This taller humanoid, as it approaches, you see the same kind of white robes with the same kind of silver-gray band that goes over the shoulders, the mantle kind of pointing out past the shoulders, and as it passes past into a cloak that kind of drifts behind. The train of the robes dragging just a few inches past the back. They seem longer than should be for a normal traveling person. They're almost ceremonial. As the humanoid approaches, you can see silver, almost purple-like colored hair that it just falls back and trails past without a stray hair in place, long past the shoulders, almost like a secondary cloak, and flows with each step, just like the cloak does. The face is pure elven, skin pale white, the eyes white with a very, very faint gold iris, no pupil. It seems young, though the graying hair does lead you to believe that there is some age to this elven individual. Approaches, hands kind of together in front, eventually comes to the edge of the gate. My apologies for the delay. Apparently, you have both the assistance of the soul of the Jewel City at your disposal, and you have convinced my clerk that you have important business. Well, you have 10 minutes of my time. What can I do for you?
May we speak in private for that 10 minutes? It is sensitive.
Very well. He snaps his fingers and kind of utters this incantation under his mouth, and suddenly you have this crackling blue wall appear above you, and you all are encased inside this cube-like box, about 25 by 25 feet. You hear this slight kind of vibrational just crackling around you.
Is the fence still between us, or?
The fence is still between us, so this is enclosed. It kind of closed all of you into this box, including himself. And all the wind that was the breeze that was blowing through has been halted. You hear none of the surrounding sounds of the city around you. This appears to be at least from what you understand, a fairly private place for at least the time he's willing to give you.
Do you know of the news of Tal'Dorei anymore?
I don't really pay attention to matters that far from where we are. I have important things to tend to than this.
Foreign affairs, obviously.
Yes.
But I can see that there are aspects of this place that are foreign, that you have brought culture here. And I pull out one of my guns. Not pulling out, I just pull out to show him the hilt work, which is all embedded with white stone, with actual white stone. And I say, I cannot speak the name of where we come from, but I know how this place was built, and I know that perhaps we have a connection because of it. And I'm going to, all right.
Shoot him in the head.
Dragons, there's no secret to it. Dragons are ravaging the continent. A chromatic conclave of dragons, unlike we've ever seen before, have decimated the cultures of the other end of the earth. Dragons that we have never seen before, but you have. And I'm going to minor illusion in my hand, an image of the red dragon with the ruby in his chest sitting atop of, I'm creating a little visual of it.
Mm-hmm. It's rudimentary.
It's rudimentary, but it's there. Yeah. It's obviously an illusion. It's not meant to look real. It's fuzzy, but like,
it's like a Princess Leia froze coming out of R2-D2 in Lost Hope. Luke takes a look at it, seemingly unmoved, and goes, and?
They will come here. They will come here and they will ravage, and we've been given the opportunity and the hope of stopping them before they reach your shores. And
Izzy at work, and we have ended 2 of them, and we want to end them all before they come anywhere near these shores.
That sounds like an absolutely remarkable endeavor, and I wish you the best of luck in it.
And if we could just have a bit of help identifying a few objects of magical power, and hopefully finding a few more keys to stopping them, and it would ingratiate us to you so much that I would be delighted to speak of a future of hopefully making sure that more of this beautiful white stone that you use everywhere in this beautiful palace is available and deeply indebted.
As you do say Whitestone, his eyes for the first time do kind of lock into yours. Yes.
Hey, tell him who you are, Percy.
I cannot tell him who I am.
Well, you now have 6 more minutes of my time. If you're here for simple identification purposes, I can aid you in this. What would you like me to see for you?
They are not simple. We are not starting with the jug, no.
Step up, Grog, step up, show me.
Oh, yes. I got these Titanstone knuckles of my uncle. They make me bigger and stronger, but I'm not sure what else they do.
He leans forward and places his hands through the gate openings on the sides of where the various bars are. and touches them, and his eyes kind of flare with a flash of sudden arcane energy. His hands just kind of tense for a moment. He lets go. Indeed they are. Vestige. Oh, I have not seen one in person. Congratulations. That is a very, very worthy find. There are museums and collectors that would pay quite a penny for such an item.
Oh, no, I'm not interested in selling it.
But you have heard of these vestiges before.
I've come across them in my research, yes.
Have you...
3 of them.
Have you heard of one called Cabal's Ruin?
I've heard of it.
It's a cloak.
The cloak, yes. Yes, I have come across it in my papers before, but that was quite some time ago, and that's the extent of my knowledge, I fear. Sorry.
Show him your bow.
Our second vestige.
Leans forward, this time with just one hand, and kind of touches the edge of it. As he touches his finger, it curls against the...
What are they trying to get from this guy? Why do I feel like he's lying? I don't know. This whole convo has like a weird tone to it. But I think that's because they aren't really asking him for anything specific. They were like, you need to help us. Iman. It's dead. And then he's like, okay. And then they go, we have a lot of magical items. Yeah, it seems like you're trying to figure out its abilities. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. About not knowing Cabal's Ruin in specific. Oh, maybe. It could be, yeah. I think that's fair, Theshel. I think that's maybe why this feels odd to me, is because, yeah, for a second I was like, oh, they think that this guy is special magic guy that will be able to like figure out the hidden abilities of their vestiges. But then he didn't, and they're not really asking more about it. But I kind of don't... They were coming here to just ask into Cabal's Ruin in general, right? So I don't really know why they're flexing the other ones. But it could be that they have... all of this like planning is very fresh in their minds and very not fresh in mine. So I don't know. Interesting. They don't have the identify spell and are under the impression that they don't fully know everything about their vestiges. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, their first one, the Vaxes, eventually gave him wings when he like said the words, Yeah, it's weird because Matt gave them the cards. I guess it's because Liam's armor did a new thing. Yeah, I think it's probably because Liam's armor did a new thing. Yeah. Yeah, this is something where I feel like they all seem pretty on the same page about it. So I feel like I missed something, or maybe they've had like a slight conversation above the table, like on a break or something about like, what they're doing. I don't know. Interesting.
To his finger, and he kind of pulls back a little bit, creeped out by it.
Fenris.
Fenris. And his eyes flash again. The bow seems to stop moving for a second, and then relax back into its like slow, kind of organic movement. This is also quite a find. A powerful weapon. Fey in nature. It seems to extend sight and grow that which it...
And maybe Matt is catching on to what they want, because he didn't say this about the Titanstone knuckles, but he's giving more info now on Fenthros. So maybe Matt's kind of picking up the vibe here and like kind of modifying as the conversation goes. Because I could see that. I could see Matt not really realizing what they're going for. And then on the second one, he's like, oh, they want me to fucking tell them more info. Okay. Yeah. They think the identifier is whether in the larger item card. Yeah, I think that may be their impression. Yeah, is that there's some larger item card that they haven't attained yet. It's just, I think the reason it's a little bit interesting or strange to me is because they have like wizards on staff, like I haven't gotten the impression, at least, that this guy is any more powerful than Allura or Gilmore, I guess they don't want to bother Allura and Gilmore. Yeah, interesting. Vice armors more character growth. Yeah. Yeah, it's just interesting that these are the questions that they're asking this guy. They seem to have an impression that he will give them more information than they could get otherwise, because they're spending limited time, 10 minutes. Maybe they just don't have the patience. They might also just not have the patience. That's possible. That's very possible. But it's all very tense. Like, look at Laura and Taliesin. It's very like tense. Like they're doing some tense negotiation. And from the other side of it, the elf is probably just like, why are they asking me? And it's like, yes, it's a powerful find. What do you want me to say? Interesting.
It slays. Huh. He gives you information on each of these vestiges as part of his identify spell, and there's no additional information beyond what you already know about the item.
I misspoke. We have 4 Scanlan showing your blade.
Okay, that does convince me that Matt is. That convinces me that Matt is was picking up the vibe, kind of like we are. I think he was trying to suss out what they wanted, and then he's like, "Oh, you want more info? Not gonna." He doesn't give you any more. Yeah.
Mythgalver.
Mythgalver
is how some would say it.
He takes it, his eyes flash again as he glances over the blade. One of the non-divine based vestiges. You are much like those knuckles.
Non-divine?
Some were created in the sphere of some deity's influence. Some were created by powerful practitioners of the arcane. Remember, the calamity, the battle that sparked the Divergence itself, was a battle against the gods, against wayward arcane magics, and the division between societal belief in both.
Did anyone in the Allegiance create these items?
Oh no, the Allegiance has only been around for about 80, 90 years. But some of us have come across information about these, as scattered as they are.
We have the tea set as well, if I do we have anything else?
Oh, well, yes, I have a shit ton of
Is there
items.
anything, you can't tell me anything more about the blade?
It resonates with sound and with speech and with song. And he gives you basically the information you have about the Mythcarver.
It's probably overkill, but I draw back the weight that I'm wearing. What of this armor? Can you tell me anything about it?
Reaches forward and touches the armor, eyes flash again. Gives you a full detailed description of the armor.
Wait a second. He just mentioned that the knuckles were arcane. But I thought that they were made from the husk of a titan. But I had the impression that they were carved from the corpse of the primordial titans. Titanstone knuckles, gift from Cord. Gift from Cord? Of note, I don't know if this is Matt purposefully or accidentally retconning it, or if there's a little bit going on here. When we first learned about the knuckles from Earthbreaker Groon, he indicated that they were carved from the corpse of a titan and were a gift from Cord. Not arcane, just not divine. That is technically what he said. But then he goes on to elaborate about the arcane. Then he says some were made by the gods, some were made by powerful arcane practitioners. So I guess there could be an implied third set of creators or third category, because you're right, he did say were not divine vestiges. Fenthras and Deathwalker's Ward are divine vestiges. All indicated that non-divine were made by powerful practitioners of the arcane, but didn't get specific. Yeah. Which seems to possibly contradict this. It could be that an arcane practitioner made them, gave them to Cord, and then Cord gave them again? I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Made from Titan, not God juice. I guess that's possible. I'm interpreting what he's saying as like some of them were made by the gods, some of them were made by arcane fellas and ladies. That might not be what he means. Like the Deathwalker's ward, I guess, and Fenthros could be like little slices of the god. And since Cord carved this from like a different raw material, it's not considered divine? Maybe. Interesting. I think because they were made from the Titan, they're elemental in origin, which means the origin isn't divine. That's what I took. Yeah, maybe. So there's at least 3 types: divine, Titan, and arcane. Are there? Is that true? I don't know. That's not. I'm going to rewind because that's not what I got. That's not what I got from that. Let's see. One of the non-arcane.
One of the non-divine-based vestiges.
One of the non-divine.
You are much like those knuckles.
So yeah, he says non-divine.
Non-divine?
Some were created in the sphere of some deity's influence. Some were created by powerful practitioners of the arcane. Remember, the calamity, the battle that sparked the Divergence itself, was a battle against the gods, against wayward arcane magics, and the division between societal belief in both.
Yeah, to me that sounds like 2 categories. That sounds like very much like, because he then reminds them of the 2 sides of the Second War. That doesn't sound to me like he's drawing a 3rd delineation, but it's possible. He's speaking very vaguely, which is fair. He's not giving a history lesson. From what I remember, they were all divine, but I guess I was wrong. Yeah, this is an interesting little bit. And yeah, it does say that they were a gift from Cord, not necessarily... That's what our original notes had, is that they were a gift from Cord, not necessarily created by Cord. So there is an interpretation where they mesh. Interesting. Okay.
Did anyone in the Allegiance create these items?
Oh no, the Allegiance has only been around for about 80, 90 years. But some of us have come across information about these, as scattered as they are.
We have the tea set as well. Do we have anything else?
Oh, well, yes, I have a shit ton of
Is there
items.
anything, you can't tell me anything more about the blade?
It resonates with sound and with speech and with song.
Why couldn't they have been created by Cord? Because this guy if they were created by Cord, then this guy is wrong. Because he just said that the Titanstone Knuckles and Mythcarver are both non-divine vestiges, specifically. So unless he's just wrong about that. But he specified that they were not created, in his words, within the sphere of influence of the god. And then he says that other ones were created by magical practitioners. Yeah. It's not a summary of all the types of magic, arcane, divine nature, but specifically about the creation of the vestiges. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like the penance and the Second War are just all about divine magic versus everything else. That's like, to me at least, that's how I read the distinction. And the First War was more divine magic versus specifically like primordial and elemental magic, is how I recognize that. You go into a whole debate if a god created a weapon made of a Titan, are they Titan-based or God-based? I mean, what I'm specifically taking from this, and I want to reiterate again, this guy might just be an unreliable narrator. This guy might just be wrong. But what I am taking from what he said is specifically the, it's like right here. Some were created in the sphere of some deity's influence. So it doesn't, yeah. So to me, that doesn't indicate that the material that it's made out of matters. Like if it is Titan based or God or like God based, it just matters if it was within the influence of said deity, that it's a divine vestige. According to this guy, again. But yeah, Cord could have used the elemental Velatine to infuse the gauntlets, not infusing it with his own divine magic. Again, that is not how I am reading the specific thing that Matt said. This specific line. Some were created in the sphere of some deity's influence. Some were created by powerful
practitioners.
Powerful practitioners of the arcane. So this guy is drawing two different categories in the god's influence and practitioners of the arcane. Those are the only two things that he mentions as like categories of vestiges, I suppose. Who knows if he's right? But that's what I'm getting from this. And then he specifically indicates those gauntlets or those knuckles are not divine, which within the context of what he said, I would imply to mean that it was made by practitioners of the arcane. Because, you know, that was like he was giving like the answer to the question, you know? Matt loves unreliable narrators. Yeah. And he could this guy could just like not have all the facts and just be like straight up wrong. It's very, very possible. Yeah. Details of the first word only delineated later in CR content, so no one please explain further. Okay, yeah. Like if a woodworker makes a chair out of a tree, is the chair a product of the tree or the woodworker's labor? Within the context of what this guy is saying, it is about who creates it. So he said, created by a practitioner of the arcane or within the sphere of the influence. He has not made any mention to the material composition of the thing mattering at all. That's not a indication that this guy is given. Like I said, he could be wrong. And it could also just be like just a delineation that they use, and maybe Earthbreaker Groon categorizes vestiges differently. It probably doesn't actually matter, you know? It's more of an organizational tool than anything else. So the Marquette Society might use different organizational methods than Vasselheim.
The arcane. Remember, the calamity, the battle that sparked the Divergence itself, was a battle against the gods, against wayward arcane magics, and the division between societal belief and the allegiances of a nation about these, as scattered as they are.
We have the tea set as well. Do we have anything else?
Oh, well, yes, I have a shit ton of
Is there
items.
anything, you can't tell me anything more about the blade?
It resonates with sound and with speech and with song, and he gives you basically the information you have about the Myth Carver.
To be fair, Confused Strawberry, Earthbreaker Groon's on the other side of that, right? But yeah, it's a very good, like, that's why I wrote it down, is I think the exploration of history and its lens between different narrators, even narrators that are all being sincere, can absolutely be different. So what he considers to be an arcane vestige versus what Earthbreaker Groon categorizes as arcane. Earthbreaker Groon might say, well, it was made by the Titan material, but, you know, or Earthbreaker Groon might say, you know, it was made by a follower of Cord, which means that it was within Cord's influence, whereas this arcane guy might say if it wasn't made by Cord himself, it doesn't count. Which are two very reasonable lenses to look at the same history, yeah.
It's probably overkill, but I draw back the weight that I'm wearing. What of this armor? Can you tell me anything about it?
Reaches forward and touches the armor, eyes flash again. Gives you a full detailed description of the armor that you're holding. He says, this has been awakened.
Interesting. Yes. It's rare that artifacts have an awakening. Interesting.
Is that something that any of these would do?
I do not know. This is my first time actually handling any vestiges. And for the record, you carrying this many at you puts quite a target on your back by anyone who's interested in selling them or making them their own. I would recommend not telling most anyone what you have in your possession.
You are the only one that we've told.
Why would
Good.
it be secret?
Keep it that way.
Yes.
We have
Trust you can keep this a secret.
just a few more things.
Yes, I pull up a tea set that has LM engraved on it that we got in the,
Unfortunately, you've expended most of my identification this day.
Less of a magical investigation. I pull out a piece of the green elemental shard from Whitestone and show it to him.
Might I have a look at that?
Yes.
Takes it and reaches into his robes and pulls out a very well-crafted kind of glass, kind of like a jeweler's piece. Kind of glances over it for a second, and he clicks a small button.
A tea set that has LM on it? Do I have a tea set? I didn't write down the tea set. I didn't have the tea set. Their tea set has LM. LM? I should go back and look at that. LM on it? Because it's not Krieg, obviously.
Take a break.
Never! I will. Yeah, LM. Lionel Messi. Oh no. LM on it. The one that they got from Krieg's house. I remember where they got it. I just apparently didn't write down a note about it. The man doesn't have time to cast Identify Ritually. Facts. I mean, Matt did specify that they only had 10 minutes, so I guess not. That's funny, though. LM. I'm going to be thinking about those initials in the bathroom. LM. I'll be back in a second. See you guys. What up, hello? I don't know who LM is. I'm gonna have to look through my NPCs. Apparent allies. Dr. Transil, Drake, Jarrett. No. It might be, backwards as well. So it might be LM or ML. LM. ML. No? Do we know literally anyone that starts with an L or an M? Or has an L or an M anywhere in their name? Master Qual, but Master doesn't count. Mistress Asharu? No. Seemingly dead? There anyone they're seemingly dead? No, not really. Orm Blackfoot? No. Seemingly unimportant randos. Let's see. Merton? It's Merton! No! LM stands for Lancaster Merton. I don't know. No L names. No L names in my fucking database. And very few M names. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck that could be. Unless someone's going by a nickname or some shit. I guess that's possible. It's like, well, no, I was about to say Dr. Anna Ripley, but that's her full ass name. That's her full ass government name, and I know that. Like, I guess it could be like Dr. Dranzel, but that's also a name that fucking Scanlan made up. Seeker Assume, I guess Assume could be like a title. I don't know, man. Kima. Realm Seal. Yeah, no rescue. I have no clue. I feel like we don't know it yet, you know? This lore feels very World War II was fought between the Allies and Axis powers, and to the was a Ukrainian sniper in the Red Army we get later on. I see. So you're saying like the lore is very abstract right now, and you eventually get very deep into it. That's cool. I mean, I knew that Exu is like, it stands for like Exandria Unlimited, I think. So I knew that it was a bunch of like side stories diving into the lore. So I'm assuming we get a lot of this like pre-lore during Exu. And my pet theory, because the main Exu I'm aware of is Exu Calamity, which feels to me very direct, like, I feel like we're probably going to get a little bit of a sequence during the penance, is my guess. So yeah, I'm assuming that there's a ton of more detailed stuff, and I'm also like keeping in mind that like Matt could have retconned a lot of shit. Saying it once from one NPC does not lock it in fact at all.
Side of it, each time it does, you see the lens change color on the end of it.
I have not seen anything like this. Melted, condensed, purified white stone.
Yes. Take it back.
As you kind of take it, he kind of gives a little resistance and kind of lets go and goes,
the possibilities of such a substance is intriguing.
Can I do an insight check on him?
Go for it. Good girl.
I don't think we need insight to know that this guy wants it.
No.
Oh boy.
Can we ask him how he got his purple hair? Because I want some purple hair.
You want purple hair?
Make sure to visit the Geek and Sundry store for all of our new merch items.
I wasn't here for the new merch items.
gosh,
There
check this
are
out.
espionage nail wraps.
We've got these cool
These new bitchin' bracelets.
Oh, look,
But
Sam.
these have critical role themes to them.
Look, Sam. We
No
have a critical
way.
role
That's
mug.
really available?
Yeah, it's in
I
store
want
now.
one.
I know, right?
How much are they? $50?
No, they're
$100?
$20.
Just 20?
Just $20.
Okay, think of all the spice you could get.
Should you have any more of that you do not require, I'm sure I could convince the Allegiance to pay quite a hefty sum.
Money doesn't interest us at this point. We are under siege.
Very well.
But cooperation and help in our endeavors certainly does. And the process is known to my people, and a closely guarded secret, obviously. We would be happy to restore normal relations once we are no longer in danger.
And of course.
And excited for normal relations and proper trade. We are a city in need.
Well, if I may have your name then, sir.
I do not give him my name, but I put together a quick piece of paper with the royal seal, but with no.
That's a Slayer's take, yeah.
That's a Slayer's take.
Okay. He takes it.
Nail wraps, interesting.
It's enough that you need not have any paper proof of who I am, other than the fact that if this place was built, then that should be very useful to you. If this place was built the way we expect it to, and if we survive, and especially with your cooperation and help, if we survive, we will be back to the city and we will be grateful.
And we can always come back with more of this condensed white stone in tow.
It's very expensive and very rare, sadly.
I look forward to your return once this worm intrusion is completed and we can discuss business.
Worm intrusion?
The dragon.
Oh, the worm. I thought you were talking about the hole out in front.
Oh, no, that's...
Is that anything we can help with? We're quite adept.
No, we're good, but thank you.
I hate to wear out our welcome, but you said you were spent. Is it possible your friend who scuttled off could have a look at my sister's tea set?
Oh, really? They are so smart and magical. I
You're
don't think
asking
they want.
us to spend this last minute of time that I've promised to you to retrieve my clerk to see what your tea set does.
Well,
I was asking that, yes.
Very well.
Well, I have a question. Would you ever engage in matters outside of this stupid-ass place?
Well, all right.
Referring to what?
You know, other countries, people in danger, dragons. You seem to be a powerful magician of some sort. Would you ever help?
I do not, nor does the Allegiance, get itself involved in political matters. We are simply a collection of scholars in the attempt to keep it that.
In your scholarly knowledge, do you know how to kill a red dragon?
With no heart.
I would say that is probably a bit beyond my capability. But if indeed that little bubble that your tiny friend carries is to believe true, I think you've already found favors and allies far beyond anything we could provide.
We need everything we can get, and we are down several libraries on our continent. They do enjoy watching the knowledge of the ages burn.
Well, perhaps then you should get on seeing them felled fairly soon then.
Hopefully you take this as the fair warning that it was meant to be.
The city has seen quite a few aggressors, and not one has made it farther than the outside walls.
So I have heard.
But this isn't one. This is several.
Well,
and that is why they have given us our favors, because they understand that this threat is greater.
Well, and yet you've already felled a few yourselves. I'm certain you will be successful in the rest of your endeavor.
One last note.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned...
Yeah, oh man. This is tough. This is tough. I think that there's going to be just a few of these sorts of awkward conversations because Matt at the beginning was like, go get allies, go get them. And then they got a bunch of them. They got a bunch of them. They sent them to Whitestone, you know. And they've gotten, you know, a few others that will ostensibly show up when the time is right. But he did definitely, I think, instill them with a sense of get everything, try to get as much as possible. But there does come a time where that all makes sense fictionally, but also you eventually have to consider as a DM, well, man, how am I going to run all of these people helping? How am I going to actually, like, make this work in, like, mechanically when it actually comes down to it? Because items, vestiges, magic items, you know, yeah, you just equip them to the heroes use them, bing, bang, boom, done. But allies are tougher. And information is really good. But also, there can only be so much of it because you don't want to trinkle out worthless info to them. You want, when they find info about THORDAK, what have you, for the information to be impactful. But it also means that you can't give too much of it. You have to, like, really space it out. And I think there's another layer of weirdness to this arc where it's interesting that Vox Machina has not stopped to consider what the end game of the dragons is, right? Like, and like what their plan is. They are assuming it's world domination, but the Chroma Conclave hasn't actually indicated that. They have seemed pretty content with the territory that they have claimed. And so when they ask people in Marquette, as an example, to help, I think it's very reasonable for the Marquette people to be like, well, why? Why would I help? And I think that, honestly, all of the arguments were summed up by this guy towards the end of, well, you can kill them, clearly. Why? Hey, not our business, dude. You've already got Devosa, ostensibly, on your side. I don't really think we need to stick out our necks. And so I don't know exactly. So this then gets into the point of, okay, now when they ask people, they've kind of captured all of the allies I think they're probably going to, or at least the majority of them. So how do you indicate as a DM, hey, stop asking? Other than to just let them keep asking, like keep running into a wall? That's viable. Which is why I said I think we're just going to have a couple of awkward conversations where they don't really get anywhere. Because that's the easiest way to communicate the message, is to just let them experience it, you know? But that also wastes a certain degree of time and creates an amount of frustration. And I don't know, it kind of depends, I think, on how much they keep going forward. I don't know. I would have believed the dragons to never be content with what they have until there's nothing left that they don't. So eventually they'd siege other continent and perhaps other planes. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable belief, to be clear. But I also, I don't blame Vox Machina for thinking that. In fact, right at the beginning of the Chroma Conclave arc, I actually heavily criticized the players being so laissez-faire, and just drinking in a tavern in Vasselheim and not warning anyone in this, just getting day drunk. Because I was like, hey guys, focus up, the apocalypse is happening, come on. But then as the arc has gone on, they haven't really had any timers. The dragons took their territory and then are chilling. And so it's an interesting dichotomy where they've taken enough time now that they can't convince people on an urgency factor, right? And Vasselheim and Ank'Harel, these two very heavily fortified cities, it appears, I just have more trust in their defenses than these random strangers, you know? And none of that is a problem. None of that is an actual problem from a world building or even storytelling perspective. It's just, there needs to be almost like a switch in the player's mental energy. But at the beginning of this, they got told to find allies before they got told about the vestiges, straight up. They found out about the vestige in the process of finding allies. So that's been their underlying thing. They did it when they went to the Feywild. They did it when they went to Draconia. Everywhere they go, they're trying to get people in on the war, you know? The dragons want worldwide domination. Iman go burr. Kinda. Yeah. So you have to either just let themselves, and this is a debate I have all the time during my own campaigns, is how long do I let the players spin their wheels on a bad solution, right? Because you want them to be able to try things and figure it out with as little DM intervention as possible. But you also don't want them to spin their wheels so much and waste so much time and so much, potentially fictional goodwill that they get frustrated and tired. And I don't know what that break point is yet, but we'll have to see. Because I think that's one of the reasons that this conversation feels awkward, is that VM kind of feels entitled to assistance, and this person is essentially telling them, sit the fuck down. No, you're not. And that's kind of an awkward thing to play out, especially multiple times. So it'll really depend on how Vox Machina reacts to this situation. I think as a DM, I'm playing this through and I'm really listening to how they react after the conversation, to see if they got kind of the hint, you know what I'm saying? And then if they try to do it again, then the other person might need to be more direct. I don't know.
Mentioned Cabal's Ruin. Have you heard of the Den of Druja?
Druja. Yes, that was not but 60 years ago. There was a bit of an incursion, an uprising of a guild that was getting a bit big for its britches and was muscling its way through most of the Sankat Bazaar. Some sort of a conflict arose and the streets were lined with bodies at certain moments. However, it seems that they were dealt with rather quickly, succinctly, and one of our wayward mages that had apparently been helping helm this endeavor was brought to justice with a blade to its throat.
Really? What was the name of this sorcerer, magician, whatever? Mage.
I mean, no disrespect to you, but it is a place of particular sourness and shame within the Allegiance, and we wish to move on from it.
Sure. But isn't knowledge like this best known so the history does not repeat itself?
And we know it well, and it will not be repeated. I do not know you, and yet you ask us questions deep within our history that we do not wish to discuss for our own reasons.
Lot of answers we got here. Lot of answers.
Maybe we just asked the wrong questions.
Maybe I should just ask him to identify this.
I think you've already burned the charge on that.
As you put your finger up, he puts up 3 fingers.
What's that mean?
Counterspell.
Oh.
And that is your 10 minutes. Thank you so much for your time. Please, do make sure the Allegiance knows once you've completed your journey up and wherever these dragons are, and return, as I think there are many things we could discuss to the benefit of both you and us. Now, I have things to attend to. I wish you a good day.
Good day to you, sir.
You ruined your business deal. Have fun.
He counted 10 like this. Probably would have learned it.
And with that, he exits back from the chateau. The door closes shut.
Dick. That's a dick.
Yes, he was, but we did learn
To be fair,
something.
we were asking him favors for no...
This is true.
Yeah, I was about to say, it really wasn't that much of a dick. Vox Machina is frequently dicks.
He was just a snob.
There was plenty of benefit to him.
We don't do well with snobbery.
Do you want me to burn down his house?
No.
Triceratops. Triceratops. All right, easy, killer. Easy.
All right, so we know a little bit more.
We do.
Nothing.
No,
No, a little bit more. We need to find out who this mage was. Maybe it'll lead us.
So the Den of
Why?
Druja was
I
a
don't know.
guild. 60 years ago, though. It's quite a long
We
time.
need to reach out to this woman, right?
Maybe she's really old.
We could go to her.
We can check.
We do know where she lives. Or
Do we?
I do. I followed her.
Yeah,
Oh,
you could
that's
check. You could go and check, and we could hang back.
I have contacts in the underworld here.
They respect you.
Well,
The name of the meat man goes a long way.
What time is it right now?
This time, with the 4 hours lost since waking, you're probably pushing it like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
should we go pay a visit to what's her butt? What's our play here? We need her.
We need Paul's ruin. But we don't want to cause too much of a ruckus because I don't want to put ourselves at odds with Jamon's
Maybe we should find out more about this Den of Druja. It sounds like there was quite a civil war that happened back in the day.
Did we make a mistake here? Should we have said something else?
I'm sure we did.
I'm sure.
What information could this person have given us?
I think if we had
Maybe
more of
access
that,
to a library?
yeah, more of that stuff from Percy's place, he'd be more willing to share.
Percy, you can give him that piece.
I don't trust him with it.
I can't imagine why.
He was definitely very interested in it.
It's
We could sneak in.
No.
how.
Let's go
There's gotta
down
be
the
a
hole.
library, right?
Yeah, we could just go down the hole, see what's there. Kiki and I can be dragonflies and just buzz on down.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
true.
That's true. You're like little drones.
This is like an entire area of mages. You don't think they'll notice?
This is an interesting consequence, right? I mentioned in the last stream, right, when we were doing the first half of this episode, how much I loved Talison's question as Percy to Matt as Devosa of who should we talk to, because it gives Matt a lot of flexibility in how to answer. He can send them to maybe a place that hasn't come up naturally but is important for them to go, or to a particular person that he wants to introduce them to, et cetera, right? It gives them a good in-fiction excuse to allow Matt to direct them wherever they need to go, or wherever he wants them to go. But with that, when they go somewhere based on that, I think maybe what they're experiencing is an amount of expectation because Jamon, or Devosa, sent them there, right? So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword of if you, as the omnipotent DM through one of your NPCs, through one of your trusted NPCs, I should say, tell the players to go somewhere. When they ask you, where do we go? And they say, hey, go here. And then there's not a super clear way through what is there. I can see that being confusing to the players. But to another extent, like I think they'll assume that something important is there, or that person had something important to tell them. But at the same time, it's a social encounter. I'm sure that guy did have something important to tell them, and they just kind of failed the social encounter at the end of the day. Yeah, interesting. But they are, you see they're like going through like, okay, should we sneak in? Should we do this? Should we do that? What program? Obsidian. It is a program called Obsidian. I like it a lot. It's very nice. It's very, very good. And thank you. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I'm less saying, I don't think either of them necessarily made any sort of like bad moves or mistakes. It's but I am really noticing how much they seem like fixated on this area, right? Where they, at least I think, probably failed that social encounter or lost, you know? And they're still hanging around and they're debating what to do because they assume that since Matt a la Jaman sent them here, there must be something that they can do here. It's one of the kind of unwritten rules of TTRPGs is that the DM rarely presents you with something that is just meant to waste your time. Sometimes they will present you with like flavor stuff or environmental stuff, but they'll very rarely be like, you notice a tower off in the distance. It seems to stand out amongst the landscape. And then they go to the tower and it's just an empty ruin with nothing interesting in it. Right? That doesn't really happen. It's whether you're in like an open world or a railroad, it's very rare that the DM will actively feed you something that is just a time waster. And I'm really seeing that here with like how much they seem to care about this place, even though they have no real reason to. This is very much like the players tapping into this must be important because Matt told us to go here. Interesting.
See this when you use polymorph?
Please.
Well, mine's V-shaped. Mine's natural. I'm all natural.
Magical effect, just so you know.
It's just organic.
Yeah.
It's organically natural.
That's
free range magic.
Yeah.
It's
I don't.
So we have our options are go down the hole, get caught.
Yes.
Go find the girl with the cloak.
Yeah. Get caught.
Or
get caught on purpose.
Or all just bum rush my friends at the casino and get revenge.
I think that's probably it is.
Maybe they know something more about things.
It's just 50 gold. I don't see why you're getting so uptight about it.
It was my lucky gold piece that I got.
Why'd you spend your lucky gold piece?
It was buried in with the rest. I didn't notice it.
Well, maybe you just asked them to give it back.
It was more.
You're really uptight right now.
You're all right.
I need a massage.
I just need a nap. That's all. I need a nap.
How about we go after the woman then? Unless the hole sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, let's make our way over that way.
Let's sneaky sneaker.
Well, I could take us there. Do we want to? Let's be genuine and knock on the door. I can't think that it's going to be useful to go sneaking in.
Maybe she's taking the cloak off and we can just take it.
You know, there's also...
Seems unlikely.
There's also one other... We've heard that there's shady people at the... Wait, have we been to the Debt's Respite?
That's where we're staying.
Right, that's right. She falls.
That's our hotel, Scanlan.
You drank a bit last night.
Staying at the Hilton.
Shannon, do you need to go find a house of lady favors?
The Hilton by the airport, not downtown.
Not the downtown.
We got a full night's sleep, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, we did.
Bax, do you feel like we should be door knockers instead of sneakers?
I feel like door knocker.
Let's go knock on Mistress Asharu's door.
Hang on, we're just gonna go knock and say what? What's our plan after?
Hey, can we have your vestige
cloak?
that's super valuable?
Maybe we could trade her one.
What's your idea?
I have
Trade her
no
a
idea.
vestige.
Maybe wait until she comes to find us.
We could just do some recon on her place.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. You guys all heading there?
I don't think we should do that, so that Grog doesn't knock over, Oh, cart.
You're going to definitely hang about a block back. Let you.
I think you and I should go.
Me?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm good at it.
Okay. So the two of
You
you.
would knock over a cart. You're nimble.
I could go up to the front door and pretend to be a FedEx delivery guy or something.
I pick up Scanlan like a football and walk off with my sister.
All right, so the three of you guys make your way, remembering the path that you very carefully marked in your memory to where you followed the messenger through the other day. You guys follow back to the outside of the Death's Respite and tracing the path in which he followed that silent messenger that Treve had sent off when you first made your request of the mistress. Heading through alleyways, diving over from upper to lower levels, through long hallways beneath buildings to small side roads, until eventually you find your way into this small area that's kind of nestled in between two large warehouses, and there appears to be some crates. There's some barrels around this small building that reads on the sign above the door, a kingly home. It is current, the door's closed. There appears to be a window right next to the door, and there is the series of barrels. There's the one barrel that you saw where the individual moved it and placed the actual request that you guys made through a small slot in the wall.
Are there any other people around?
Yeah.
You can see, as you guys kind of, actually, everyone will stealth check who's coming through.
We're way behind.
Yeah, you guys are behind. Everyone is coming, so the three of you guys.
14.
25.
14.
Not you, Grog, you're not going.
Nope.
16.
Okay.
I can't.
You guys make your way through the hallway, and as you turn the corner, there is one person turning around the corner the opposite direction who's carrying what looks to be a bundle of various large nut-like fruits, and turns and bumps into you and like almost drops it and catches it. It's like, be more careful. And then just continues walking past. You guys look into the main area where the home is, and it's right there before you. Other than that person just passed by, it's pretty quiet here. This part of the city doesn't see a lot of foot traffic, which is probably why it makes for a nice home for an individual that does shady work.
And nobody's hiding.
You can make a perception check.
That's a good Quebin. 43 to 09. So that, what is that? 26 minutes left? It's probably another hour or two, I would say. Daniel. Ish, roundish. Yeah.
27.
Ooh, that's a good perception check.
Nothing.
Maybe that's, what is it?
None.
32.
What do we know about this vestige holder? What's the name again? I need to go back. I don't even think it'll be in here. Yeah, it'll be from the oh wait, we don't have any to be organized? Did I create I probably just didn't create one for her. Within the Sandcut Bazaar, yeah. So you search for a garment. A camp flame with smoke pouring out. A storm. I don't know why. This is giving me like that sequence that Matt just described of the person walking away with like the nuts or whatever and like muscling past. My DM instincts were to ask everyone's passive perception. Like, I'm getting the feeling that they're gonna run into someone that they know. That's the feeling that is rising in my belly. Is that because that gave me like a feel of like almost like a Mission Impossible sequence where they've just like, you know, put on like a crazy outfit. Or like Ocean's 11 where they're in the disguise and they're like, watch where you're going, buddy. Like, that's what that interaction felt like to me. It felt like someone that was trying to hide from them, bumping past, but none of them have high enough passive, which is obviously not true because Laura definitely does. So now I'm thinking, fuck, do we know? Yes, my DM sense is tingling. Things are too quiet. I can feel a reveal coming. I can feel him parting the curtains, the silence before the storm. And you search for a garment. Which is what yeah. And it says a camp flame with smoke pouring out. Sounds like a traveler. a storm. Someone powerful? Also, Grog's herd was the herd of storms. I'm just now remembering. What are storms? This garment is in motion. Man, if we knew someone else connected to the herd, but I don't think it's Zanror. And like Zanror and Zanror's wife are like the two people that we know from the herd that are still alive. So unless this is like Kevdak's dead body come back to wear the vestige, which would seem a little odd to me. I don't think that's the connection. And I also think that this is probably not that specific, because I think that Matt probably improv'd this. So I think that the storm is going to be more poetic, more symbolic, violence, maybe lightning damage, I don't know. Some shit like that, right? Darkness, even. And then a camp flame with smoke pouring out. Smoke pouring out. Smoke pouring out? Smoky? Could it be related to Smokey? What does this vestige do again? I think that I was assuming that this vestige would be for... I thought that I was assuming in my head that this vestige would be for Scanlan for some reason, but Scanlan already has one. A magic devouring cloak. Once used by an assassin to eliminate the unscrupulous Den of Druzhia. To eliminate! Not used by the Den of Druzhia. Now is worn by a merchant warrior with a missing eye. Do we know anyone with a missing eye? We don't, do we? Who's in our apparent enemies? Ripley isn't missing an eye. Cause right, I'm hearing magic devouring and the smoke pouring out of the campfire, and I'm like, this isn't Ripley. Did I ever describe what Ripley looked like? Clarify the point, Hogshead. I don't have much written down about her. I wasn't taking detailed notes when Ripley was first described. Chat, does Ripley have both of her eyes? Has it been established that she has both of her eyes or not? In the Briarwood arc. Obviously no future information. Yes, okay, she has both of her eyes. Yeah, she could have lost one, I guess. But okay, so probably not Ripley. I was seeing the smoke pouring out was smoky. And then the storm is like the gunfire. I guess theoretically she could have taken it in the meantime, but I picture Ripley like very on foot right now. I mean, no fucking clue where she is, but I don't picture her having fucking shacked up in this house, and I don't think that she was like setting up aliases during her time in the Briarwoods. And I don't think that she could have gotten this that quickly. So it doesn't really make sense, but I thought I was maybe cooking there for a second. Yeah. Ripley was both eyes, but only had one hand. One hand! That's what I was thinking of. I should note that in her thing. Because that's like actually a pretty large physical tell that okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, why am I thinking that might be Ripley? One hand. Only has one hand. Only has one hand. Interesting. I feel like we've gotten someone with a missing eye, but I can't remember. That's why I'm like actually kind of trying to figure this out, because I feel like we've gotten someone with a missing eye. Cooking another juicy theory. I don't think the eyes have ever been mentioned. I feel like if one was missing, it would have gotten mentioned. But good reminder on the hands, yeah. What up? Yeah. Yep. You know who has a missing eye? Vecna. It's all there. All there. Mega Society against having someone be behind all things? Yeah, I don't think it's her. And I have no reason, there's no actual reason other than my vibes detector that I should think that we will know the vestige bearer. But them being all coy about her identity earlier, and everything about this scene is giving me big mask off Scooby-Doo. It was Mayor Kerflufflesuck the whole time. You know? That's what I'm getting from this. The other thing that I wanted to look for was Mistress Asharu. Yeah, anyone else? I'm just gonna breeze through. Seemingly Dead. I don't think there was a lot of one-eyed people in Seemingly Dead. Abjur's Nausea. Was Abjur's Nausea only one eye? That's not right. No, that's not. I don't think so. Although utilize the lightning bolt. Yeah, you would have thought that I would have written down if someone was one-eyed, but nope, probably not me. Probably not me writing down something that could actually help me figure this out. Tyrell. No. Yeah, I don't think I know. I think maybe the Herd of Storms mage that was like on Kevdak's side of things, I think maybe he was one-eyed. But they fucking killed his ass. They killed his ass hard. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sensing a reveal and I feel like I should be able to get it, but I can't figure it out. Your hackles they are up. My hackles are very up. Because especially, it's also like the timing of the episode. We're getting close to the end. It's a good, the reveal is a good hook. It's like all of my storytelling pattern recognition feels like this is like we're about to. The Mistress Azura or whatever her name is. Asharu. That Mistress Asharu is someone we've already met. That's what I'm getting from this. I don't know though. But all I know is the one-eyed bit. Could also the one-eyed bit could be could be fake. Yeah, I think modern you would definitely take a note of the one-eyed if you thought an NPC had any importance. The big dangers if you thought they were unimportant or if they were old. Also true, yeah. And even it's like if they were introduced during or before the Briarwood arc, I don't have detailed notes. And yeah, if I thought they were super unimportant, then I might not have written that. Does Victor's not the never mind. I started to go through it for a second. I was like, does Victor only have one eye? But he's missing fingers. And also, it's not Victor. That would be the craziest twist, is if Victor is in a very serious robe and slippers surrounded by servants drinking a bottle of brandy with his 3 fingers. And he's like, my dear Percy, we meet in more honest circumstances at last. That'd be fucking crazy, dude. Victor being a merchant assassin, yeah. Like Crazy Gold Digger is just his fucking alias back in Vasselheim, and he's actually a very eloquent, like, dark shadow of one of the characters. That'd be so good. Wait, was he drinking brandy or smoking? Both. He's going on both. He's got the cigar in the 3-fingered hand and the wine glass in the 2-fingered hand. He's double fisting. He could have easily blown out an eye in the meantime. So true. It's kind of amazing that Victor hasn't damaged an eye. I know. Merchant warrior. Either way, man. That's ludicrous. That's ridiculous. I don't think that's the case.
32. You guys take the next few minutes quietly off in the shadow, looking about the upper and lower regions of this small alcove. The house is about 4 or 5 minutes into that. You're pretty certain that nobody here is hidden and you are alone in the home, at least for the time being.
Let's go knock on the front door and see
Well, that was my suggestion, but I thought we came here to watch for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I saved a scan sitting on my shoulders.
Should we go peek in the window, maybe? Maybe you, since you're sneaky.
All right.
Oh, yeah. All that.
What?
Scan and you can turn into a bug or something.
Whatever you want.
Ooh, I can use... Wait, does this have to be...
I think bug.
Bug? You want bug?
Yeah.
All right.
This doesn't have to be attuned. I have, from a long fucking time ago, the Cloak of the Scuttling Rat.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't even know what that is.
That's
Does it require attunement?
It doesn't. What?
Actually, pre-stream it.
It doesn't say.
Well, do you have a cloak attuned to you right now?
No, I don't have a cloak attuned to me because,
That's correct, you do not. So yeah, you could put that on if you want.
This is 5 minutes of rat form. Scanlan can go all night long.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous.
Yeah, but it's never used
You know why
it
they
ever.
call her Vex the Rat?
I'll
You know why
save
they call
it.
her that?
Do you know? I finished, by the way. I finished the screw job. I know about. Do you know why they call me Obi the Rat? I will also say you'll see the screw job eye patch eventually. I don't know when I'm gonna put it out. I might need to. We'll see. I might have. Wait, do I have something this Wednesday? Oh yeah. Okay, I have a doctor's appointment this Wednesday, but I think it's just that won't affect it. But depending on how many I film before then, you may or may not see it. But broadly, I thought the screw job, Liam's Quest 2, Liam's second one shot, way better than the first one. And I thought his first one was fine for someone less experienced, but like you'll hear my detailed thoughts on the hidden roles. I didn't love, but I think if you take the hidden roles out, that's a great fucking like bit-D score. That's an amazing bit-D score. I think it was really cool. I thought it was really, really good. I thought it was like the events were well paced out. I liked it a lot. The ending was a little, but I said it at the end of that. He ended it at least. He wasn't like, oh, let's make it into a 2-shot like my ass would have. So yeah, I liked the screw job. It was cool.
Good to see a piece.
You want me to do a bug?
Bug it up.
Be a bug? All right, I'll be a beautiful dragonfly.
Scanlan becomes this dragonfly with gorgeous rainbow-like color and tiny little beret. What do you want to do, Scanlan?
I look for any openings in the windows or vents or...
Then we come tink into the glass. The window is closed.
Fireplace. Is there a fireplace?
The door is actually pretty flush with the ground.
There is that secret thing behind.
Chimneys, air intake.
If you glance over the top of the roof, there actually is no chimney.
Right. So then I'll just hang out by a window for a little bit and look.
What about the little thing where the note got slipped in?
I don't know anything about that.
You always watch the dragonfly kind of.
Do I see anyone in any of the windows? I'll just go window.
It's dark inside, and the drapes are kind of drawn, except for a little bit of sliver with light would get through, and you can see like a little peek of what's like a wooden floor. But there's no light from the inside.
Okay. Just gonna go all the way around the house, high and low, looking for a way in. Do I find it?
Make an investigation check.
A lot. 24.
24. After coming around, you begin to slink around by the.
Yeah, going into our conversation earlier in the stream, that's maybe what I'll try to think of as like my definitional investigation check is like a way in kind of implies that like, okay, you're like occasionally like trying to fit yourself or you're, pushing against a door slightly or you're kind of, you're messing with shit. It's finding a way in is not something that would be easily available from right where you're standing just based on your senses. It's something that you might have to piece some things together, move around a lot. I will also say, I assume during perception checks that the person making it is largely immobile. I think for when I conceptualize perception, it is you can see it or hear it or smell it or whatever. It can be perceived right now from where you are. Otherwise, it might take an investigation to kind of find. Yeah.
The barrels, and you can see in the stonework that's been, kind of built in masonry that forms the exterior of the building, there appears to be a very, very small hole about cork size hidden behind one of the barrels in the front. And there's just enough space between the wall where you can kind of just barely squeeze in and poke through. It's big enough where your wings will hit, so you kind of have to attach to it and crawl through before coming out the other side. And as you come out the other side,
Fun fact that I don't expect Matt to know. Am I? Oh wait, I need to make sure that I'm not giving dragonfly misinformation. Yeah, dragonflies can't walk. They cannot crawl. Their legs do not have the capability. If they land, they are stuck there. They can't fucking crawl down. They can't crawl back up. Their legs just don't work like that. They can only perch. They cannot walk, crawl, etc. Isn't that crazy? I learned that the other day on a zoology channel. They have some of the most capable flight of any animal ever in terms of speed and agility. And they sacrificed all the shit in their legs for that. Yeah. I would never expect Matt to know that. But fun fact, this is not accurate. So nature's helicopter? Kinda, yeah, basically. Yeah, nature's helicopter, yeah.
you're now inside the house.
They did not.
Dark interior, make a perception check.
1.
You're inside the building, but it is very dark, and all you see is the one little beam of light coming through the window that is facing where the sun currently is in the sky, and it's creating the one beam on the ground and a little bit of wood that's there. That's as much as you can make out at the moment.
I will fly around and see if I knock into anything.
You knock into like a shelf unit. You knock into another shelf unit. You stop on the top of a chair that's off in a far corner, kind of over it. You glance over, and a little bit of light is bouncing off the sunbeam. You can see beneath the opening where you came in, the rolled up scroll that was placed inside the small case that held your guys' kind of message is still resting right beneath the opening, untouched.
Oh, they haven't even opened it? Assholes. Maybe she hasn't been home.
Maybe there's no her.
Am I in a room that's closed off? No, can I keep going through the house? Or?
Yeah, you can go into the house. There's a big part of the house you haven't explored yet.
All right, see if I can make my way.
Making around. Go make another perception check.
5. Oh wait,
yeah, no,
5.
Yep. That's
all right. It's fairly dark in here. Let me check.
What up? No. Paige thought she heard her name and got interested. No Paige isn't listening? Oh, you thought it was like salacious? Woo. No. Your fans called to you? When are we gonna do the thing?
I don't know. I finished it, so we can do it.
We gotta do the thing soon.
Maybe Friday.
Friday? That's so soon. I don't know if they can handle it Friday.
I don't have work on Friday.
Should we tell them, or should it be the super secret page reveal?
Not that surprising. Exciting.
Not that exciting.
It's
exciting. I'll let him hold on to it for a little bit. Maybe I'll announce it later. Maybe I will. I can't hold on to a surprise. I'm good at keeping secrets, but not surprises. I always want to give people their presents early. Hidden Page. Your stream isn't interesting unless you mention her explicitly. Exactly. Maybe now that you're playing D&D, you'll be more interested in the stream. Probably not. I'm still not gonna watch. Yeah, I know.
One thing in the monster manual.
Dragonfly vision?
I'm just going to see some possibility that maybe...
I doubt dragonflies are even in the monster.
No, but I'm looking for...
Some sort of bug.
The thing that's about to eat you.
Dragon plus
Yeah.
fly. I like to
Yeah.
round the two together.
A giant frog.
Look for dragon perception.
A dire dragonfly.
You know what? Honestly, thinking about it, you probably like have blind sight from a lot of different insects, maybe.
One would...
Right? They have most of blind
They've
sight.
got the big
Well, I mean, they got giant,
prismatic
that was
hoo-ha.
Niles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, their eyes have the most lenses in nature. They have the best vision. Period. But I don't know if that would equate to blind sight. I don't know what I would give for that. Because I doubt that there's actually small brains. Big eyes, small brains. Small brains, small legs. Yeah. It does feel right to give a dragonfly, a polymorphed character that's a dragonfly, some sort of perception buff. But I don't know if that would be like a rider or blind sight or just advantage on perception checks. I don't know. Probably a purely stylistic thing. I think I would probably go for... I'd probably go for advantage. I like advantage a lot. I don't think I'd go for a rider. And I also don't think I'd go for blind sight. Because blind sight kind of means something different to me. So yeah, I think I'd just go with advantage, which honestly doesn't feel like enough, but meh, what you gonna do? They've got the big prismatic hoo-ha. Is hoo-ha only an appropriate slang in the South? Is that not universal? Oh, no. Hoo-ha is vagina, yeah. I don't know what the fuck talent. I mean, at least I guess Kansas isn't that far from the South. It's Midwest. Maybe it means something different in California. But no, to me, hoo-ha is absolutely you're down under. Yeah.
One would...
Right? They're mostly blind
They've got the big
Well, I mean, they got giant,
prismatic
that was
hoo-ha.
Niles.
Yeah.
Prismatic.
As not an expert on
Prismatic.
insect.
Although the way that Marisha's laughing about it, I feel like the slang might be universal, and Tals is just making it funny.
Biology. We'll say as you kind of flutter around to the opposite side of the room, you can see there's a small table. There is a very simple bed on the side. There is what looks to be a carpet that has been pulled and half folded over. Yep. There is an opening on the floor in the opposite corner and a staircase that descends below.
Ooh.
And like a trap door that is left open.
Do it.
I go outside immediately.
No! All right. You find the opening, pull through, and then come through on the opposite side.
I bamf out.
Hey, what'd you see?
There's a trapdoor. There's a trapdoor. We gotta go down the trapdoor.
Right now?
Where's the trapdoor?
Inside. No one's in the house. We can just go in. Sneakity snack. Let's go in. Go down the trapdoor. See what it is.
Three of us running in after
No,
someone.
no,
who
no,
possibly
everyone
has
else is
a
really close. They just
Ooh. Okay. There's no way for me to predict the identity, but maybe the merchant warrior has someone in her basement. And it's going to be someone that they know. It's going to be someone that they either think is dead or missing. Could be Ripley. Could theoretically be Victor, I guess. Probably not, though. Is there anyone else that is traveling? Seeker Assume? No. Seeker Assume's in Whitestone? Because he showed up relatively recently. I don't really know Seeker Assume's timeline. It was like he was in Iman, and then he got to Whitestone, and then I don't know what he's doing. Because the last time we were in Whitestone, it was like Gilmore's maintaining the barrier, Allura's gone. Allura's in the basement. Allura could be in the basement. She went looking for vestiges on her own, maybe? And ran afoul of the merchant warrior and is now locked in the basement? And that's why she hasn't reported back? Okay, so who's... And then is... Okay. Who's in Whitestone? I need to look at my people. So now, okay, the vestige holder is not someone we know. That's not the reveal, which also makes sense how the reveal still has like 20 minutes left on it. It's not that the vestige holder is someone that they know. It's that the vestige holder is keeping someone prisoner in the basement, and that's someone that they know. Who's around? Tal is native from Los Angeles. This is a Tarantino film. Like Gimp would be in the. I mean, honestly, yeah. Oh my God, Huai is kind of like saying Coochie. I agree. Let's see. Close allies. Allura. Currently, we don't know where she is. Possible. Probably not Cassandra. Not Gilmore. Not any of these people. No. Could be Dr. Dranzel or the daughter. I actually don't. Wait, is that in family? I don't have a article for Scanlan's daughter. Uh-oh. Okay, but it could be Dr. D or the daughter. Could be Dr. D's entire troop in there. That's possible. Last time we saw them, they were gambling. In the sequence where they were gambling, Matt described the table. Did he describe it as like a table with like red tablecloth? Because that's how he described the inside of the casino that they just went into. And we don't know where Dr. D and his daughter is. All the Den of Druzhia bodies. Probably, yeah. It's just all rotting down there. Ugh. But Dr. D or his daughter could be in there because last we saw them, they were gambling. There's a casino in town. It's possible. Drake is likely with Allura. Jarrett, we know. I think Kima's in Whitestone. I'm pretty sure Kima's in Whitestone. I think Eskel is also in Whitestone. I'm actually kind of losing track of where people are.
Take a break.
No, I will never. I think we can push through. I'm fine. I think that Kima and Eskel are both in Whitestone, but I'm actually uncertain. Eskel moved his tower. He went to investigate the orb under Whitestone. Yeah. I think he's in Whitestone. Uriel is dead as hell. Ripley could be in the basement. Ripley could easily be in the basement. They encounter her in jail once again. They just encounter her for the rest of the campaign in various jails, no matter where they go. That'd be pretty funny. But legitimately, it could be her. It's not going to be Otis. Not Dresvina. Not Jaman. Not Qual. Not Treve. I guess like theoretically Noja. I'm going to put my money on either Ripley, Allura, or Scanlan's daughter. One of the three of those I am betting is in this basement. Emerges a necromancer and the skeletons are literally in a closet. Ava is the only world development. Where is this person at this point in the timeline? Yeah, I agree. Almost every note-taking app is bad for chronology. But you're right. World Anvil does try. It's a little bit clunky, and it requires you to assume that like a current year to an extent. But it at least attempts it, and I think does an okay job at it. But yeah, I full on agree with you, Daniel. So many note-taking apps are not equipped to represent timelines, like the passage of time and how a single thing changes across time. Yeah. One of the skills is return of maid outfit. Yeah. Imagine Ripley always manages to escape the party than being caught by rent-a-cops. That's exactly what I'm saying. She becomes like a returning gag where everywhere they go, no matter where they are, like they find her in the Singorn jail, they find her in the City of Brass jail. She's like a manservant in the fucking plane of order. Like serving one of the Modron kings. And like every time they're like, how does this keep happening to you? And then she plays off of the chaos that Vox Machina causes to escape every time.
Oh, we don't need them. Let's just go. They'll make noise. You, me, and you, we're the stealthy ones.
That is true, but we don't know what is in here.
Yeah, you're right. We should totally tell the others. Hello, everyone. What's going on? Are things going on? Hello.
Scanlan is still gripping with some sort of depression.
Some sort of depression, what?
I've got sort of a bipolar thing going on now. I can't. Manic depressive episode.
I don't know what any of that means.
Is it the spice? Are you having a rough morning from the spice?
I think it's the... Anyway, there's a trapdoor. We should go down it.
Trapdoor?
It's just like, where?
Wait, did you see any kind of sign of life inside the house?
I did. I saw the sign that someone had opened a trapdoor and gone down it.
They could be hurt.
They could just have like a basement.
We could be breaking into somebody's home.
All right, well,
for nothing.
we either sit on our asses waiting for this woman, or we go make shit happen. What do you
We're
guys
on a
want to
time
do?
crunch. Let's make shit happen.
Yes,
Go pick a lock.
Yeah.
An entire city may die if we take too long. I think
Can we look around? Is anybody around? Can we pick this lock without anybody knowing?
Give my sister and I a minute, and then join us. We left them way behind.
You left them way behind.
Do we have time to go get more slushy beverages?
Probably
No,
not.
too late.
Probably
No,
not.
no.
You know what? You work on the lock. I'm gonna go get the rest.
Okay.
I'm gonna head back.
All right. So
I will say this is a tonal thing that I do want to point out. What I think it was Laura just said. We're on a time crunch. Let's make shit happen. All the times that I've talked about timers and pressure and soft timers, hard timers, whatever, keep in mind that at the end of the day, I think they have a lot of effects. I've talked about a variety of them, but it is a tonal thing. It is going to encourage action. It's going to encourage risk, that sort of thing. And if you're not wanting that, right? If you still want a timer, maybe you can make a giant one, like the Avatar Sozin's Comet one, a functionally infinite one that takes as long as the show needs it to. Or you can have, and I think that will give you a lot of the benefits of timers without, making there be this much pressure. But like the 2 week long, even though I've made the comment that it's functionally infinite on like the practical time scales that they're working at. Even saying that, it's short enough that if we think about it as players, it seems like a time crunch. If you think about a 2 week deadline at work or a 2 week project in school, that's enough time, but it's not a lot of time. And so beyond everything else that it does, it is a tonal thing that encourages action and risk-taking, which we're seeing right now play out in front of us. And sometimes, legitimately, that's not exactly what you're going for as a DM. And you might want to like rethink the other priorities that you have. Or maybe it's just a weakness of it that you accept and you try to mitigate. But, yeah, you're very much seeing that right now.
Vex, you head back together with the party. Vex.
Do I see anyone around still?
You actually see a couple folks walk by, and you take Scanlan, you guys step into the shadows, and you wait a minute for them to just pass by. And as soon as they're out of earshot, you head back.
You guys totally look like spice deals.
Can I check for traps?
Yes, you may make an investigation check.
Okay, cool.
So cool.
We're so cool.
Oh, well, that investigation was a 12 there.
What are we investigating?
Doesn't appear to be tracked.
No? Okay, I'm gonna try to pick this lock,
Wait,
Scanlan.
can we look around the streets to be able to do that? Make sure nobody's out here.
Yeah, I totally checked already. Okay. I'm gonna try to pick this lock.
You're gonna pick this lock.
I'm gonna try real hard. What do I roll?
Get it, girl.
To pick a lock.
Oh, this would be a sleight of hand.
Get it.
But no, I'm saying a sleight of hand. No, this is a lockpick tool, a thieves' tools check. So you add your proficiency bonus and your dexterity bonus.
Add my proficiency bonus
I actually have to write it in.
I don't understand.
Thieves' tools. It's
I have
only-
thieves' tools.
Right. So your proficiency bonus is 5, right?
Yeah.
And what's your dexterity bonus?
Oh, my dexterity bonus is another 5.
5. So add plus 10 to your d20 roll.
That's the smallest dice ever.
I think that's a 14 that I
Why would you even roll that?
Yes,
That's
I-
a two.
She's not the
14
first
plus 10,
person I played
24.
with who uses tiny dice.
4 plus 10.
Oh, 4 plus 10.
14.
Every time.
You put your
This is, I'm new at
inside
this.
it's very as simple as looking on the outside. It's a very intricate lock, far more than you thought it would. You spend about 5 minutes with it before you're not being able to hit it for the tumblers.
Just go inside.
Just go inside and open it?
Unlock it from the inside.
Alright, fine.
But don't tell my brother I couldn't unlock this.
Wait, first I'm gonna try to pick the lock.
Okay.
Do you have these tools?
Nope.
Then go fuck yourself. You can't.
Just roll d20 and add your dexterity modifier.
4.
What are you picking with? A bobby
Alright, I'll
pin?
just go in there.
He pulls out what looks to be a couple of like barely unfurled pieces of wire. Puts them in there for a second, and they both break off inside of it, and he goes...
All right, I will dimension door inside.
Okay. You're now inside. As you go back to the door, you can see there is a heavy latch and what looks to be some sort of a padlock on it.
God damn it, on the inside?
Have I gotten back to the rest?
You've got it back in pretty quick. You're at full speed. You guys, over the next minute or so, the rest of the party gets there. You can go make another shot. The DC is going to increase, though.
You know, do really
tried
well
again.
against doors with these colors.
Oh, natural 20.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Very difficult because partially it's not only an intricate lock with the interior padlock, but Scanlan broke off pieces of wire inside of it that are in danger of actually permanently breaking the lock and make it unusable. You, however, thankfully managed to maneuver the tools to remove the pieces of wayward wire.
Nice job.
To finish the lock. And as soon as you finish unlocking the padlock on the inside with like a curved piece, the door opens and there's a slight flash.
Oh, shit.
Just nothing.
Oh no. It's an alarm. It's an alarm.
Yes.
We need to get the fuck out of here.
No noise. Make a perception check.
Yeah, it's the mental alert, yeah.
Don't forget to check for traps. Like,
No, I did. I checked. 16.
16. As Scanlan's on the inside and you're on the outside, you take a quick glance inside, just kind of scanning around. You can see the bed on the far side, the trapdoor that's open, the stairs that lead down. What catches your eye is right around the outside of the entrance to the basement, you see these like dark spots across the ground that generally fade as they reach the door that you're at. These are familiar spots. These are tiny little spatters of viscera, blood, dried.
Leading from the door to the trapdoor?
Leading from the trap door to the door, like kind of dissipating as it comes to your door.
wait, and it's dried.
It looks like it's been there for a while, yeah.
Oh shit. So the trap could have done something to somebody before?
No,
What is it?
it's more blood towards the trap door.
It's more blood towards the trap door, and then it dissipates and fades.
So
and
someone came out of the trap door.
And tried to haul ass out.
What was the flash?
It's an alarm.
Do I see footprints? Do I see footprints around? Like,
as you get close and look down, you can see a couple of the dried blood smears. There appear to be footprints in them that are heading out.
I go over to the trapdoor and just inspect it for traps.
Make an investigation check.
It being a trapdoor, it should have a trap. 17.
17. The trapdoor is still open, like it's left open. The stairs that descend. There is no trap in the vicinity, and it looks like it's been untouched for a while. You guys are just now starting to approach the outside of the house, and as you get there, you see the door is partially ajar, and it is partially ajar, and it is open, and you can vaguely see movement on the inside of Vex and Scanlan, kind of looking about.
Nice job, Ace.
I want
What's
to look
going on?
around. There was a trap. I think there was a trap on it, and I didn't know. But I looked for traps.
Yeah.
There was a flash. There was a flash. Does that sound familiar?
Is anyone?
Hear me out, right? Because when we encountered Mistress Asharu or whatever in the bar, she was all fucking masked up, right? What if... Dude, we've had so many people pretending to be other people. I'm not going to say that she's a Rakshasa. I want to be clear. But what if it's like, oh, she hasn't, been home in a while. It seems maybe she had someone in the basement. They broke out. So they're going to find the real Mistress Asharu in the basement? Like, Barty Crouch Jr. style? They're going to find, like, the real Mistress Asharu in the basement, and then the one that they saw at the bar is a fake, potentially? That was the original prisoner in the basement? So the prisoner breaks out, captures Mistress Asharu, throws her in the basement. The prisoner is bleeding, but takes then Mistress Asharu's place because, Mistress Asharu's all masked up. And that's why they haven't been home, is they, took the place, went to the place they were expected to be, and then bounced? And just totally left? I don't know.
Anyone on the streets or on the roofs above us?
Perception check.
Are you saying this in the... Yeah, I was going to say, can I look down the road? Because I'm down a bit, see if anyone's... Looks like they're coming this way.
16.
Not bad.
26.
18.
Okay, the three of you looking about, there are some people in the distance that pass by, 3 alleys down, but there's nobody paying attention to or immediately in the vicinity of this little alcove.
Nothing unusual?
To be fair, we do know... I don't know that we know that Allura can do this, And also, Allura would have said something. So if Allura was the prisoner, it wouldn't make sense that she was dressed up as Mistress Asharu and didn't say anything to the party. But if Mistress Asharu, if the prisoner was Ripley and she escaped and took Mistress Asharu's place, she absolutely wouldn't say anything to Vox Machina when they saw her in person. And we know that Ripley knows disguise magic of some kind because she was disguised in the Briarwood jail as like an older lady, I think. Who is the other person I thought it might be? Oh yeah, Dr. D, or if it was Dr. D or Scanlan's daughter, they would have said something.
Nothing here. Scanlan's by the open trap door inside.
Yes, I'm going to nonchalantly walk in, open the door, and we'll just all go in and shut the door behind us.
Is there any blood on the inside of the door?
If you look on the inside of the door, there is actually a handprint in blood against the top of it.
Does it look like it was trying to open the door? Does it look like it got the door open or it was stuck inside?
The trap door?
No, it looks like as it wraps around the top, it looks like somebody had lifted it up.
The trapdoor. Okay.
What about the front door?
Is there blood on the handle? Is there blood on the door itself?
Looking at the inside handle, there are very, very, very faint traces of dried blood.
Can I kind of see if I do a check on the outside threshold of the door to see if I can see the blood go outward?
Sure, make an investigation check.
I go and grab our note that we sent and take it.
Put it away.
Nothing. No.
I'll check for that
Dusty.
too, just because this is.
Percy, do you see any blood out here?
You guys are out in the open right now.
I guess I am also assuming that the masked person in the bar was Mr. Sasharu. We didn't actually get confirmation of that. I don't think. I think it was, to me, it was somewhat implied, but it might just not have been her. It might have just been someone totally separate. So I guess the prisoner still could have been Allura in that case.
Slowly inspecting the ground in the middle of the cell.
I thought Percy
just
said
chill
he
about
came
it.
in.
I'm in. I'm at the door
You
looking
guys come
down.
back and you close the door. You're on the inside. Okay, what's going on now?
I'm going down the trap door. Carefully. Yeah.
Okay, we're all inside, right?
Yeah,
We're
you're all inside.
Okay.
And Vax is vanishing down the trap door.
I'm doing a quick, gentle sweep of the room, looking for any invisible bodies in the corner, just moving my hand around.
Under the bed.
Just under,
Okay. As you guys are scanning this, Vax, you head down into the bottom. Beneath this small hovel in this trap door, the stairs stop, and to the left of you, there is another door that is partially left open into another chamber that is beneath.
I want to look for traps on the door.
The door's open, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought that as well, John. I didn't pause to say anything, but it is, yeah, the way that they view polymorph versus wild shape, the, not necessarily vibe, but like the feeling that I get from it is that they think of wild shape kind of like spells, where she has like very specific beast forms that she can turn into, and that it's like primarily a combat thing. Whereas it seems like they view polymorph as a little bit more flexible. That's a speculation though. That's a guess, but I agree. It is turn into animal is like the fundamental druid thing to me. Yeah. There's no real mechanical reason it has to be that way though. Yeah, exactly. I think it's mostly yeah. It's also possible that maybe something worked slightly differently in Pathfinder, and so there's like maintained vibes from that. I'm not sure. It is weird though. Yeah, it's a little strange.
Okay, well, but there could still...
Yeah, there could be.
Investigation, right? 19.
19. Does not appear to be trapped.
Okay, so I'm still stealthed. I'm going to gently open the door and peer in.
Open, look inside. This is a larger chamber with a much better set of furniture. It looks like the woman that you had hired probably lived here more than above. You see what appears to be some what would be weapons racks, but have been cleaned out. You see a couple of lanterns that are placed upon a table in the corner that have since burned out. One of them has actually fallen over, and it appears the glass is kind of broken on the ground. Make a perception check.
25.
Glancing across the room.
There was probably a scuffle of some kind.
You can see more of the thicker blood spatters with other footprints in them, multiple footprints. And you see what looks to be a body still on the other side of the room.
A one-eyed body? A one-eyed warrior body? A one-eyed merchant warrior body, you might say. I think Mistress Asharu is dead as shit.
Somebody
Georgia?
else got the vestige.
Okay. You come up to the body, and it appears to be a female form. You see black hair with white streaks throughout, ornate scale mail armor of black and purple. As you pull her over, the face appears to be in her 40s, mid to late 40s. Her left eye is ruined and sealed closed with a scar. There's a very large pool of drying, coagulated blood sitting beneath her. Giving a moment to inspect her, she is indeed dead and has been dead for the better part of a week. Her wounds involve several severe puncture wounds throughout her torso, like multiple stabs, one in her throat, just...
Okay. I kind of got there. The vestige holder, one-eyed warrior. Mistress Asharu is the identity of the merchant warrior. Yes. Mistress Asharu is dead in her house. Yeah, been dead for a week. God, what happened a fucking week ago? Speaking of timelines, I don't remember what was happening a week ago in timeline. For the better part of a week. Been dead for the better part of a week. That's true. For the better... Intrigue, salacious, murder. Better part of a week. And her wounds include what now? Her wounds include several severe puncture wounds throughout her torso, multiple stabs, one in her throat. Several stabs? I don't think we know anyone that uses a knife. Legitimately, I can't think of a single person that uses a knife. Like a rapier? Piercing damage. No, it says stab, so it can't be like an arrow.
Did anyone talk to her?
Pike's not here.
Vax. Well, okay, yeah. Vax uses knives. I meant who our possible murderer could be. I don't know anyone that we know that uses knives. Besides that could be the murderer. Unless Vax is doing some heavy sleepwalking.
The rest of you guys going down to see this?
Oh yeah. I'm heading down if I assume everybody else is.
Okay.
Does it look around any kind of evidence left behind of who it was that attacked her?
Been ransacked.
Investigation checks for the guys who are checking the room. What are you guys checking?
I'm gonna check her further.
Investigation check on the body. Investigation check.
I want to see.
And I am legitimately assuming that it must be someone that we know, because it would be crazy coincidental timing if Vox Machina started hunting these vestiges of legend and a few weeks later, a week later, whatever, someone shows up and knifes this chick. In fact, have they told anyone? Percy says the word assume so often, I'm noticing. There's a connection. It's seeker assume. Dun dun dun. No, I'm thinking about who they would have told about the vestiges and potential locations. Allura. I believe they told Allura. I think they did not tell Ripley, obviously. But Ripley's also sort of been on their trail. So maybe she found out somehow just by I don't know. She's just kind of been around, but it doesn't feel right. I feel like Allura is the only one. Maybe, and Gilmore. Maybe Hodis? While Hodis was disguised as Gilmore? I don't think so, though. dagger. Fair enough. It's a dagger. It's a dagger. It was Professor Plum. Oh no. I'm gonna keep watching. We'll get all the.
Turn to the room. I want to see if I can find any kind of something.
Because I don't think that we're gonna see the murder of this episode. I think this was the big reveal. They're gonna investigate for a little while, and so I'll get all of the notes from their investigation, and then maybe that'll get us in a place. Remember what Kamalja Ori said? Oh fuck, man, that was so long ago. Probably not. It might. Oh, he might have said something of like, there are other people hunting the vestiges. Maybe. If that is what he said, I probably said something to the degree of, ooh, fun rival party dynamic. But it hasn't come up yet. Maybe coincidentally. Interesting.
Left behind by the killers.
Okay. I'm looking for other exits. 21 on her phone.
I'm looking for treasures.
Okay.
21 as well, looking at the house.
Okay. Trying to get a sense of the situation of the murder, how many people there were.
Okay. You're Hugh Poirot-ing it?
Yes.
Would you roll, please?
Investigation. 13.
Okay. There's a lot of foot movements, and some of them are heavier than others. It looks like there wasn't sort of a scuffle here, but it's hard to tell how many people were involved. Definitely more than 2.
Okay.
What'd you roll?
21.
21?
15.
15. You're having a hard time finding anything that really specifically represents that
Ooh, I
scuffle.
bring Trinket out and have him sniff around.
Okay. Trinket begins sniffing around the room. Keyleth, you find what appear to be a series of puncture marks in some of the walls themselves, and some of the dirt and stone parts of the wall. It looks like some small, like stab puncture wounds across the wall. In different places.
Just to be safe, I'm going to close the trapdoor.
Okay, you go ahead and close the trapdoor.
Is it dark down here?
It is like pitch dark. Percy, for the most part, you don't have any sort of sight down here unless you
throw up and.
Did he say stabs? Trinket against sniffing around. You find a series of puncture marks on the wall themselves. Puncture marks on the wall themselves would appear to be small stab puncture wounds across the wall in different places. I mean, I guess could just be the remnants of a battle, but that seems odd. That says to me more bow or gun. But would he call gun wounds stab wounds? Percy's shot enough people. Percy's shot enough people that I don't think Matt would call bullet wounds puncture, stab wounds. I don't think. But could be maybe arrows. I feel like an arrow could be reasonably confused with a knife or with a stab wound. Maybe. Still seems odd. Seems like it would be a dagger, but then why are there dagger marks on the walls? I guess just from someone missing, so it's like a chaotic battle.
Is it safe for me to throw out a daylight spell?
Sure, whatever.
I throw up a.
Okay, the room now illuminates, and you all have a very, very clear perspective on this. You inspecting the body. The puncture wounds that are in the front have corresponding puncture wounds in the back as well, and you can see clasps on the shoulders where a cloak would be affixed, but the clasps have been broken off. And
so it is arrow wounds, arrow or bullets. Because the fact that he called them stab wounds is now like maybe that was like a fucking front.
There is no cloak there.
Any treasures in the room?
What'd you roll for investigation, Jane?
18.
18. Most of the room has been completely ransacked. It looks like there were places where some things might have been useful that they've been taken. You find a couple of discarded like jewel boxes or lock boxes that have since been broken open and left with a couple of like scattered gold coins here and there, but this place has been completely cleaned out.
I was looking for other exits and entrances to the building all around, and I rolled a 29.
29. There looks to be one hidden passage that is like behind this one cabinet where all the drawers have been pulled out and kind of left on the ground empty. But behind that, there is a small tunnel that exits outward.
To the street?
You don't know. You have to
find out.
As you're inspecting it, you're seeing more and more of these, like each one of these puncture marks that hit the front also correspond to the back. It's a clear wound through each way, and it appears to be like a burn around the outside of each one of these punctures.
I'm going to take a look at
outer burns.
I think Ripley was here.
I haven't looked at them yet, and there's no reason to look until someone. Yeah. Oh, wait.
Percival, come here.
Can I have Trinket sniff around for anything that doesn't smell like her for other people?
Okay. First? Yes.
Yeah.
This looks like your work.
Advantage on smell.
That's true, yeah.
Do I recognize... take a look at the body.
You are very familiar with these type of wounds. And corresponding to the punctures you've seen in the wall behind,
Same.
you go back and check and begin to pry in, and you begin to pull out small iron balls.
I pull it out and I hand it to Percy.
Well, that was quick.
I'm sorry. I guess our girl is back in our narrative.
So it is. Okay. So I was interpreting. So the storm is like that. The card reading. Because this would have chronologically been after Ripley did this. He said it was like the better part of the week. They haven't been there for the better part of a week. Camp Flame, Traveler, Ripley, Storm. Yeah, I'm thinking like the sound of the gun, the blast, the boo, the thunder. And the garment is in motion moving. If you seek this garment, may haste to take you. The card reader tried to warn him. Ripley might just be gone at this point. I don't know from this if she's even aware that Vox Machina's there. It seems like she may just be hunting them separately. If someone had never seen a gun before, a storm would be a way they describe it being fired. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. The fucking lightning, the fucking white blast and the thunder. Absolutely, storm. Interesting.
That's the best case scenario.
So, hang on. Which hand is Ripley missing? Right hand?
Right.
What handprint is on the trapdoor? Is it a left hand?
It's a left hand.
How did she even know about this?
My question.
She's been doing a lot of research, and she's
could
been
be spying on
following.
us.
She's been following our exploits.
There's also
She's probably spying on me,
we know she's a huge fan of Percy.
waiting for me to build something.
single Whitestone female.
Maybe
I mean, it was waiting right there.
Oh, wow.
maybe Mistress Ashav wasn't wearing the cloak. Maybe she hadn't hid it down the tunnel.
Yes. Scanlan, what are you
Maybe.
doing over there?
She was
Oh,
wearing
I found an exit, a secret exit that someone could have used to come in and kill or exit after, or maybe not at all.
Yeah,
Are
let's
there
take
exit wounds on the back of the body as well?
There are, yes, corresponding exit wounds.
I'll walk over to Scanlan. I'm going in.
Okay. You guys follow this tunnel. It's a very
Because this also confirms that she did it, that she did recreate the weapon. Because up until last time we saw her, she was still trying and ostensibly failing to replicate Percy's firearms. But it looks like she's succeeded at this point. So it wasn't quite what I thought. There wasn't actually someone we knew in the basement, but there was evidence of someone we knew. Ooh, my DM senses are never wrong.
very small tunnel. And it,
Except when they always are.
Continues on for a very intense period of time.
Check. That is a 24.
Okay. Keeping your eyes out as you continue along, you do not find any traps. And eventually it comes up and stops, and there above you can see there's a small series of hand platforms or like grooves in the wall that lead up to the cylinder, and above you can see what looks to be a grate.
Start climbing up it.
You climb up.
Yeah.
And push off there. And you come out, and just kind of glancing up very carefully over the side, you can see what looks to be an opening into the Suncut Bazaar, just outside of an alleyway that just opens up into the rest of the chaos.
We need to get the word out, and quickly. We need to find her before she figures out a way to return.
Get the word out about what?
She's still in the
We
city.
could, well, it
Quite
was,
possibly still.
it was over a week ago,
the body.
potentially. She could be long gone.
The murder of one of the largest criminal masterminds is now dead in the city. We have to find the murderer. What do we say?
How long has the body been here? Can anyone?
It's about a week.
A week? I'll talk to my contacts in the underworld.
If it's a week, Ripley could be
Anywhere.
anywhere.
Did Trinket smell anything?
Not actually. Trinket had a rough time trying to...
Dude, friggin' yeah. Keep that in mind. You know, I've been talking about the timers, but do keep that in mind with like high level enemies, teleportation magic. Yeah, Ripley could feasibly be fucking anywhere at this point. Because I don't think she's like an inherent caster, but she could easily have artifacts. She could have a little pet mage that she brings along with her that knows, teleportation circle. Teleportation circle is not that high level of a spell. It's like 5th level. So if, Ripley's like a high level, I was going to say artificer, but that's not around yet. I guess she's probably whatever Percy is, fighter. If she's a high level fighter, she can absolutely contract a fucking level 10 mage to come around with her and cast teleportation circle with her. Yeah. But where next? Where to next? The last evidence that we had of her was her in Vasselheim talking to Victor. But this seems so disconnected. I mean, they're assuming a level of intent on her part, that she's tracking them, that she's doing this because of them. We don't actually have evidence of that. She could be going totally independent, What up? Megas Marisha, a pet mage is a wild visual. I mean, doesn't seem far off from what Ripley would be willing to do from what I know of her. Dal Percy forgetting the body has been there a week, got thrilled trying to stop Ripley. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I think he was like, oh my gosh, we got to do this. And then it's like, dude, it's been there for a week. She could be literally anywhere. She could be on a different fucking plane by this point, I've been going insane during your cooking, Mega. Good. I'm glad, Topaz. I'm good. It's wild. Every time I'm reminded Percy's a fighter, he does not play like a fighter at all. I know. But he is. Oh, man. Well, especially because he has, the Eldritch spells, I assume from a magic initiate. Or maybe a warlock dip. Man. But I don't think that Matt would drop this and leave them no clues. Let's see if he leaves them. Let's see if he leaves them any clues, maybe. Yeah. I think he's a fighter with a custom. Yeah. He has the custom subclass, yeah. And it's I think he's a fighter mainly just to capture the fantasy of shooting a lot. Yeah. Also Dex fighter, but which is less common, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Even just get the bearings and find anything specific.
It's okay, buddy.
I
didn't see much either.
Okay, you head back and join the group.
We can at least ask around and see if anyone has. Well, no, but she disguises her appearance, doesn't she?
She's got a missing arm, though.
Yeah, but she was able to hide that before.
Who got that one place? I just feel like it was.
It's not Ripley.
As you guys sit here and contemplate the various possibilities as to who is responsible for this, where they may be, why, and if they indeed have this vestige in their grasp. We'll end tonight's session there.
It's a murder mystery now.
Ripley.
Hold on to those bullets.
Hold on to that feeling?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on to that.
I might be able to track her down because it belonged to her.
Nice job, Matt.
Nice job, guys.
Nice job creating an entire casino, including
games are one of our
I figured out how to strategize through your dice. Your dice game has a base strategy, which is only double down on a 6.
Oh, I only double down on a 6, and he's actually right. Then you have a 1 in 3 chance.
Yeah, you have 1 in 3 chance.
I rolled a 7.
Otherwise, you let it up.
Not real.
I know, but I want to play this game all the time. I just rolled a 7.
Nice.
Counting as
I think we should go back to the casino.
There's a really cool old dice game called 3.
Ask around for Ripley, maybe?
Yeah, and then just gamble, like...
Maybe. Yeah, just so we can favor the locals.
I suck with cops.
Yeah, dude.
I don't
Get thrown out everywhere I go.
I'm
Yeah, you lawyered her out of the jail before.
Yes, I did.
We have to. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna.
Thanks, Loot Crate.
Thank you, Loot Crate.
Thank you, Loot Crate. Okay, interesting. How does he do it? I'm telling you, and I think there's partially it's like my DM instincts, it's partially my storytelling instincts, but I also think I'm starting to pick up on Matt's patterns specifically of like when he does those sorts of big reveals. And the moment that it was like eerily quiet, I was like, okay, what do we got here? And then like the letter hadn't been picked up and it just, I don't know. I honestly didn't expect for the vestige holder to be full dead. I expect her to be like tied up in the basement if she was there and like the other person had gone. I don't know why. Matt's much more brutal than that. And there's no seeming reason to keep her alive. So like, fair enough. It explains why she's dead. Where to go? I mean, none of them have Speak with Dead, right? That's a cleric only spell. Bring Ashley back for one session just so that they can... This is like what Speak with Dead is made for. Is like this exact scenario. Is the Speak with Dead scenario. Where you have the victim's body, you know? Because at the very least, they could get an up-to-date description of Ripley. You know, if anything else about her appearance has changed. Although it is interesting that there was the magic flash on the front door. Actually, the magic flash on the front door kind of does imply that Ripley has at least some magic going on, right? Interesting. Ripley feels like a very ruthless and practical person. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I didn't enjoy Sam's side quest at all. In revisiting, I can see why people like it, but I still feel it's an annoying waste of time that goes on too long. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a one man's trash, another man's treasure. I can see any diversion from the main plot is, I think, one of the tough lines that that actual plays have to ride is that as a viewer, a side quest has a lot higher bar it has to clear, you know? I think we're used to television where it's either, you know, a monster of the week type thing where each thing gets wrapped up every week and we get a new thing and then there are some continuing through lines, or much more like kind of static overall through line. So like these like little sort of side quests, they have to like justify themselves way more. And that's going to hit better or worse for certain viewers. I think for players, like from the players experiencing it perspective, I think it depends on how serious things have been the last couple of sessions. Like, do the players feel like they need a break? It's been too serious. You know, I think some of those things can provide some needed kind of relief and comedic relief. But that's very dependent on legitimately just how the players feel, more than anything. Yeah, but I can get that. Speak with Dead is available to bards, clerics, knowledge domain, and the Undying. The Undying is a warlock patron that sucks. It's a really bad warlock patron. And then the Undead, which I think is also a warlock patron. But yeah, I don't think that Scanlan has it. And bards are known casters. So it's probably, yeah, they would probably have to get Pike if they wanted to do Speak with Dead. Or like a random other priest. Interesting. I wonder what they'll do. I honestly don't know. I can see a lot of valid paths kind of spiraling out from this. Interesting. Fun new subplot. Fun vestige hunt. I said it a while back that each I thought that it was interesting that a neutral NPC had it because every vestige hunt needs to bring something new. It needs to kind of evolve. And I like them hunting a vestige that's on the move. I think that's cool. It being with a pre-existing villain is cool. I like that. I like it. It's cool. It's a good reveal. It's also a little risky because they don't know how long an investigation could take. So now that they're on a timer, do they invest into this or do they just let Ripley run free slowly getting, more and more powerful as they go. Or as she goes. I don't know. Man, could Ripley be the after Chroma Conclave villain? I didn't really picture her as such. She seemed almost too human's the wrong word, but I don't know. She seemed too she didn't seem scary enough, honestly. She didn't seem villainous enough. Which you could have her make you could have her do her own character growth during this time to make her more villainous. Maybe she even takes a Faustian bargain like Percy did. That's possible. And that maybe explain where some of the magic, the magic on the front door came from. Interesting. I like it. I like it as a hook. I think it's placed well. I like it. Yeah. Remember Ripley cast presumably disguised self when she was in the Briarwood dungeon? Yes. Which could just mean that she's a warlock and she has Mask of Many Faces. It could also mean that she's one of a dozen different casting classes, or that, because I think disguised self is level 1, so she could also just have Magic Initiate. Interesting. I think I disliked it because it was one player. It was my least favorite character, doing a pretty self-focused and uninteresting thing. And the whole experience was just kind of trashy. I think uninteresting and trashy is that's, probably opinion based. I thought it was I thought the actual sequence itself was kind of funny. Yeah, it felt like an SNL skit that's only funny to the actors. Yeah, comedy is subjective. I think they did a lot of the science of funny things, but it can come off differently to different folks. But in terms of one player diversions, yeah, if you also don't like the character, that will also spoil a lot of things for you. But it is something that happens. It could theoretically be argued that the entire Briarwood arc was a single player diversion that was pretty self-focused. So I don't think that inherently boots something out of viability. But yeah, I think it very much depends. Yeah. Catching up from the beginning. If I make it live, I'll be shocked. I will also be shot. Caught dingoes. Yeah. It would be very insane to catch up. But yeah, I don't know. Compared to most of the other comedy fuck around sequences that they have, I liked it because it was directly in the world and it was really working within the world. The other ones where it has nothing to do with the world feel like more of a waste of time to me. But I talked about that earlier. Yeah. Whether or not you found it actually funny or interesting is pretty opinion based. Yeah. Man. I don't know. I feel like... No, I don't, actually. This is a hook. I was about to say, I feel like I should have more that I think about, how this is going to evolve. But that was basically a hook for an entire new little mini arc of, hunting down Ripley. If they choose to take the hook, take the bait. Which they may or may not. I think it's a legitimate choice as to whether or not they do. They may not. Which would be its own kind of interesting. Makes me excited for 67. Excited for 67. Because whatever happens next is so dependent on what they decide at the beginning of the next step. Because they might go after Ripley. In which case, I would change my prediction from last stream that 69 is when they fight Ripley, if they dive into a Ripley investigation, or they ignore Ripley And my prediction stays relatively the same with the knowledge that Ripley's out there getting constantly stronger. And maybe forming her own little evil party to contest Vox Machina. That could be fun. I don't think Matt will actually do that. I don't think he would. Ripley also reads as much more of a lone wolf to me. But interesting. I'm also interested if they go back to Whitestone, who the fuck is there? Because I was thinking about it this stream and I could not remember who was in Whitestone. Like, I don't remember if Seeker Assume is in Whitestone. I know he was there for a sec and his face was all fucked up and they talked to him like once and then I don't remember what happened after that with him. I don't remember there being any more details with or about him. I don't, obviously Allura is still kind of MIA. Drake. Really the only ones that I like know are in Whitestone are Gilmore and like Zara. Is it Zara? Is Mary Elizabeth's character? I can't even remember if Kima is in Whitestone. She might have left going after Allura or something. And like Eskel, Realmseer, Eskel Rindarian, I don't really remember where he is. If he's in Whitestone or if he left. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, man. Imagine finding someone with a gun and like 5 or 7 vestiges. Yeah, I mean, if she gets a lot of vestiges, it could very legitimately power her up to scary villain levels. But I don't feel like there's been enough time. And no, actually, maybe we wouldn't have heard it. Because I was thinking like, oh, we would have heard of it, but maybe not. Personally, the art in the art break that I thought was really good, art to see. Yeah, it's at the end, sure. During the middle, I think I'm fully cut out. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna stick to my guns. But follow. Oh, I don't have it on here anymore. Wait. Yeah, no more art breaks on here. Just I can't transform them. But I'll put the link to the ep. It's this ep with the time codes that John just put. Check them out. I might check them out off stream. He says they're good. Yeah. I find it funny that Mega says Ripley isn't scary enough to be big bad, but then also there's 2 ways she could be made super scary that fits with the story. Start a mirror party, collect vestige. Yeah. I don't know what it is about her. She doesn't feel villainous enough, honestly. Like, obviously, her and Percy have past beef, but I can't even really remember the details around their beef and, like, what she did. I think she just betrayed his family, which, like, yeah, fair enough, dick move. But, I don't know. It's not that bad, honestly. Compared to like the type of villains that we're interacting with right now, she feels like a dick in the same way that Vox Machina probably feels like dicks to a lot of people. You know, it's like, oh, she came and murdered this woman for her vestige. It's like, well, Vox Machina, are you saying that murder wasn't on the table? Like, I think that Vox Machina would have murdered this vestige holder if it had come down to it. So yeah, I don't know. She was the one to torture them. Was she the one? Oh, did he? Okay. Torture's a little bit of an escalation. That's fair. But even in my head, that only like puts her at like villain lieutenant status. She felt very reasonable as the lieutenant to one of the Briarwoods. She doesn't feel, I don't know. I don't feel villainous motivation from her yet. I think that's the thing. I would need to find out, like, what are her plans? Is it world dominate? I guess if she wants to dominate the world, that's villainous enough. But I just don't know enough about her motivations to make her feel, like, big and scary, you know? Differently than, like, Kamal Jaori or Osisa would feel big and scary. You know, they are big and scary, but they don't have villainous motives. So it's kind of like, meh. You know? Or even Jamon. I'm sure Jamon has had some people tortured. Let's not mince words. We heard a lot about the penal system and the Scarlet Oubliette in Ank'Harel. I think there's a decent shot Jamon or people under Jamon have had people tortured. But I don't think Jamon's going to be the big bad. Because he doesn't have, like, villainous goals, you know? Interesting. But also for Mega, Kima and Allura, total BBG vibes. Well, because they're suspicious. I know what Ripley's on about. You know what I'm saying? Ripley's not hiding anything from me. She's going around. She's making goods. She's getting more power. Feels very straightforward. Allura, I don't get. There's something fishy with her, I swear. But also not villainous fishy. Kima was villainous fishy, I'll say that. Yeah, I don't think Vox have been involved in torture before. That's fair. That's fair. Most of, I'll say, the way that she's acted on screen, I don't really think she's done anything that much worse than Vox has. But the torture, they haven't really, they kind of tortured, I think, one of the generals, yeah? They've, like, gotten torture adjacent. But I don't think they've actually directly tortured anyone. But I also don't think it would be off the table for some of them. I don't think it would be off the table for Percy. Actually, wait. Percy shot off a dude's hand for information. So, yeah, Percy did shoot the hand. To be fair, not extended torture. Not extended torture. But, so that is different. I will say, I think extended, like months, weeks-long torture is different than shooting the hand off the carriage driver. But I don't think it'd be totally off the table for Percy. So unless she has motivations like the Briarwoods of bring back Vecna, or, you know, the Chroma Conclave of be a tyrant over the world. You know, I need something like that from her to classify her up in the villain slot. Yeah. I mean, oubliettes are arguably a form of torture. Yeah. 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 Percy, did she... And Mega doesn't remember, or if I'm misremembering stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't taking a lot of notes at that point, so it's hard to say what I'm just forgetting, yeah. Apparently talking about this stuff is iffy for the auto censor. Fair. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Interesting. I'm excited for the next episode. Next episode's going to be on Wednesday? Probably in the afternoon. I have a doctor's appointment that day. Just like a regular checkup. That I think is at... What time is it at? It's at like noon. But I don't know how long it'll take. Because I might have to get blood drawn. And I'm squeamish. So sometimes they have to try twice. But yeah, so I don't know how long that'll take. I guess probably starting after 2 Central US time. Probably not starting before 2. Maybe later. If it gets too late, I'll cancel and you know, that'll just be that. But I do plan on doing it just starting in the afternoon. So I will see you all there. Otherwise, I put a small schedule in the Discord, but tomorrow, map stream with Ryan Immel. Gonna be fun. Gonna be a good time. Tuesday will be gaming, either Pathologic or Supervive, not sure which. And then Wednesday is more Vox Machina. Thank you all so much for joining, especially the new folks that are catching up to live or seeing it for the first time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I think that's it. Trying to get better at end of stream stuff. I was terrible at leaving voicemails. Goodbye.